blessings. What you say? I just blessings. Okay, blessings. Yes, yeah. I'll be your blessings. Blessings. Over and over again. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be your blessings. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a blessing. I'll be your blessings. Every breath is a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be a blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that's a blessing. I'm have foot for walk, another blessing. Me me outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And me heart no dark, cause of the blessing. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing.
Welcome to my Assembly. Don't forget, shoes off at the door.
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, my eyes so. Hey, my eyes so. Toraba, ya, ya. Toraba, yeah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Peace and blessings, everyone. Peace and blessings, everyone. Hold on, let me come on the screen. How do I do it? Add. There I go. Peace and blessings. Let me turn my mic up. Pick my mic up a little bit. Let me move my chair over to the side. Let me make what that was, but we'll be all right. Now let me put my thumbnail on the screen. Share screen. Bang. Look like they shadow banning us already. We usually be about 80 people in here already. My goodness. Peace and blessings. All right. Blessings. All right. Tonight lesson is going to be a blessing. Even though they shadow ban us, we still going to bring this truth. I got some exclusives. You heard? Exclusives. The Warren restaurant mystery girl found. Nolan Wells case. the phone data, grand jury review. All right, we get exclusives in this one. All right, so this is the thumbnail. Remember Warren's story? He said he was in the restaurant and there was a girl that approached him and he was scared. He said he was shaking for his life. He was scared for his life. All right, let me fix myself. Oh, I am already. Oh, okay, I didn't realize. I thought I had to fix my mic. All right, let me fix my hair a little bit, 'cause I know it's looking kind of crazy. Right, I know my new growth is looking kind of crazy. All right, so let me see where I'm at in the other one. Peace and blessings to everybody coming in the building. All right, let's go. We got exclusive video clips. Let me put my brother and sister, bring them in, present, invite guests, copy, right? Close that, come back to the chat. Peace and blessings to the chat. All right, bang, Control V, share your referral link. I don't know what that means, but whatever. I'm sharing that. I'm sharing the link to the live stream. All right, peace and blessings, everybody in the chat. Welcome everybody coming in the building. Please, when you come in the building, please give a like. I apologize for starting so late. All right, let's get started. All right, so how I'm gonna start off? All right, let's go. Shout out to Brother Leslie in the building. Shout out to Puerto Rico in the building. Shout out to Hakyama in the building. Shout out to Georgia. All right, she'll let our brothers and sisters in when they come in. Shout out to Nosy Bug in the building. Peace and blessings, everybody coming into the live chat. All right, let's get started. All right, so hold on, Elder. Shout out to the Elder. Shout out to Oakland, California in the building. All right, now where I'm gonna start at? Let me see how I'm gonna start. Since they shadow banned us, so I gotta Hakyama, let me know if they let us get over 100 on the live stream, and then I'm gonna get started. We're gonna get started right here. It is because I got so much to bring out. So let's get started right here, right off the rip. All right. So copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. We found her. You heard? Exclusives. All right. It's like, so the Nolan Wells case, there's a mystery girl, all right, that Warren was speaking about. All right. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video, so I'll get to that when we get over 100 on the live stream, if they allow us to get over 100 on the live stream. As we can see, they really doing this dirty tonight. I'm like, wow, what kind of mess is this? They really pissed at me tonight. All right, let's go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let's see what happens. Let's see if they, if they let us at least get 300 on the live stream. At least they can give us that. All right. So let's go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We reacted to the video. First clip of the night. Let's go. Stop share. Come to y'all. Share screen. Bang. Bang. Share. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let's go. Share.
Oh, these little liars. I told y'all that Jax was the ringleader. I told y'all he sat in this interview and he was telling stories about shit that he wasn't even there to witness. So let's break down some of the stuff that I heard in this interview. Let's start with Warren's first phone call, because y'all will remember that Warren said that he was over at Ava's house for that 4th of July party when they all started realizing that Nolan was missing, and he called Miss Christine at 11 o'clock.
One of the first things I told Miss Christine Wells in the first phone call that ever occurred with anything to do with Nolan Wells being gone, because I was the first person to call Miss Christine about anything. First phone call, anything to do with Nolan Wells, was me making a phone call to Christine Wells. And one of the first things I said to her, with multiple witnesses here, pull up the phone call if you want. She said, oh, well, Nolan's location is with y'all at, where the house we were at. And I was like, well, no, he left his phone with us. I told her this.
And yesterday, the same time that this interview came out, Christine Wells said this.
360 says that he's on land. And he was like, well, no, I mean, we have his phone.
So both versions of the story say that Warren didn't tell her about the phone until after she confronted him with the 360. Now, Warren tells Miss Christine that...
Now, what the Panda Lady's doing, the Pink Panther Lady's doing, they did the boys did a part 3 on Officer Tater Tot's show, And guess what? I got something exclusive. Yeah, I got something exclusive. I was hoping they let us through the shadow ban to show it, but it is what it is, right? I'm gonna still show it. I got something I ain't seen nobody put out yet. I ain't seen the Pink Panther lady. I ain't seen Kimbra. I ain't seen nobody covering the case show what I'm about to show tonight. So the House of the Most High, we got our own exclusive that I saw and detected what happened in this interview, the third interview of the boys speaking to Officer Tater Tot without the lawyer dude, right? The Billy Bad, Peaky in the Brain looking lawyer dude, right? So let's continue. All right, so she's bringing out some things that she discovered, some inconsistencies, some hoodwinks, some bamboozles in this case, and these boys is doing themselves a very big disservice. Okay, a very big disservice. Their lawyer is apparently really not that bright or something, or because they are letting these boys do these interviews and they are incriminating themselves insanely. Okay, they are telling inconsistencies and lies, right? Over and over again, and anybody will tell you that less is more. Right? Everything you can and say will be held against you in the court of law. So they should be being quiet. But the lawyers have let them go on there and let them just run their mouth. All right? So I don't know what they doing. They paid a lot of money too for these lawyers for them to just let them just go all out there and just say anything. And they looking real crazy because I'm gonna expose something tonight that most haven't seen. I haven't seen nobody yet bring it out yet. We're going to bring it out exclusive here tonight in the House of the Most High Ministries. All right, let's go.
He knows somebody in the Coast Guard and that he's going to call them. We know both versions of the.
I told her this.
And yesterday, the same time that this interview came out, Christine Wells said this.
360 says that he's on land, and he was like, well, no, I mean, well, we have his phone.
So both versions of the story say that Warren didn't tell her about the phone until after she confronted him with the 360. Now, Warren tells Miss Christine that he knows somebody in the Coast Guard and that he's going to call them, which is very fucking different than calling the Coast Guard, which absolutely explains why the Coast Guard came out and said at first that they had not received a call from the kids that night. The Coast Guard's initial statement said they weren't.
Hey, Mike, we will not leave them alone. Okay? And you want them to be innocent? Well, it'll be proven in a court of law. They don't look too innocent to me, Mike. They don't look too innocent to our sister here on the screen, Mike. They don't look too innocent to a lot of millions and millions of people around the world, right? But you just want them to be innocent, then keep on being innocent. Then you need to tell their lawyers, Mike, you need to call the boys and tell them stop being interviewed. Because every time you're being interviewed, you look more and more guilty, Mike. See, guys, Mike said, listen, those kids are innocent and y'all know it. Leave them alone, for God's sakes. Leave them alone. Those kids are innocent. Those kids are lying. I'm about to show you that they're lying over and over again. All right? And now if they would shut their mouth, then we wouldn't even know that they was lying. But unfortunately, their lawyers are not that bright, and their lawyers have got them keep running their mouth on social media and doing these interviews, and they're making themselves look more and more guilty. Do you understand? All right? Yes. When they're found innocent, by who? That depends on by who. You talking about the same court of law that you follow? The same ones that says it wasn't nothing to see here on 99% of the cases? Okay, sorry. No, there's a court of public opinion as well. You heard? So we are going to discern it for ourselves, Mike. All right? And I will apologize if it comes out. Listen to this one, Mike. Mike said, when they're found innocent, are you going to apologize? See how you just assume? You assume because you're an ASS, right? You're making an ASS out of yourself, Mike. What I'm saying is, because instead of you asking the question, are you going to apologize and let me answer? You said probably not. So that means you got an agenda. Okay. See, this is the problem with people that don't want to discern the facts of the case objectively and unbiasedly. You already got a bias. You already said, I didn't even get to answer you. So what I'm going to say, if you would allow me to answer you, Mike, I would say if these boys show, if the lawyers, if the sheriff, if the medical examiner, if the Mississippi DA, if anybody give us any evidence to show any type of innocence, then I will say, okay, well, we were wrong because, and I will actually say we were wrong because everything pointed out at a cover up. Okay. So when it first happened, the sheriff said there was nothing to see here. So you got all of these inconsistencies, and now these boys are up here telling all these different stories, right? And I'm about to expose one tonight, and I want to see what you're going to say, Mike, right? You know what you're going to say? It don't matter. They're still innocent. We get it, Mike, all right? Not for us, okay? Not for the discerning public, the discerning people, children of the Most High of every nation, kid your tongue of people. We want to see facts. We want to see evidence, all right? All we've been hearing is lies and what you call withholding of evidence, all right? So let's continue. We'll see, Mike. All right, let's continue. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let's go. Over 100 on the live stream. Peace and blessings. Everybody coming in the building. Let's go. I got something exclusive I'm going to show tonight that nobody has shown on the internet yet. Exclusive from the boys. I want to see what Mike's going to say when he see this clip I'm about to show. So Hakyama, if they let us over 200, then I'm going to show that clip. All right. If not, I'll still show it a little later because I got a lot of stuff. So let me know if we get over 200, and I'm gonna go right into the exclusive clip, and then I'm gonna go into the restaurant girl. All right, let's go.
Formed until 12:30. Then the Coast Guard came out and said at first that he knows somebody in the Coast Guard and that he's going to call them, which is didn't tell her about the phone until after she confronted him with the 360. Now, Warren tells Miss Christine that he knows somebody in the Coast Guard and that he's going to call them, which is very fucking different than calling the Coast Guard, which absolutely explains why the Coast Guard came out and said at first that they had not received a call from the kids that night. The Coast Guard's initial statement said they weren't informed until 12:30. Then the Coast Guard later changed their story and said, oh wait, actually we did. And it seems to me that that first call was most likely an off the record to a friend kind of deal, which means these people freaked out and didn't call the Coast Guard until after all these people showed up at Jax's house. Which would explain why in the course of this interview, it went from Warren called the Coast Guard to we did. Now, when the subject turns to how the family got the phone back from these boys, you'll notice that there was a couple slip-ups.
Warren, you weren't at the house, and so you weren't there when they came to get the phone and all that. So
now remember, Warren just said that he wasn't at the house when the phone was got. And then Morgan talks about getting a phone call from one of the people in Christine Wells' group.
And how did they get the phone back?
So I got a call from a kid we went to high school with. He called me just asking me questions. He saw people posting on Snapchat, like the picture that was circulating.
Except this picture wasn't posted until July 5th. Well, how could this picture have been circulating on Snapchat that night? But let's continue.
And he called and he was asking questions.
So she just caught him right there in a lie. Okay? See, Mike, where's Mike at? See, that's what happened. They come here, they say their little statement, and then they leave, right? Hey, Mike, can you reconcile this discrepancy? So Morgan just said that someone that he knew from school called him after Warren called Miss Christine and talked to him, and the family and the friends, the actual friends of Nolan, were worried about him and they were looking for him. So they were calling the boys because they were the last that was seen with him. So they were calling the boys. So he said one of his high school friends, one of Nolan's actual friends, called him, Morgan said, and because he saw the picture posted. But what Panda Lady just found out, how could he see the picture posted when the picture didn't get posted till the 5th? And this is the night that it happened, on the 4th. So this is a lie. This is an inconsistency that needs to be reconciled. That doesn't fit. If the glove don't fit, okay? So let's continue. All right? And watch what I show you.
People posting on Snapchat, like the picture that
Phone call from one of the people in Christine Wells' group.
And how did they get the phone back?
So I got a call from a kid we went to high school with. He called me just asking me questions. He saw people posting on Snapchat, like the picture that was circulating.
Except this picture wasn't posted until July 5th. Well, how could this picture have been circulating on Snapchat that night? But let's continue.
And he called and he was asking questions. He was like, "Where's Nolan? When's the last time y'all seen him?" And then he was like, "So where are y'all at?" And I told him, I said, "We're at Jax's house." And then Warren got on the phone, and I don't know.
So they come to my house, right? And they kind of
Hold on, before we get there. Was it confrontational or was it just just trying to find? It was confrontational
Yeah,
already.
wouldn't y'all agree? He was 110%. He was very confrontational.
And when did was this on the night of the 4th or the next
This
day?
was the night when this was before they came and got the phone.
So this is the night of the 4th, yes.
All right, so we're going to get back to that in another clip. So Officer Tatum asked them, was they confrontational? So Warren says they were very confrontational. Everybody, that's confrontational. But they're looking for their friend or their son or their family member, their loved one who is missing, who is last seen with you guys. And you're saying they're acting confrontational because they're asking, where is he? Okay? And let's continue. Let's let her continue.
Of course I would be upset. And now all of a sudden Warren is there? When
Very confrontational.
And when did was this on the night of the 4th or the next
This
day?
was the night when this was before they came and got the phone.
So this is the night of the 4th, yes.
you guys are missing a part of the story. How did you get from Ava's house to Jax's house? Because Miss Christine is watching you guys on the Life 360. So suddenly she's seeing the phone leave one location and go to another. Of course I would be upset. And now all of a sudden Warren is there when the phone stuff starts happening? He's listening to the phone call? Now I need y'all to remember that Warren also said that the phone was in his truck on the first conversation, as we have from this report. Meaning if we were to believe Warren that he was not there when everybody showed up looking for the phone at some time in between 11 and 1 a.m., so then that would mean after they heard this angry phone call, Warren gets the phone out of his vehicle and puts it in Jack's house and then leaves.
There's probably like 10, 15 people in my house I don't even know. And they're all up in our faces.
Well, that can't be Miss Panda, because the phone wasn't in Jack's house. The phone and the keys were at two separate locations.
Going crazy, asking where no one is, and we don't know. And finally they get into Wyatt's face and they're like, "Where's your boat? Where's the boat at?"
We're gonna come back to that.
Where's boat? What I heard.
It's like, "Hey,
let me get forward."
Instead of calling his parents, he calls 911 phone, and they saw it was heading to Wyatt's house. And even though someone else's phone, I don't know, heading over there, Wyatt for his address. So the house all to your fucking self that weekend. But then they ask Wyatt for his address
and started talking to them.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Wyatt, Morgan, and Jax were all together. Warren was gone for some reason at this point. 10 to 15 people just barge into your house. Don't know why your grandparents weren't around. That might explain some things, huh? Guess y'all had the house all to your fucking self that weekend. But then they ask Wyatt for his address so that they can go look at the boat. Wyatt gives them the address. They start heading over there. Wyatt and Morgan get into a car and leave Jax's house. Somebody else that you were with that we aren't hearing about is tracking someone else's phone. I don't know if it was somebody who was with the group that they had access to, or if they were tracking Nolan's phone and they saw it was heading to Wyatt's house. And even though Wyatt gave them the address, and instead of calling his parents, he calls 911 and tells them, "My parents don't know anything about that's going on. Can you send police over there?" Now, mind you, it was about half an hour after being on the phone with Warren that Christine was able to actually call and report him missing. But she was having to go back and forth and go down to all these different agencies because nobody would fucking help her. And frankly, I want to know why all of this confrontation was left out of the fucking report. Like, if this family had to be removed from 2 different properties by the police, why is there no record of that? And in fact, it wasn't until after these confrontations that MDMR and Ocean Springs Police apparently had their little conversations about who was going to be taking over the case. Because remember, the Jackson County Sheriff Lieutenant told them that deputies had spoken with several friends that had traveled to the island on the vessel with Nolan, and that when they were left, he was in the company of an unknown female. So now, even though Warren had supposedly called the Coast Guard, all these family members are telling the police that the kid is missing. These are the people that last saw them. They're all like, we last saw him on the island. Still, the deputies said that they did not have reason to believe that there was any water-related exigencies or emergencies. Don't worry, y'all. I've got a lot fucking more to say about this stuff. So come back for part 2. I'm going to be immediately recording it because Warren fucked up pretty badly in this interview, and I'll show you why. Where we had left off, Warren had already called Miss Christine, and then they somehow ended up at Jax's grandparents' house. That's where they all stayed that weekend, and so that's why Nolan's keys were over there. They had to have been at the grandparents' house, who mysteriously never showed up during any of these confrontations. Somehow the phone had gone from the party that they were all at to Jax's place, and then Warren left after a phone call to Morgan. According to them, 10 to 15 people showed up and just walked into Jax's house and demanded the phone. Wyatt gave the address in which the boat was at. They all start migrating over there. Then Morgan and Wyatt and another friend are tracking their 360s and seeing that they're going over to Wyatt's house. Then they call 911 to tell them that the police are on the way to his house. Then they're searching the boat, and then they come back to Jax's house around 1 o'clock in the morning, according to him. Mind you, that's when they explain to the police about their friend being missing. And so then the report says at 1:38 in the morning, the Jackson County Sheriff's Office say that they spoke to several of the friends that were on the vessel with Nolan, saying that he was in the company of an unknown female. But Morgan, Jax, and Warren all claimed that they did not travel to the island on the same boat as Nolan. So who did they talk to? Because it sounds to me like they had told the police that they were on the same boat as him. Keeping in mind that this is what Warren told Miss Christine.
Named Katie. And so then it turned into, Katie is also missing. No one can find her. And the explanation of no one knows this Katie, like we've never met her.
And Tristan said this.
I was talking on my other buddy's phone, talking to Warren. He was dialing Coast Guard because he hung up the phone and was like, hey, this is them, bye, and hung up the phone. And that was the last time I talked to him.
Mind you, Tristan is friends with Katie. They are mutuals. I have confirmed this. So now that we've got that timeline fucking straight, let's back up to something that Warren said during this interview.
If you're motivated enough to do it, yeah. Like, I made a phone call to my mom, and I had to call her like 8 times before she picked up because either her service was bad because she was on the back side of the aisle on the south side, or my service was bad, and it was just hard to get through.
Do y'all see that? Let me play it again slower for you.
Either her service was bad because she was on the back side of the aisle on the south side, or my service was bad, and it was just hard to get through.
Oh no. Not only did Warren confirm that his mom was on the south side of the island, but Warren himself said that if you're motivated enough, you can call somebody. I tried calling my mom 8 times. Yet this is what he said last time.
A little off the island, you have cell coverage. And even on the island, like I called my mom when we were on the island, it was fine.
So which is it? Did you call your mom with ease or did
No, he said his mom was there. Now she said before she was only on the island for 10 minutes. His mom and them tried to clarify that. So he said she was on the south side of the island. He called her 8 different times, and he's making it seem over a span of time, which seems like more than 10 minutes, right? Which is going inconsistent with what his mom said. But then, like she pointed out in the first interview, he said he called her no problem. Now he's saying it was a problem. He had to call 8 times. All right, let's continue.
You tried to call her 8 times because you were motivated to get in touch with her. But Warren wasn't the only one to slip up, because listen.
And he's on the phone with Cito, and he's trying to get them on the phone. And as he stated in the moment, he's like, Cito's just asking all these dumb questions. I can't figure out what's going on. And so finally he hangs up. And after the trim to the motor started to work again. So they manually trim it down by the buttons on.
Now, it's an interesting statement that Jax says Cito is asking all these stupid questions when they ask you, are you sinking? How much water is in the boat? Is anybody hurt in the boat? Is everybody breathing? What are your locations? So I didn't hear on the Cito call no stupid questions, right? So again, these statements are honestly ridiculous, right? For somebody who they say they were sinking, you understand? But then he sounded very agitated with her asking him any questions, okay? And let's continue.
And
then the granddad called before them and said, granddad said they don't even need a tow. But
asking all these dumb questions, I can't figure out what's going on. And so finally hangs up. And after the trim to the motor started to work again. So they manually trim it down by the buttons on the motor, trimmed it down, and some electronics started to come back on. And they got the boat to crank over. And they're like, all right, untie us.
So first off, Jax just proved that the boys put the phone on mute during the call with Cito, because I've listened to the entire 8-minute call, and at no point does they ever say anything about them asking all these stupid questions. Then he said after they hung up on the Cito, that's when it started working again, and they said, okay, untie us, implying that it had been tied up to the other boat the entire time. But we see in this video that they are hauling the line back in right here as he's on the phone. See, you can see right here where the line is being pulled in from across the way where the boat is stationed, meaning he had already hung up with Cito at that point, and he had to have been on the phone with someone else. And what we see here is, once again, we have an interview where they go into so much detail about stuff that doesn't fucking matter.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and first off explain a boat.
We fucking get how a bilge pump works. We get it by now. Stop fucking talking about the bilge pump. What we actually want to hear about
Stop cursing, Panda Lady. Clean your mouth out.
The multiple stops that were made before ending up back at the grandparents' house before they even took the boat to the boat dock. We want you guys to explain how the Cito was canceled by the grandfather on the captain's private line before you guys had even hung up with Cito. That's why nobody believes a fucking word that you are saying. Because I showed y'all yesterday how AI...
All right. She's angry. She's cussing up a storm. All right. So now she got some more things she's trying to bring out.
Silver pole, it's actually white. And if you look at this picture in the grandparents' driveway of the Triton, you will see that the little handrails are not leaning over. You will see that the silver pole, look, by the grandfather on the cat that even hung up with Cito. That's why nobody believes a fucking word that you are saying. Because I showed y'all yesterday how AI had clearly doctored these photos. If you missed it, look, silver pole. Look, no silver pole. It's actually white. And if you look at this picture in the grandparents' driveway of the Triton, you will see that the little handrails are not leaning over. You will see that the rails are going straight up and down and not leaning, which is why I also suspect that the identity of whoever this is was intentionally covered up. Because first off, who wears this weird swimsuit thing? This is somebody who, if they were with them, would have stood out in a crowd. But this woman who's in a red striped swimsuit with a white baseball cap shows up in a lot of different pictures, just oh so obscured. Here she is again, handing out beers on Bart's boat. So I personally suspect that whoever that was in fact on the Triton, and they used AI to change her clothing and to obscure her identity. Because I think this was either Warren's mother or Wyatt's stepmother, which would explain the older female voice people said they've heard on the Cito. Because otherwise, why would he need to call his mother 8 times? Unless, according to his own words,
if you're motivated enough to do it, yeah.
Because remember, there is a 4th boat out there. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Holy fuck, I just accidentally stumbled onto something that literally is concrete proof. Oh my God, next video coming, oh my God!
And another thing that the enhancement caught, which I don't know what it is, but if you look at the front of this guy, there's a red dot right there. What is that? Is that a pool of blood? I don't know. Again.
So Kimbra, she found a photo, right? I'm going to get to something I found in a minute. But Kimbra found a photo, and she's pointing out that there's a red dot on this boat right here. I think I made it bigger. Let me find my image. I know I screenshotted it and made it a little bigger so we could zoom in. I got to find mine. All right, there I go. Let me double click it. There we go. All right. So Kimbra found this, and she's like, hold on, what is this, right? So let's stop share, share screen, window, bang, share. So I screenshot it for y'all to make it a little bigger, right? So this red splat or whatever that is. So, you know, she's thinking, well, could that be blood or what is that? All right. So I don't even know which boat this is or nothing. But anyway, I just wanted to make it a little bigger for y'all to see it. Right. All right. So let's continue. Let me go close that. Then I can go share screen. Bang, share. Get back to her.
They releasing all the camera photos from the disposable 1998 cameras. And we gotta fucking piece it together. We fucking go gadget eyes here. I just find that it's interesting that of all the things that it isolated, it captured that pool of red right there. So that's interesting.
Mix it with water for me. 8 ounces of cleaner.
I didn't know I put that clip in there. Hold on, let me get past that clip. That's for another time. All right, let's continue. She got more clips.
Like he's lost a lot of weight from this tragedy.
So y'all hear them talking about this with Wyatt, with Warren.
Now, they are saying that Warren looks like he's lost a lot of weight from this tragedy. And it's like, well, what do you expect? He just told you he can't go to restaurants anymore. I have to use that GoFundMe money for some Uber Eats, baby. Your restaurant days are over.
She's foolish. So anyway, so some of y'all are looking at that, right? So I made that a little bigger for y'all, right? So, and we're going to get to exclusive, right? They really shadow banning us tonight like never before, like insanely. They don't like what I'm bringing out tonight. All right, so let me go to window, bang, share. All right, so this right here is Warren, right? So this is how he was looking before when this was first starting, right? You see his neck, see his face look full. And this how he looking now in the last interview, right? So he looked like he done lost about 30 pounds, okay? So some people are like, this is what stress would do to you. This is what guilt would do to you. Or this is what, you know, we're not saying, we don't know if he guilty, innocent or nothing, but I know he lying like a leg of fire. I know I didn't get caught in about 4 or 5 lies. So that's a lot of weight going. All right, so I zoomed it in for y'all, made it bigger so that y'all could see it at home clearer. All right. Yeah, it's even his nose then got skinnier, right? Yeah, he lost a lot of weight. All right, let's continue. Stop share, come back, share screen. And if we get over 200, I'm gonna do this exclusive. If not, I'm gonna just have to do it anyway. It is what it is, right? We just gotta deal with the authorities hating the info that we bring out. But let's continue.
We went to a restaurant and someone came up to me and was like, "Is this you?" And I was kind of like shaken up about it.
The woman came up and said, "Hey, is this you?" Then she came back.
Went to a restaurant and
so this is the mystery restaurant girl. I'm gonna bring that out. If we get over 200 or close to 200, I'm gonna bring that out. I'm gonna bring that out, the thumbnail clip. I'm just trying to save it for other people know we live. Please give a like to the live stream. I got something very exclusive coming that nobody's done on the internet. Got to do with this case that I seen, I witnessed, that I found out. All right, let's continue.
And someone came up to me and was like, "Is this you?" And I was kind of like shaken up.
So, Warren, you were shaken up because someone asked for an autograph. These poor kids. I mean, they're getting recognized in public. They can barely go to restaurants anymore. Terrible what y'all doing to these kids. You know, we're going to allege that Warren lied about calling the Coast Guard. And we have 3 pieces of evidence that prove that. The first being that the call log reports that Christine is the one that called at 11:45. The second is that he agreed with Javon's mom that he thought Nolan was drunk sleeping on the couch at 1 a.m., a whole 2 hours after he supposedly called. And the third is that his name was not on the report the next morning, but his buddy's name was. Now, just because Warren lied, does that mean he's guilty of murder? Does that mean no? It doesn't mean anything except that he's impeached, that his testimony is not credible regarding any matter in this case. So it doesn't mean that he's guilty of any wrongdoing or anything nefarious there.
Adorable said they think Jax, sorry, I don't know if it's a brother or sister, they think Jax is the weakest link, and I'm about to show something. I got an exclusive, and we're going to see, Adorable, that what I'm about to show tonight, you're going to see Jax, and we're going to pay very close attention to Jax, what I'm going to show tonight. All right, let's continue.
But it does prove he has no credibility anymore.
12:30, I went back to my buddy's house. About 30 minutes later, I'd like to say, all of a sudden the door just got open and slammed, and I don't know why, like they're panicking, and like this is just like, I think Nolan's just on somebody's couch. He's been drinking all day. He's just messed up, and this is nothing that we have to worry about. As much as I sat there and I told him, I was like, I agree. I would think he's on somebody's couch, just had been drinking all day and just drank too much and was super intoxicated.
So Warren, right there, you're busted in the lie, buddy. You said you called the Coast Guard at 11. You said at 12:30, Javon's mom busted down the door, and you assumed he was sleeping on someone's couch. That doesn't make sense. Because what did you call the Coast Guard at 11 and say? Oh, I'm sorry, I think my friend's sleeping on someone's couch. That doesn't make sense, Warren. That's a flat out lie. That's a flat out lie. Why wouldn't you have told Javon's mom that you called the Coast Guard when she came to get the phone an hour and a half after you supposedly called? Also, the report don't say you called the Coast Guard, goofy. The report don't say that. The report says Christine called and your little farting friend was on the next day report. So you're a liar. We're going to sue you for lying. Since you want to sue everybody for lying, we're going to sue you for lying.
What do you mean it's a quote from a mob movie?
Because if you don't do that, once you're in court, now you just can't leave. Now you just can't leave.
Maybe if you're trying to convince the general public that these boys are innocent, don't quote a mob movie in which they then beat up a bunch of bikers.
So I know y'all probably seen this one, that their superstar lawyer, Billy Bad Bud dude, he wants to be an Italian gangster so much. He like, if we's catch yous won't be able to go away. He wants to be a gangster so much. Little Tink Tink, what's his name? Pinky in the Brain. He want to be so thugger so much. I'm like, boy, little Tink Tink just want to be a thug.
Since you want to sue every...
Trying to convince the general public that these boys are innocent, don't quote a mob movie in which they then beat up a bunch of bikers at a bar. And it seems quite obvious to me that this lawyer, instead of, presenting evidence that would help exonerate them in the public eye, like showing the actual security cam footage of when they came home or the text messages with Katie. No. Instead, we're going to keep it focused on race, which you can see by this clip.
People are pushing the narrative, oh, this is a race thing. Well, obviously it's not. I mean, this is like a brother to us. I mean, Nolan's no different than anyone else in our group.
I also want to say, I think it's so criminal that they took something so anti-racist and flipped it into something super racist. Like they took, this is the definition of anti-racism. I mean, that we did not look at Nolan any different than I looked at him, or even you.
Okay, first off, that even you was wild. It's quite clear from...
Yeah, I swear. Racism is such a funny thing that Jax don't even realize that we looked at Nolan as no different from him, or even you. So you just said he's different. You just said him, and you, right? He said, or even you. Right? I'm like, but you just said you don't see him as no different. So why you get this, oh, even you, black man, even you, blackface, black of the black? We don't see him no different. Wow, these kids just don't know. That's why somebody should have told them to be quiet and stop. Don't do no interviews, guys. All right.
That sentence that Jax has never had an actual conversation about racism in his entire life. That even you was
racism. I mean, that we did not look at Nolan any different than I looked at him, or even you.
Okay, first off, that even you was wild. It's quite clear from that sentence that Jax has never had an actual conversation about racism in his entire life. I was friends with a black person. That's the most anti-racist anybody's ever been. This situation was the most unracist thing that's ever existed. It's the media. They're the ones making this racist. No, you don't understand what that means. It means your story doesn't hold water, and when people called you out on it and called out the investigation on not even investigating, that is systematic racism. It's very, very clear to me that the lawyer is the one telling them to keep the focus on race. Because you can see the lawyer and the gears in his head turning and nodding and agreeing along with all of the racial stuff. And you can see him kind of being like, yeah, okay, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So it's very clear that that was one of the bullet points that the lawyer told them to hit home over. And another one was the Coast Guard. Why would I call the Coast Guard if I knew he was dead? I called the Coast Guard right away. First off, you didn't. You waited till 11 o'clock. Second, it's not like the Coast Guard searched for him that night. Warren clung to that like it was a safety raft.
I think from the beginning, I'm glad that I called the Coast Guard. It would have been completely different. I'm glad I called the Coast Guard.
It's like, I'm sorry, Warren, but it's actually way more suspicious that you called the Coast Guard, because first, you didn't want to call the Coast Guard when you guys were sinking. And then for some reason, you assumed that Nolan was still out on the island at 11 o'clock at night. Why wouldn't you assume that he came back with the person he was supposed to come back?
Duh. Why would you think anything is wrong when you left and he's supposed to be with the girl, right? Like you said on the other one. At 1 a.m., you think he's laid up sleeping. So then why would you call the Coast Guard at 11? Right? The math don't be mathing, bro. I swear. The math do not be mathing. Let's continue.
And something happened to him in transit, because no reasonable person would think that he was still out on the island, in my opinion.
So in Tatum's interview with Trayston said Wyatt's name, then he apologized like he wasn't supposed to say.
And so I told Wyatt that, and oops, my bad. But I told him it's good. I told him that.
Now, mind you, in Warren's interview with Tatum, he said Wyatt's name 20 times. I counted. He didn't say anybody else's name more than 10. Now, why was he so comfortable saying Wyatt's name that much? And then why would Trayston feel the need to apologize after saying it in his interview? And
now, the interesting thing about that statement, when Trayston apologizing for saying Wyatt's name, you see that Officer Tater Tot was in on it.
Then he apologized like he wasn't supposed to say.
And so I told Wyatt that, and oops, my bad. But I told him it's good.
See, he said, oops, my bad. He said, no, it's good. So you know that he wasn't supposed to say Wyatt's name, but Warren got free rank to just say Wyatt's name all the time. All right, interesting point.
Now, mind you, in Warren's interview with Tatum, he said Wyatt's name 20 times. I counted. He didn't say anybody else's name more than 10. Now, why was he so comfortable saying Wyatt's name that much? And then why would Trayston feel the need to apologize after saying it in his interview? And with all of the editing that Tatum did for Warren's interview, why didn't he just do the same with Trayston's? But look, I said I would get to the CETO audio. So one of the things that stood out to me about that is when the dispatcher asked them how many people was on board, I think it took him a while to answer because he was trying to figure out if they should include Nolan or not. Because going back to Warren's interview real quick, he said there was 8 people on the Triton.
And Nolan rode out on the Triton, and then we had a Palm Beach, 18 Palm Beach. There was 4 guys on that. There was like 8 people on the Triton.
But in the CETO call, Wyatt said there was 7 people.
Is there a living person, someone breathing on the boat? Is there anybody on the boat?
Yes, there's lots of people breathing on the boat.
All right, how many people, sir?
Like 7.
Just happened to be one less person. And the coordinates that Wyatt gave CETO puts him just off the coast of the island, which makes me wonder, if you was that close to the island, why wouldn't you just try going back to where you was so you don't got to travel as far and you could get more help?
All right. So that point I'm going to bring up when I show this other clip, right? Because Jax started to say in the third interview that they were 1.5 miles away from the island. But then Warren interrupted him and said, no, 1/4 mile here from the island. But Jax was looking at him like, now everybody, 1.5 miles and 1/4 mile is crazy work, right? Because 1/4 mile is 1/4 of a mile, and 1.5 miles is 1 mile and a whole other half of another mile. So the 1.5 miles will be way out here. You understand? If this is the 1/4 mile from the shore, then the 1.5 miles will be way up here, and that would be far where nobody can see what's happening on the boat. But Warren wanted to make it 1/4 mile, okay, off the shore, so that they can have the excuse that, oh, nobody could have did nothing to nobody on the boat because people on the shore could have seen it. All right, y'all see that anyway when I play that clip of them talking. All right,
close to the island, which makes me.
How many people, sir?
Like 7.
Just happened to be one less person. And the coordinates that Wyatt gave Cito puts them just off the coast of the island, which makes me wonder, if you was that close to the island, why wouldn't you just try going back to where you was so you don't got to travel as far and you could get more help? And I'm also curious, exactly what time was the call to Cito made? And why did the full audio from the call take so long to be released? And why was different media outlets putting out different clips of it instead of the full thing?
Officer Race Tatum just did this sequel interview with now 4 boys on it instead. And I don't know if this makes things much better.
Oh, this is a bunch of white guys that killed a black guy.
Nobody said you guys did anything. We're just saying that you lawyered up the day after all of this and you deleted all your social media accounts. That just seems sus.
I also want to say, I think it's so criminal that they took something so anti-racist and flipped it into something super racist.
No, we did not flip this into a racist thing. It's the way your entire town has handled this and treated the mother and the way the system has treated this, which makes it a racist thing.
Why would we call Cito if we have a dead body on the boat? Why would we call the Coast Guard?
Why would you cancel Cito and the Coast Guard is the real question.
That clip of all of us on the boat, you know, as it's rolling, not rolling, but right there sitting in the water. Wyatt's on the phone with Cito.
We're still waiting on the metadata. Trent out loud asked TMZ. We're trying to confirm Officer Race Tatum. If that is the actual video of you guys getting towed, provide the metadata.
If you just murdered your best friend on an island, the dumbest thing you could do would be to call the Coast Guard.
But you canceled the Coast Guard, right? It's like saying I called 911 to save my friend, but then I canceled 911 to save my friend.
These are all American young men, incredible young men.
Who is the Uncle Rico guy, and what does incredible American young men have to do with anything?
And they did a lot more than just that. I won't go through all of it now, but they did a lot of heroic things after the fact, and they did the best they could.
By heroic things, you mean keeping the cell phone, the keys, and deleting all social media accounts and lawyering up?
And they tried for their dear friend. All of their actions are the actions of innocent men, not guilty men.
And out of all of this, I don't hear any of you saying, I hate how Nolan's mom has been treated. You only talk about how you guys have been treated. Also, look at all their body language. It is so off to me. Do you see how they're all staring at whoever's talking like, don't mess it up, don't mess it up, don't mess it up? None of it is making sense. You guys are just making this seem more sus. If it was accidental, what happened to Nolan?
So all this makes me wonder, who was driving to Palm Beach? And why did they, according to what Warren said, already leave? Y'all went out there together and started having trouble with one of the boats, but not everybody stayed to help. Y'all didn't want all hands on deck. And what boat was Warren really on the whole time? And why was the GPS tracking for only one of the boats released? There's so many more unanswered questions. But another thing I caught earlier in part 3, Warren said Wyatt was the one who called Cito, but then he pivoted real smooth away from what was actually said on the call. He said Wyatt was like before changing the focus to the cell service.
So that's when Wyatt called Cito. And I was like, calls him because the cell service isn't great at the island. But once you can use your phone, but stuff might not descend. And it's not great.
Which I guess was smart for him to do, given how much chaos was going on at the time. Now that we can hear the full audio that's been released, which I'll get to later. But another thing, almost 15 minutes into part 3, as he talking about the moment they started looking for Nolan, at no point do he say anything about Katie or Tristan. Now, he claimed he last saw Nolan with Katie, but he never said anything about reaching out to her to see if Nolan was with her. And that's interesting to me, considering how in Tatum's interview with Tristan, almost 13 minutes in, Tristan said,
Warren gets on the phone and he's just like, hey, man, he was like, hey, have you talked to Nolan? Anything else? I was like, no, I haven't talked to him, man. He was with that girl last time I knew. And he was like, okay. He was like, man, we can't get a hold of him. We don't know where he's at. And I was like, man, it's Nolan. He's probably just out somewhere with that girl. Like, get a hold of the girl, you'll probably find Nolan. It's no big deal.
But Warren chose not to do that for some reason. What he did do was ask what Nolan's Snapchat location said, which is also interesting to me, because why would you bother checking his location if you knew his phone was on Wyatt's boat and he didn't come back with y'all?
Before I called Miss Christine, I asked, I was like, oh, well, where's his location at? Because Nolan had his Snapchat location on for me. And he said, it's Wyatt said it's, in my truck. Like, because everybody who left stuff on the boat, it was Wyatt's boat. So Wyatt put it in his truck, it's normal.
Because Warren made it clear around 4:44 on part 4.
Nolan left the phone on the boat. And when we ran in, Nolan didn't ask for his phone.
Look, if you ain't got tired of listening to the lies, and if you can actually believe it, it's even more. And so in the first part of the interview Tatum did with Warren, there's an edit 4 minutes and 13 seconds in where Warren said Nolan was on the boat with him, but it was edited to sound like he said Nolan was on the boat with him last year. Most of everybody from Ocean Springs and the Gulf Coast go to Horn Island. And, we went last year. Nolan was on the boat with me last year. And he was... Now, I can't say for sure what was cut out, but I definitely caught that and the hard swallow right after. Pause. But then there was another edit, 5 minutes.
I agree, Adorable. They need to keep talking because everything they say, they just incriminate. They just bringing out more evidence.
40 seconds in, where Warren says Wyatt's name, and he starts to say another person's name before it's cut out.
My buddy Wyatt and I went, and with my buddy, and we went, filled the top of the boat off.
And right after that, he said Wyatt has a smaller boat called the Palm Beach, and that he, Warren, drove the Palm Beach from Fort Bayou to the boat launch.
Then Wyatt went and put his smaller boat in the water, which is the Palm Beach. He's an 18-foot Palm Beach. And I drove the boat from Fort Bayou boat launch to my buddy's grandparents' house. And that's where we all planned to meet up that day.
So he's saying Wyatt had 2 boats out there and that he drove one of them to the boat launch. But he also said he actually rode to Horn Island on a third boat called the Tide Line, which belonged to his buddy Bart.
I went with my buddy Bart because we had a lot of friends from college coming down. And Bart, I called Bart that morning. I was like, hey, man, can you take your boat out?
I'm about to get some exclusive. Right after this clip about to finish, I'm about to show some very exclusive. All right, over 200 on the live stream. Matter of fact, let's get to it right now. I'll come back to this. Let's get to it right now. Watch this right here. I caught this. All right. This is the interview, right? So we'll go back through this part later, right? So I'm going to fast forward the interview. All right. This is the part 3 interview. And I caught something I haven't seen no content creator or nobody bring out yet. Okay, so if you're going to see people bring it out later, they got it from the house of the Most High. So take the content and spread it and show it. All right, I witnessed this. I noticed this. Let's continue.
You share screen?
Oh, shoot. Share the screen instead. Thank you, Akiyama. All right, here we go.
Like I said, lights up a room when he walks in it, but no, I'm not joking.
Jokes.
It's like an understatement.
No jokes.
He's great, dude. Most genuine guy I've ever met in my life. Nolan would always be at our houses, stay at our houses, and for his parents to come out and say, oh, well.
All right. So during this interview, they said a lot, right? but I discovered something. Two distinct things that happened that lets you know that it's very paramount that, first of all, there is no what word I'm calling you, sadness in the interview, right? There's no tears, there's no weeping, there's no, right? But what I did catch is, let me catch, I think it's this one first. Let's catch the first. Let's go right to it.
It's plain and simple.
They went and searched Wyatt's boat.
Yeah, they went and searched like 15.
15.
All right, we're going to come back to that. where is it? I want to catch the first one. I know the second one is near the end. I want to get right to it because it's a 42-minute clip. And I want to show y'all. I want to bring it right out. I should have just grabbed it, but I thought we was going to watch this 42-minute of the whole thing until I get to it. But it's, hold on. I should be able to find it. Let's see. Where you at? The first one. Where you at? There we go. All right, let's go. This is the first one I noticed. There's two different distinct things I noticed in this interview I haven't seen nobody bring out yet. Let's go.
So, Nolan was like a...
All right, here we go.
So last question, is there anything you guys want to say to the audience regarding this interview that wasn't covered or something you just want to get off your chest?
I mean, Nolan was like a brother to all of us. We loved him dearly.
All right. So Officer Tatum asked him, last question, is there anything you want to say? And Morgan jumped in quick, like immediately, right? So I want y'all to notice something. So he said his statement and it was really brief, right? And then he was like, that's all I got, right? But after he says that, he looks to the to the left. He looks to his left, sorry guys, and he's looking for Warren. I'm about to show y'all something that I peeped, right? Because, I don't know, I got an analytical mind. So he's looking for eye contact with Warren, okay? Over Jax. Them two had some eye contact things that they was transferring between each other. So after Morgan made this statement about how, he missed or whatever he said about Nolan, he immediately smiles and turns to look at Warren to catch Warren's eye contact like a smirk smile. But Warren looks away and looks up. And so Morgan turns and makes a face like, oh, not yet. Like, oh, I shouldn't be doing this right here. Now, watch this. I'm pointing it out so when y'all see it, and then I slowed it up for you guys. All right, now here we go. This is the first one I caught. There's two pieces I caught.
I started my story from the night before.
Yeah, I started whenever we've been 5th of July, like
I could say personally, I started my story from the night before.
Yeah, I started
whenever I got off work on Friday.
I started my story from last 5th of July. Like, she was like, all right, take me back to day one. And I was like, all right, we've been talking about this since the 5th of July last year. Like what we're going to do, like how we're going to make this better. How are we going to make this funner? Like,
as far as the investigation is concerned,
here we go.
Did you guys give your phones over to investigators?
No.
Yes. We gave our phones over free willingly. It was our choice. Just to give our phones over, let them look.
Hold on.
Did you guys?
And I was like, all right.
Investigation is
just because Nolan did,
or something you just want to get off your chest.
Nolan was like a brother.
You guys want to say to the audience regarding this interview that wasn't covered, or something you just want to get off your chest?
Nolan was like a brother to all of us. We loved him dearly.
Nolan was like a brother to us.
Nolan was like a brother.
All right, now watch his face.
We loved him dearly.
He's going to, after he finished, we loved him dearly. I got nothing else to say. He turns, he tries to catch Warren's eye contact with a smile. But But Warren is not, there you go. That's full screen. I thought it was full screen before. Hold on, let me make it. Yeah, hold on. Stop and make it full screen. Move out the way, bro. I don't want to do no picture in picture. There we go.
So, yeah, Nolan was like a brother to us. We loved him dearly.
Look at his face. Right here. He said, Nolan was like a brother to us. We loved him dearly. That's all I got. He turns to the side and he tries to catch Warren's glance with a big smile. And Warren was like looking like, no, like, and look at his face. He turns away and goes, see his cheek? He turns his way and goes, all right, watch it again.
Dearly. Yeah, Nolan was like a brother to us. We loved him dearly.
See? You're correct, Shirley. It's a joke. Okay? It's a joke. All right.
Loved him dearly. Nolan was like a brother to all of us. We loved him dearly. Yeah, Nolan was like a brother to us. And I can say without a doubt, nobody wants to know what happened to him more than we do. I mean, that's
okay.
We want to know what happened.
Now, for those who think I'm reaching, you might think, nah, Unc, you tripping. You reaching. Nah. Part 2. It happens. Here we go. Let me go forward to it and watch this one. This one was the one where he caught his eye. This was the one that he tried to catch the first time. Right?
Excuse me?
Uh-huh.
You want to take the comments off screen for a second?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. The comments was blocked and stuff. Wow. Hold on, let me get to it. All right. Yeah, I'm glad you caught that. All right, scroll up. That's bad. Hold on, let me see what it was blocking. All right, hold on.
Warren's face a little bit when he looked up.
Okay, so yeah, I definitely got to see his face. All right, so let me, there we go. Turn it off. All right, come back to you guys. And then, here we go. Go back here. All right, got it, bro.
You say you
on the other
go.
one.
Can you explain that?
Now let me show this one.
You say you couldn't go. Can you explain that a little?
So now they saying they couldn't go to the funeral, right? So Jax is like, man, it's messed up. We couldn't even go to our best friend's funeral, right? Because each of them say he was their best friend, right? But watch the reactions.
More, were you told that you couldn't go, or was it something that you derived from the feedback that you've been getting from the family? What made you ultimately make the decision not to go to the funeral?
So it was a little bit of both. It was one. Well, at first.
Did y'all see it? It was quick. So Jax, he asked him, what made you think you couldn't go to the funeral? Jax said it was a little bit of both, but Morgan looks over at Wyatt, and now they both catch each other's eyes, and they both smile and smirk at one another. Like, this is a joke. Watch it. Pay attention.
That you couldn't go, or was it something that you derived from the feedback that you've been getting from the family? What made you ultimately make the decision not to go to the funeral?
So it was a little bit of both. It was one. Well, at first.
Did y'all see them both? He looked, he caught Warren's eye. They both smiled at each other and smirked. like this. And then Morgan smiled and put his head down. Okay? Watch it again. I slow it up for y'all.
We had our heads down. We're like, all right, we're going to go. The fact that we couldn't even go to our best friend's funeral because, one, we didn't want to take the attention away from him. I mean, that was his day. We didn't want to do that. And the fact that we couldn't even go to our best friend's funeral is horrible. That's something we got to live with. You know,
the rest of our lives.
So you say you couldn't go. Can you explain that a little more? What were you told that you couldn't go, or was it something that you derived from the feedback that you've been getting from the family? What made you ultimately make the decision not to go to the funeral?
So it was a little bit of both. It was one.
Go to the funeral.
So it was a little bit of both.
See?
It was one.
See?
So it was a little bit of both. It was one. Well, at first we had, it was one. Well, at first we had,
it was one. Well, at first we had, it was one.
I got him. I went through the internet to see if anybody caught this. I said, ain't nobody caught this? Well, I guess I'm first. Okay? Look right here. See? So they said, we shout to Big Tasty, shout to Lloyd, shout to people coming in the live stream, right? Shout to Brother Bradley. I got him. See him on the screen. He said, and he tried to on the other one, Morgan tried to catch he tried to laugh at him, tried to do it on the other one. But why Warren wasn't looking, his head was down, so that's why Morgan smirked and put his head down. But this one, they caught the icon. Look, this is the joke. You see? All right? We couldn't go to the funeral, like, you see? And that's when Morgan said, yeah, I missed him, whatever, and then looked over at him. Wow, that's crazy. All right, let's continue.
It was one. It was
go, or was it something that you derived from the feedback that you've been getting from the family? What made you ultimately make the decision not to go to the funeral?
So it was a little bit of both. It was one.
Go to the funeral.
So it was a little bit of both. It was one. So it was a little bit of both. It was one. Well, at first it was one.
All right, now I'm what's the name? I did this, right?
Over 300.
Over 300. Welcome everybody in the live stream. This is a very exclusive right here that you find right here, ain't on nobody's channel yet. It should probably be out there tomorrow. People gonna find it when they watch our live stream and they're gonna take it. But you saw it first here tonight. I always try to give you something exclusive. Stop share. Let me come back. Watch this. And I got more exclusives. Share screen, right? Praise the Most High for us trying to discern the truth of this case and find. That's why the more that they come out, look. There you go. Look. Come on, y'all know I got you. Now let's look at Warren. See? This is them talking about why it's such a tragedy. We couldn't go to his funeral. We couldn't go to this and this. We got him. Got him live. You heard? Now that I showed y'all that one, right? I slowed it up for y'all and everything. Now, let me go back to the other one. Now, the other one will hit different because now y'all got to see that one so clearly. And you can see the first one, right? That Warren tried to catch his eye the first time, but it didn't, Morgan tried to catch him the first time, but Warren wasn't paying attention. He wasn't looking. This is 3748, 3748, right? I got more exclusives coming. Now, let me go back a little bit. Stop share. Let me come back to y'all. Share screen, right? At least they let us get 300 on the live stream, Hakiyama. We had to fight for that 300. I'm like, come on, bro. Let us go. Let's go, YouTube. Let the children know we live. Come on. Please give a like to the live stream, guys, so they can find out we live. And come on in the bill. I got more exclusives coming, right? I got some straight exclusives coming. All right, we're going to get to the restaurant girl right after this in a second. All right, so here we go. So now that y'all seen that one, now let's go back to the first one, right? I should have timestamped the first one. There you go. Hit. There you go. Watch it again. Look, he was trying to catch Warren's face this time, but Warren was zoned out. I don't know what he was doing. He probably like, no, don't do it, or not now, or something. And then Morgan's gonna, when he realized he can't catch Warren's for them to this jokey laugh, like this is all a joke, right? Then he turns his face down and he makes a smirk with his cheek. Right there. Come on. Come on. Y'all know we don't play in the house. You know we don't play in the house of the Most High, right? Come on. Screenshot. All right? Screenshot. Y'all know we don't play in the house of the Most High. Now this is the part that I was telling that other brother, said these guys are innocent. This ain't innocent activity, okay? Innocent people who is missing their friend who just died alive a month ago. However, they're saying he's supposed to drown. Innocent people don't smirk and laugh, okay, against their friend, their loved one. That ain't innocent behavior. You understand? Hold on, let me grab it. That's not innocent behavior. You heard? This is wicked behavior, honestly. This is some sinister stuff. This that gangster stuff. You know, this that gangster stuff where a person will unalive your family member, and then they'll come to the funeral. You know what I mean? And hug the mother and give flowers. You know, this that sinister stuff, right? That's that next level dark stuff. I'm like, bro, this is real gangster. This is giving me, all right, so share screen. I think it's this one. Share. Nope, that's the first one. So it's the other one. Stop share. Come back. Share screen. Right? Window. It's this one. Share. No, why are they both the same? Did I do both the same? That one. That one. Yeah, they're both the same. Hold on. Let me grab the other one. I thought I grabbed it. Share screen. Screenshot. Where is it? Where did you go? There you go. Down there. Sorry, guys. Open up the same one. All right. Stop share. Right? Come back to y'all. Share screen. Window. Bang. This one. Share. Look at his face. Got him, Yaron. Got him, Sister Shirley. So this time, he went to smile, turn and smile at Warren, but Warren wasn't looking when he first did it. And look at Warren's face. Warren's face like, oh. So Warren, when he first went to smile, Morgan, and look at Warren to get what they did on part 2, Warren looked away. His eyes looked away like, bro, not now. And he looked at him like, but I guess on the second one, they just, I don't know. I don't know what code this is or what cue it was, but he looking like, ooh. See his face? Oh, I shouldn't have did it right then. But then on the next one, he looked and they both did the smile and he looked away. So yeah, that's why I said for those who think I'm reaching and tripping, I ain't reaching and tripping nothing. I just have a Rolodex memory and I have an analytical mind and I can see things. You know what I'm saying? I just see things. I'm like, yo, what in the world? They over here smirking and making faces and laughing and gesturing. Okay? Let's get back. Stop share. Share screen. Bang. Share. Now, let me go back a little. Now watch him.
When we loved him dearly,
See? He tried to catch him looking at him that time, but Warren wasn't looking. And he's like, ooh, oh, right? But again, he made this little statement of how much he cares for Nolan, right? Hold on, let me go back a little bit more.
I mean, Nolan was like a brother to all of us. I mean, we loved him dearly.
That's all I got. Right? Now here you go. See, he's looking. Well, Warren's looking over into space.
So, yeah, Nolan was like a brother to us. I
mean, we loved him dearly.
All right. So that one wouldn't have meant as much if I didn't catch the other part. Part two. This one. I said, got him. Okay? I was like, I would have still showed it, but it wouldn't been as much until they confirmed it with this one.
Make the decision not to go to the funeral.
So it was a little bit of both. It was one.
Go to the funeral.
So it was a little bit of both. It was one.
You see them? This is the most disgusting thing in the world, bro. But the trolls, y'all want to come here and talk about these boys is innocent. Innocent of what? Warren keeps saying, this is my best friend. This is my best friend, my best friend. Your best friend is going a month and this is what y'all doing? Laughing? When they're talking about you weren't allowed to go to the funeral? Yeah, it's a joke to them. Whole facts. It's a big joke. All right, let's get to the restaurant clip. The thumbnail. All right? Share this tab instead. Let's get to the restaurant, girl. All right? 300 here on the live stream. All right? Share screen. Let me do this. Stop share. Share screen. Right? Window. Let's get to this part. We're going to get to this one. The thumbnail. We found her. The mystery restaurant girl. All right? Who this? All right, let's go. Stop share. Share screen. Share screen. Bang. Share. Thank you so much. All right, let me make it full screen. I think that's full screen. All right, there we go. Here we go. Akiyama, which one is bigger? This one or this one? The second one or the first one?
They both look the same.
Oh, for real? They didn't change? All right, I'll go with that second one. All right, let's continue. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. The restaurant girl. Lego. Officer Tatum said they're saying that they're being threatened and they're being harassed when they go out. Now, Warren's about to explain some situations where I guess he's felt threatened. So this is our last live stream that we did. Y'all could go back and watch that, where Warren said that when he go out to the restaurant, he felt threatened.
We went to a restaurant, a couple of buddies of mine, and when we were, I wouldn't say threatening with weapons or anything, but I felt.
So now he gave a first disclaimer. We went to a restaurant, a couple of buddies of mine, and everybody, Doc is drunk off whiskey and he's jelly belly. Doc said, I thought you said you had a good memory and that you can find which button makes the screen bigger. Doc, idiot juice, you don't even know how to work StreamYard, clown. Shut up and take several seats. Get your little jelly belly self. It'll be all right, Doc. Go put down the whiskey, Doc. It's okay. It's okay. Grown folks are working right here. You understand? So there's a button that makes this bigger and smaller and you can't see it. I can't see which one it does and it switches depending on what you put into it. Okay? So you're out of your league, Doc, and put down the whiskey. All right. Let's continue, everybody. So Warren said he's, a woman, he was scared of a woman that approached him at a restaurant. Okay, this the secret mystery woman, and I wouldn't say we were thieves of mine. And we went to a
weapons or anything, but I felt.
So now he gave a first.
And when we were, I wouldn't say threatening with weapons or anything, but I felt.
So now he gave a first disclaimer. We went to a restaurant, a couple of buddies of mine, and I wouldn't say we were threatened with any weapons or anything. So now he's letting you know that the threat he feels, the people have no weapons. Let's continue.
And I know my friends felt threat for our lives. I mean, I don't think.
He said, and I know hold on. He said they didn't have weapons, but I know my friends felt threats for their lives. All right. So anyway, let's continue.
But I felt, and I know we were, I wouldn't say threatening with weapons or anything, but I felt, and I know my friends felt threat for our lives. I mean, I don't think there was like a fear factor, but at the same time,
we felt threat for our lives, but I don't think there was a fear factor. Huh? So there was no fear factor, there was no weapons, but you felt threatened for your life? That doesn't make sense, guys.
We went to a restaurant, a couple of buddies of mine, and when we were, I wouldn't say threatening with weapons or anything, but I felt, and I know my friends felt threat for our lives. I mean, I don't think there was like a fear factor, but at the same time, like it's awkward in public. Like I stated, like when we have to talk about these things, but we went to a restaurant and someone came up to me and was like, "Is this you?" And I was kind of like shaken up about it. Well, at first she asked like my name and like all these questions. And I was like, okay, whatever,
And it was a girl, no weapon, no fear factor, but you felt threatened for your lives from a girl coming up and asking you, is this you? Wow. Okay, let's continue.
She's coming up to talk. Well, then she came up to me again. She's coming up to talk. She asked like my name and like all these questions. And I was like, okay, whatever, she's coming up to talk. Well, then she came up to me again and showed me our first interview and was like, "Are you sure this isn't you?" And I was like, well, yeah, that's me, like obviously. And she kind of just, I looked at my buddy and I was like, yeah, we're leaving, like close everything out, like we're going. And
you're like, these people and these people are dangerous and they this and that. And it's like, okay, was this, when he said the girl came up to him, was she a white girl or was she a black girl? Was she a Hispanic girl? Was she Asian? Was she fallen angel? Was she an alien? Right? Was she reptilian? Did she shapeshift? Like, you need a little more details, bro. Was she not your cup of tea? Did she not float your boat, Warren? All right? Or was she blackity black? Was she a sister? Did she have gold teeth and a yellow and purple and green weave? Did she have a couple of gold fronts in the mouth and was like, yo, homie, is this you?
You fucking with a New York bitch. Cuckoo! Yeah!
He's on some Avenger shit.
Did she come up with some black Air Force Ones on? What? You heard? With the multicolored weave and the gold fronts? Did she have tattoos on her face? Did she have a teardrop on her eye? Right? And she came up and said, yo, homie, is this you? Right? Now, then I can see, right? That's why we need details. You give me that, I could ride with you on. I could be like, okay, yeah, I would have been scared too, right? I would have been like, look around.
No, motherfucker, I'm black. All caps. No cap, but caps. Bitch, spit them pearls back out. I want your shit.
It might help if you met me outside.
What's your sign? You must be a Scorpio.
How'd you know?
I'm here. Can you see me? I'm waving.
The person I'm looking at's not waving. In fact, they're just staring at me.
Well, stare at his ass back. And don't blink. Never blink. You gotta scrunch the lips and be like, what?
You know so much about horror movies, and yet you still walked into the alley alone.
You fucking with a New York bitch. Cuckoo! Yeah!
He's on some Avenger shit.
Seriously, Larry?
I ain't recognize the bird call.
You heard? Was she a 304 or a 405 or a 212? Like, what was she? Now, I hope they don't strike. They don't give me a strike for using that clip from the movie. All right? But I'm like, Warren, you were so scared, right? From the girl. I'm like, who was she? Was she a super thug, right? He like, there was no weapon. There was no fear factor. But I was scared for my life. And all she did was ask him, was you the dude? Sound like she was trying to kick it or something, right? So I'm like, okay, well, she must have looked like she must have been the super thug from the clip, okay? So that the details matter, guys. You understand? Or was she's a pretty little thing? Was she was she a pretty little thing, soft-spoken, excuse me? Is this you? Right? We need to know, okay? That's the details of everything. The devil's in the details.
We went to a restaurant and someone came up to me and was like, is this you? And I was kind of like shaken up about it. Well, at first she asked like my name and like all these questions. And I was like, okay, whatever, she's coming up to talk. Well,
Copyright disclaimers. We don't own rights to the video. We reacted to that video. Hopefully they don't strike me for showing the movie. So everybody, I tried to go out and find, like, who is this mystery girl? Because I'm thinking she had to be black, right? Because when they was talking about the mystery girl in the restaurant, they kept saying these people, right? So when people talk that cold and they say these people, they talking about us blackity blacks, right? Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters, my righteous Hispanic, my righteous children of the Most High who not on no racism, bigotry, and prejudice, right? And anybody that is, I don't care if you black, bigoted, prejudiced, or racist or whatever, or white. Miss me with blacks can't be racist, and it's about power. Who cares? Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? I don't care whatever the color of skin you is, nation you is, if you're bigoted against a group of people collectively for just because you're jelly belly, then you are a whole devil and you need to repent, right? You need to kick rocks, right? Shout out to the righteous remnant that ain't jelly belly against nobody, that stands 10 toes down on their own merit, right? I don't got to be jealous of another people's culture or something. I can celebrate what you do, celebrate what I do, and let's keep it moving. You understand? Right? But you get these jelly bellies, right, that sit up here and once they start saying this, you people, them people, right? I'm like, oh, that's code word for blackity black. You heard? And everybody in the world got a code word for the black Americans. And nobody like us. But everybody copying everything we do worldwide. But don't nobody like us. That's a crazy work right there. But anyway, so when they say this, them people, that's why I'm like, okay, could you please tell us what color this woman was? Because what made you so scared? That's why I said, was she a 304? Was she a big, was she a thug? So that's why I put the clip for the movie. Like, what would make you so scared of a sister just talking to you, shaking in your boots, scared for your life? You understand? Nah. So I tried to go down the rabbit hole to find, right? And the best I could come up with was the girl from the clip, okay? But so I know you're like, well, who's the one in the thumbnail? Well, everybody, I got you. This is the girl in the thumbnail. I came up with somebody. I had to come up with something, right? Here we go. Copyright disclaimers. This the girl in the thumbnail.
Just coming up to talk.
Now, as you can see in this video, it is a sorority. I think it's Kappa Kappa, no black people, Kappa Psi. There's these white chicks. They're in a sorority, and they're doing, it's a bunch of girls doing the routine. It's very black, the routine is. Very black. The music's very black.
Man, somebody get the rough cop. La, 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 la. Man, somebody get some help. Pull up on the block.
Listen, I understand. That's the music of our time. I totally get it. I totally get it. But you don't even have any black members. Not even Latin, not even light-skinned black people. You don't even have albinos in there. It's a very, very white sorority. But the music is very black. It's very amazing how a lot of white people will be like, especially in these little clubs, but they'll be playing the blackest music. You go to like a a private golf club where they have any blacks, but they're playing Motown all day, you know?
I know, right? They be playing Otis Redding. It's the craziest work. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters who won't get down with this foolishness, right? And we're going to hear from some white brothers and sisters in a second. It's about to get funky now. We about to turn it up a notch. All right, we about to turn this live stream up 2 notches. All right, y'all give a like in the building. Let's go. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters who expose all this stupidness as well, right? But the crazy work is, guys, they be just as these races, they be racist all outdoors. No blacks allowed. But you'll go in there and they'll be playing Otis Redding, sitting by the dock of the bay. Right? you catch them, they be whistling. They be over there whistling and sitting by the dock of the bay. Right? Boy, y'all love some. I swear, it's the most astounding thing to ever experience. It's like, how could people hate you so much, but just want to be everything that you are? It's insane. It's insanity. It's just you just gotta marvel at it, honestly. So the so-called blacks, a lot of us, we just witness it, and it's just our reality. But it's crazy work, right? Now, shout out to our righteous white brothers and sisters who enjoy the culture, right? And they be like, sitting by the dock of the bay, Unc. I'm like, by the dock of the bay, right? They be like, come on, Unc, right? We could celebrate the culture. Us black Americans, us blackity blacks, we receive everybody. You understand? We agree. We like, okay, you wanna enjoy our dance move, our culture, our music, our everything, our food. We welcome you. You can get a pass to the cookout. You understand? We good people. We really are. Now we got our crash outs, we got our iggers, but every nation got their iggers. You understand? We don't like the iggers of our nation, and we got to try to get them in control. But it's crazy work when these people hate you so much. Now, a lot of the hate and envy, it really stems from this, okay? So this is the thumbnail, right? And this is the sister in the thumbnail right there. I got her right in the front, okay? And so this is going to make a lot of the racist white brothers, they're going to hate this because this is their next generation of women. You understand? This is the common sorority. So it's like this hatred is so rooted, so deep, but you can't stop the culture. The so-called Black American culture is infectious. Worldwide, they're copying the culture, while worldwide they have a disdain and say, we have no culture, we have no this, we have no that, right? So this is part. All right, let's continue.
But you don't even have any black members. Not even Latin, not even light-skinned black people. You don't even have albinos in there. It's a very, very white sorority. But the music is very black. It's very amazing how a lot of white people will be like, especially in these little clubs, but they'll be playing the
Now that's Godfrey. He cosplaying too. So Godfrey, you lost your cookout. Yeah, you did. But I'll use your clip any day, anytime. But yeah. Godfrey done lost his barbecue pass. Facts. So we're not rocking with you either. All right. But anyway, let's continue.
It's very amazing how a lot of white people will be like, especially in these little clubs, but they'll be playing the blackest music. You go to like a
Turk said, I come in how I want. You go out how you go out how we want too. You better watch your mouth. I don't know what he's talking about, but you can't do nothing like you want here. You heard? That part, Turk, straighten up. All right, I get some act right. All right, you ain't just on any YouTube channel. All right, let's continue. Welcome to the house of the Most High, Turk. All right, peace and blessings. You can't receive that, then kick rocks.
A private golf club where they have any black.
Hopefully I'm not wrong. Moderators, am I reading that out of context? Did I grab that out of context?
No, you're good.
Okay, all right, that's what I thought. All right, let's continue.
Playing Motown all day, like that, or some of these restaurants, the blackest music. You go to like in there. It's a very, very white sorority. But the music is very black. It's very amazing how a lot of white people will be like, especially in these little clubs, but they'll be playing the blackest music. You go to like a a private golf club where they have any blacks, but they're playing Motown all day, you know, like that. Or some of these restaurants that don't really have a lot of black people, they're playing that jazz all day, you know.
Hakama, what is what's the name? What's the question? Somebody said, can you answer the question, please? What's his question?
We have two.
No, the one that just said, can you answer this dude? Where is it? I can't find Henry Manuel. Give me Henry's question.
All right, give me a second, please.
Say, can you please give an answer? An answer to what? And we'll do the other questions in a second. But he asks please. So anyone who says, we oblige. Go ahead.
He says, well, now tell me, who gave YT people the right to use black music in commercials today?
Oh, well, the YT people own the black music. Remember, they buy the record labels. They buy, and you know which YT people do it. It's not real people who own, they take over rock and roll, R&B, jazz, hip hop. They come in, and honestly, those are the vultures. They'll come in once we create something. They come in and they buy out the company, and then they take it over, and they make the people. They take the money from our people, right? And then they contaminate the culture, what we created, and they turn it to devil worship. So the last thing they did it to was hip hop, which my generation created in the 70s, right? So they always do that. So now they own the labels. So they own the rights and the commercial, you know what I mean? So this is just the systemic, more of the systemic destruction, more systemic slavery plays, right? It's called financial slavery, right? Institutional slavery. You know what I mean? Take the shackles off your hands and feet, but put it on your culture. You know what I'm saying? Put it on your mind and your living, your way of being, all right? So it's just the systemic continuation, right? But all right,
Do you want the comments on screen?
Did I want it on the screen? No, that's okay. I already answered it. You could have put it up if you wanted to. All right, now let's continue this. And I'm going somewhere. It's about to get good. We about to get funky right now. All right, so let's continue.
You go to like a private golf club where they have any blacks, but they're playing Motown all day, you know, like that. Or some of these restaurants.
Hey Zane, Medic. I guess he said Medic is a fake hillbilly. That means he must be right. He a hater. So Zane, Medic be playing. He be sitting up there playing all type of Temptations, right? Ain't too proud to beg, and right? It's like they be secretly hating, but at home, right? They wife like, now doggone well at home. You be singing Michael Jackson. He be at home talking about some beat it. He be at home with a white glove and a zipper coat. Like, boy, stop it, knock it off. Y'all these racists are so fake. I don't care what color you is. Racists, y'all so weak. You understand? It's a weakness, right? It's that they're so envious and hate, they're hateful because it's like envy, it's jealousy. You know what I mean? And it's no real reason to have that because, you got some good in you. If you become righteous and work on culture and stuff, you got something you can do. I'm quite sure you can do something creatively. There's some type of gift the Most High gave you. Unless you just a serpent seed, then you're just going to hate anyway. But all right, let's continue. Watch this. This about to get funky. Let's get there now. Because guess what, everybody? They got this thing that they want to do. Jake Lang, he want to do, he's doing the Igor March. They want to say the N-word. Yo, these people crazy, bro. I swear, it's like they just want, the racists are nuts. They just really, it's really embarrassing at this point. It's like, bro, get a life. Okay, so watch this. And this is why they're so mad, because look at all their future, their future wives, right? Look at them. They rocking out now. They didn't learn how to dance. Now, y'all remember a couple, years ago from my generation, 20, 30 years ago, they really couldn't dance. They was doing this dance. I can't even do it. The white dance. I can't even, the Carlton. They was doing the Carlton. I can't even do it. I wish I knew how to do it, right? But they got it now, right? They be whipping and nay. They be doing everything. They be studying. They be practicing, right? Go ahead. Them girls out there, them girls out there dancing their butt off, right? So let's continue.
White people will be like, especially in these little clubs, but they'll be playing the blackest music. You go to like a a private golf club where they have any blacks, but they're playing Motown all day, you know, like that. Or some of these restaurants that don't really have a lot of black people, they're playing that jazz all day, you know. You know, they don't need black people around, but if you come with a beat, we want it. That's right. I love the troll. It's great. I love trolling because I love it because it's funny to me, you know? And I even put in the comments my emoji. I went like this. And I also sent a boo. Yeah, I had to. It was just annoying. Sometimes
that's where you need to be careful. That's where Nolan needed to be careful. You understand? Because Nolan was, you know, he was smashing all this, you know, going to the schools. And some of them could be jealous. You know what I mean? All nations of people don't like people messing with their nations of people, right? You know, I really don't care. I see, you know, if a white brother got him a black sister, I just hope, you know, she a good one and you good to her, she good to you, and y'all go do whatever it is y'all got to do. Get righteous, be righteous under the Most High. Ain't got nothing to do with me, right? So, but, you know, you got some, they don't like that at all, you know, so they see you with their people and they be, you know, you got some cultures of people, they be plotting to unalive you. So that's why the so-called Black Americans with this Nolan case, we ain't just taking what people saying. When I just showed you Morgan and Wyatt just smiling and laughing and then talking about that's their best friend and stuff, I'm like, nah, there ain't no best friend energy that you giving off. But let's continue.
yeah, I had to. It was just annoying. Sometimes this shit makes my ass itch. You know that. You know that. I just want you to get mad and talk because it is annoying. Stop. Why couldn't you play another song like We're Not Gonna Take It? Kappa 5! You know what? I don't give a
All right. Now watch this, everybody. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let's get funky now. Because, you know, we got the racists here. Let's give them something to hate. Okay? Let's get to it. Let's get to the realness behind the Nolan Wells case, behind the Carmelo Anthony case, behind the serpent seed trying to make the people of America divide and hate one another. Us righteous children of the Most High, we ain't falling for it. You know what I'm saying? My righteous white brothers and sisters, they ain't falling for it. My righteous black brothers and sisters, they ain't falling for it. My righteous Hispanic, East Asian, East Indian, righteous brothers and sisters, we ain't falling for it. But you devils, yeah, y'all gonna get exposed. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't rights to the video. Let's go, guys.
How would I get in touch with you guys?
You go straight to Niggerdale.
I'm sorry, what?
.com. It's our website. Niggerdale.com.
I'm positive I'm not hearing that right. It's their names, Nick, Kurt, Dale. Niggerdale. Y'all gotta change that name.
Now that clip is everything for me. Hold on, I gotta play that one more time.
How would I get in touch with you guys?
You go straight to Niggerdale.
I'm sorry, what?
.com. It's our website. Niggerdale.com.
I'm positive I'm not hearing that right. It's their names, Nick, Kurt, Dale. Niggerdale. Y'all gotta change that name. That first one, he didn't say that.
African-American rappers saying N-word this and N-word that, but a Caucasian can't.
So say it.
Say what?
Say the word you want to say.
I'm not saying that I want to say it. I'm just saying that I can't.
Sure you can. Say it. Say it right now.
That look he gave him, Delroy Lindo, that look, that's that old slave look. Shout out to, who is that? D-Man. Thank you so much. Haki, I'm going to put that on the screen. Thank you, D-Man, for your donation. I humbly receive. Thank you so much. I humbly receive. Right? That's that old, I need to understand, that's that look from the soul. Okay? Delroy Lindo gave him that. That's that look. You see that look right there? That's that old slavery look. You know what I'm saying? We still got the trauma from our ancestors and stuff, right? And some of us, see, Delroy's a little older like me. We come from the days where it was a lot more racist in the 70s and 60s. It was different from what it is now. Now it's coming back to it, right? They hanging people left and right now, right? So here you go. They want to say the N-word. Yeah. They're saying that we are being discriminatory. They should have the right to call us niggas. So say it with your chest. Don't say it in the closet. Don't say it in the, you know what I mean? Don't say it I want you to say it with your chest. Say it everywhere you go. Okay? Let's continue.
That first one, he didn't say that.
African American rappers sing N-word this and N-word that, but a Caucasian can't.
So say it.
Say what?
Say the word you want to say.
I'm not saying that I want to say it. I'm just saying that I can't.
Sure you can. Say it. Say it right now. I will say it with you.
Okay. I got a new name for Mello, okay? Because he was such this little boy y'all were trying to portray. How about Watermelon Felon? How's that one strike you?
He has such great hits as that. This recent hit is, man, he's going out of his way, and honestly, I think this is a cry for help. But his recent hit is to have an N-word march. That's correct.
So to all my brothers and sisters, righteous brothers and sisters of every nation, kindred, and tongue, the Jake Lang clown, crash out clown troll, he right now is on August 27, he's having the IGA march. Okay? This is the whole thing. I know some of y'all like, huh? Some of y'all might have heard it, but I'm about to show y'all something, right? That y'all probably ain't seen, right? But let's continue, and we're going to get back to the Nolan Wells stuff. We're going, right? So, watch this. Stop share, right? Share screen. The trolls bounce, huh, Hakiyama? They came in. Yeah, you're going to get the smoke here. So, everybody, this where we at. This where we at. He's having the IGA march. August 22nd at Minneapolis City Hall. Freedom of speech. Okay? And what they're fighting for is the right to call us iggers. Ah, boy, boy, slap my mama. You know, see, us so-called blacks, we can laugh at stuff. It don't mean we taking it lightly, right? Oh, don't get it twisted. The one who get all emotionally charged and triggered, right, and all that, they really ain't the ones that you need to worry about. It's the ones that could smile and give you a little chuckle and a laugh because we're in control of the emotions. We're calculating your devil devices. You see? Oh, I can laugh at the devil at the same time that I'm working on his annihilation, the devil, the spirit. This is called spiritual warfare. You understand? So this fool wants to have, now he done just got out, right? Now y'all know they bailed him out, right? So, they got these, this thing, the serpent seed is ramping up this prejudice racial divide in this end time. You understand? As they work towards the 2030 agenda, and I'm going to show you what they're working towards, right? It's about to get funky from here on. This lesson about to get crazy work. Turn up time, Hakiyama. Get your turnips. Turn up time, all right? Now, their dark serpent seed wants to play the dumb masses against one another while they prepare to conquer us all, enslave us all in their 2030 agenda. You see? So they play the ignorant of the masses, the sheeple. You understand? Right? So this fool, now of course they fund him. Now he's out. He wants to do an IGA march. Right? So you got them complaining because they want to say the word IGA. It just drives them crazy. I never can understand the spirit, right? Because I'm not of the devil. So it's like, there is nothing that's driving me crazy to call nobody, right? I don't want to call no Hispanic, no slur word where it's just, I gotta say the word. I don't want to call no white brother or sister a slur word where I'm like, it's just not fair. It's just not fair. I just gotta call you the word. It's like, man, bro, this must be really taxing on your life and your soul. Right? It must be a very despicable bane of existence to live your life with someone else, what you could taking space in your mind, right? Someone else, it's like 24/7. It's just all you think about. It's horrible. It gotta be torture. It gotta be torturous to not. All right. So anyway, let me get back. I just wanted to show y'all the flyer. This is a real thing, right? He's gonna have an Igga march. He wants to go out and to give him the right to say the word Igga. Wow. All right, stop share. Watch this. Share screen. It's about to get crazy now. Right? At least they let us get 300, Akiyama. They ain't let us get 4 and 5, but at least they let us get the 3. Thank the Most High. All right, praise Mo. It was rough around there. I'm like, damn, is they even going to let us get 300 on the live? They pissed off at us tonight because we exposing it tonight like we always do, but let's go.
Let me just be clear. I'm censoring the word. In his post, he doesn't censor it. I believe it's in Minneapolis, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong.
Right. So the flyer just showed you it had it crossed out, but on his post, Jake Lane's, it ain't crossed out. Okay? And he got all these supporters to do this march.
But that's what he's going to have. And you'll never guess who one of the invited speakers are. Maybe you will. One of the invited speakers is Shiloh Hendricks. That's correct. You know, the trailer trash, okay, single mother who called a little black child, a little black autistic child at that, the N-word, and was found guilty and is now doing community service and whatnot and possibly facing up to 20 years if she fails to do her service, to do her time. That's who is going to speak here.
You call him a child? Did you call the child the word? Business. It is my own business. You call him a Okay, why don't you have the balls to say it right now again? Okay.
So that's who Jake Lang invited as a special guest speaker at the Igga March. I swear you can't make this up. I swear I know all the Malayoks, the Angels, and the Shamayam. Everybody's just like, this is insane. What is happening, Father? Right? Worse than the days of Noah. You understand? It's like, what you can't, it's like it's like we're being punked, right? Everybody in the world, we're being punked. It's like, nah, this can't be serious. Y'all playing, right? Y'all playing. Okay? So it's like, no, they're fighting for the right to say, Igga, we're not gonna take it. We're not gonna take it. We are gonna say the Igga if we want. Right? And they want to march and they want to be able to call all us Iggas. Wow. Crazy work was happening in these last days and times. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters who called all this wickedness out. All right? You know I got to keep balance. But this is a public speaker at the Igga March.
If she fails to do her service, to do her time, that's who is going to speak here.
You call him a child? Did you call the child the word? Business. It is my own business. You call him a Okay, why don't you have the balls to say it right now again? Okay. All right, that's what you say.
You don't go digging through people's
Nobody digging through your
A little kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him a The little child?
What if he acts like one, he's gonna...
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old and the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech. And you can be recorded for that.
I don't give a
Huh. Okay, we'll see about that, what the internet has to say about you.
God help us. She claims that other child took her son's belongings. That's what kicked this off. The guy who recorded the video is familiar with the other child. When he brings his children there, that child and his siblings are often there and play together. The kid she's going after has autism. He doesn't behave in a neurotypical way. And
Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters that be exposing this stuff. So she's going after a 5-year-old autistic child who, I guess she's saying, but the other person said he didn't do it, went into her diaper bag, her baby bag. An autistic child, 5 years old, a baby. Okay? Attacking, calling the Igga. Yeah, she would have put a rope around his leg and put him in there and made him gator bait too. You heard? That part. Shout out to our righteous white brother who calling this mess out. But this is the speaker that Jake Lane got, she gonna speak at the Igor March. It's crazy work, bro.
He's a child, and his siblings are often there and play together. God help us. She claims that other child took her son's belongings. That's what kicked this off. The guy who recorded the video is familiar with the other child. When he brings his children there, that child and his siblings are often there and play together. The kid she's going after has autism. He doesn't behave in a neurotypical way. And even if he didn't have autism, nothing he could have done would justify her calling him slurs and pursuing him physically, which is what she says she was doing before this guy intervened. He said after he stopped recording, she sat down, hurled more slurs, told him and his wife that they should leave the country, and then got on the phone and acted like she was calling someone to come down there and handle things. Fortunately, no one came, and eventually she packed up her child and left. But this woman is a danger to children. She doesn't need to be on a playground or around other kids. And she has at least one child of her own, which is also concerning. So Rochester, Minnesota, someone do me a favor. Take a close look at her tattoos. You can see her face clearly. Someone please tell me who she is.
Okay, so she's a danger to children. She shouldn't be allowed.
So here go your little tink tinks. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters. This is the disgrace. Like, we got a disgrace in the so-called black community, and we rebuke them. This is the disgrace of the so-called white community, right? They're very weak in spirit, right? So listen to what he says, right? You know, they have millions of views, but everybody got the right? You got a right to be weak. You got a right to be jealous, jelly belly, envious, or whatever. But we got a right to see who you are too and call it out. But let's continue.
But at playgrounds, this is... Okay, so she's a danger.
Someone do me a favor. Take a close look at her tattoo. Someone please tell me who she is.
Okay, so she's a danger to children. She shouldn't be allowed at playgrounds. This is the most devastating attack on cancel culture that we have seen, possibly ever. Shiloh Hendricks has, without really trying, effectively ended cancel culture. As Mark Dice said in his video about the incident, Shiloh is the final boss of cancel culture.
So they done made this girl a martyr. She's the final boss of cancel culture because she went out there and called a 5-year-old child an igger and stood on it. And this is what they're proud of. This is why I said they're so pathetic. This is so pathetically weak. You understand? I could see if she, if you want to be racist and she went out there and she did a one-on-one with a 304, right? With a Keisha from the hood, right? With the gold fronts and all that, right? With a teardrop. And she went one-on-one and whooped her out. Then I could see them like, yeah, we're not going to take it. Shout out to Shiloh. She put it on that igger girl, right? This woman went out there and attacked a 5-year-old baby. And they talking about she is the new, that's the best you got? Well, now that I think about it, because, these devils think differently. Now I can see the train of thought. And we going somewhere. I got some exclusive coming. I can see the train of thought because you would want someone that has no remorse even for a child. You see? That's pure wickedness. So yeah, that makes sense now. I can see that. Because she, what the Bible says, they will have no care for the old head, the gray head, or the youth, or the young. The serpent seed, okay? The seed of the serpent, that part. So, right, shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters who call out these serpents. You understand? So now that makes sense. Now I'm thinking about it. Why they would make her their role model because she attacked a 5-year-old child. And to them, yeah, that's how much more wicked. Bible says, woe to those who do the least unto these, though to those who do to the baby. So if they, you know what they after, that's what they always been after. They've been after harming the babies.
He ended cancel culture. As Mark Dice said in his video about the incident, Shiloh is the final boss of cancel culture, or maybe rather the final boss that cancel culture has to fight. And I think that's right. And this is the part that many conservatives seem to be missing. All they see is that this woman said something bad and is now getting rewarded for it. The whole thing is so unsavory that they can't help but recoil. And
now, for all the people who want to tell you, well, Lucas, racism is a thing of the past. You guys just make it an issue. You guys see race in everything. What they have managed to do is flip the script. That's what they've managed to do. They've managed to make you think that racism is imaginary, but anti-white racism, that's a real thing. You have to understand. DEI, that's anti-white racism. That's a real thing. All these black scholarships, that's anti-white racism. That's a real thing. And I want you to understand the lineage of evil.
The crazy work with that is they want to make you think racism don't exist. Racism ain't a thing, but we need the right to call you iggers. We marching for the right to call you iggers, but racism don't exist.
This is why I use that term, the lineage of evil, because there was a moment in time where we had a certain decorum, right? There was a certain decorum. I may understand that you may not like me due to the color of my skin or the music I wear, or how I dress, or my hair. I understand that. But there was always a certain decorum that, in society that we would have. There was a shared understanding. I know you're a racist. I get that. Okay. I'm just trying to get some milk and be on my way. Shared understanding that they would keep their mouth closed. You would get looks. It would be, what do they call it? Microaggressions, whatever. Very passive aggressive in many cases. Their hostility, their racism. Now, thanks to the Trump administration, I will say, they feel emboldened. They feel emboldened. And you have to understand, not only do they feel emboldened, but it's a racing of the clock because they're heading towards extinction. So what we're seeing now is really, a scared animal, put in a corner. And now they're trying to lash out. Damn. That's what's literally happening.
Well, I got this exclusive clip right now happening. And this is where they shout out to Adorable. Thank you for your subscription, Adorable. Welcome to the house of the Most High. This is happening now. So while they're telling you ain't no racism in Mississippi, shout out to my white brothers and sisters that call this mess out. I'm going to always say it because I'm not going to let the serpent seed, the 1% devils, reptilians, manipulate all of us to hate even the righteous children of every nation, kindred, and tongue. We have to call it out, all right? So I'm going to always give those disclaimers because if we don't, then you can curse someone else who's actually not wicked, not of the spirit of the serpent, okay? Now, they're trying to make you say that there is no racism, right? But look at this clip right here, all right? Watch this.
That's what's literally happening.
Now this black cop is saving that young man from this white cop. Shout out to the righteous police. We need more of you. All right? The righteous black police, righteous white police, righteous whoever. We need more of the righteous children of the Most High in this dark second world. Everybody listen clearly, because all black cops are not on this time. Do you understand? They're not on that. Okay? Now, because devil comes in every shape, form, fashion, and color. Right? He possesses people. That part. Now, this actual black cop is actually saving. And can you see, I'm going to put it back. Look at how bad this cop wants to harm that young man. And the young man just got his hands up doing nothing. He wants to unalive, right? This is the spirit of the devil that'll take over people. So everybody be careful out there, okay? Especially so-called blacks, you understand? But every nation, be very careful because devils are out there. And if you're a so-called white brother or sister and you're not prejudiced or biased and you're trying to be righteous and you don't see, and they find out that you're like that, they can harm you. So y'all need to be careful as well, okay? Every nation of people needs to be careful. But to my righteous white brothers and sisters who are on the side of righteousness and morality and equality for all people, you got to be very careful. Because in the 60s, 70s, they were unaliving you too. They called you Igor lovers. You understand? That part, all right? But now to my black brothers and sisters, you have to be very, very careful, because you see this young man, hands is up, and this cop wants to eat him. He wants to destroy him. And if it wasn't for that black cop, this could have went really left field.
Happening.
Everybody saw that. Yes, because you and it's on camera. It's on camera.
And he was still trying to come and get him. He said, I ain't even doing anything. It's on camera. And that's the police. It looked like they're in a court building. So if this cop can have this much venom to want to whatever, he would have. And it's in front of all these people in a public court hallway. Imagine what he'll do to someone at night, pulled over on the street when nobody's around. This is the reality of the so-called Black American in America, when others are trying to tell us there is no racism. To my other nations of people, and to my righteous white brothers and sisters as well, y'all make sure y'all keep this understanding at the forefront and understand racism is alive and well and ain't never went nowhere. You understand? This is our reality every day, all day. Just for the color of our skin. Okay? It's really deeper than that. It's who we are biblically, but that's a whole nother level. It's a whole nother lesson. It's a spiritual hatred, a biblical hatred. All right? Let's continue.
In the black community, it's a lot of shit we joke about. But then there's some shit that we never joke about. And jogging with somebody in the forest and having them turn around and look at you and say, this is where I was going to kill you, is not the type of shit we do. This black woman is on a hen's date with a white male. They're running on a trail in a forest, woods, somewhere secluded. He's in front of her. He turns around and says to her, this is where I was going to kill you at. And she says, that's a joke. She posted it, but you don't believe me, right? Look at this shit. Listen to what he said. Nah.
So I edited so y'all could hear it. I turned it up and everything so you could hear it clearly. So this black girl's on the date, right? But people, you can't warn people, right? And he wants to say, this is where I was gonna unalive you at. But he found out she was recording. Let's continue.
This shit. Listen to what he said. Nah. Ain't nothing funny about this.
So she's on the date and she said, I can't keep up as he's running, but I'm too embarrassed to say something. 1 mile in, I asked for a break. All right? Now, first of all, you see how fast he's running, leaving her? That's a red flag. She need to run the other way. Boy, I swear, some people are just clueless. And that's why we're trying to bring out, you understand? And I'm going to show a raccoon in a second. Well, I'm sure a super coon in a second, right? To bring some balance so y'all can understand that this transcends color lines. You understand? So they want to say that some of us so-called Black Americans that's trying to get our people, right, to wake up and stop being so oblivious to dangers that other cultures could present to you, every nation, you should be teaching your nation of people that same thing. But don't get mad at us because we're trying to wake our people up and saying, listen, stop putting yourself in these situations. You're coming up missing, hanging from trees and stuff like that and all that. And they're going to write and say it was no foul play. You just unalived yourself. You hung yourself up 100 feet in the air from the tree. You understand? So anyway, let's continue. So this crazy girl then took her butt on a date.
This is where I was going to kill you at. And she said,
on a first date with somebody she don't know and running, jogging in the woods.
That's a joke. She posted it, but you don't believe me, right? Look at this shit. Listen to what he said. Nah. Ain't nothing funny about this. Nah, man. Look at this shit. You don't see nothing strange about this.
So after he said, this is where I was going to unalive you at, then he said, oh my goodness, you're recording this? She said, yeah. He said, I was just joking. Yeah. Well, you ain't joking to me. So y'all need to be very careful out there. Everybody be careful. All right? Because white sisters, y'all end up missing too. You understand? Even white brothers, you end up missing. Right? You got to discern and test all spirits. The Bible says, test all spirits to see if they are that of the Most High or that of the devil, of Hasatan. Test all spirits, spiritual warfare. All right?
And then he asked was she recording. He wasn't kidding. But see, the thing is, when they tell you the truth, you don't believe them. Mind you, look at the climate we're in right now. You mean to tell me you trust yourself? Matter of fact, I'm not even going to say it. I'm going to let you say it. Let me know, do you think he was joking? Is that something you say when you're joking? In a secluded place with a woman? Let me know. I'm out.
So let me get one thing straight right now so we don't have to visit it again. I don't fucking hate white people. I am white. I ain't got no goddamn guilt complex. I'm proud to be white. I ain't got no problem with my damn skin. My mama was white. What I absolutely despise, though, is white fucking behavior. Why? I'm ashamed of our greed, of our white narcissism, and this sickness of Christian fascism that is rotting us from the inside out. We wave this flag and holler about patriotism, but using a system to keep one race in power over everybody else ain't patriotism. That's a betrayal. We're so terrified of our own history that we banning books and hiding behind censored curriculums, praying the world doesn't see the blood on our foundation. Y'all want the receipts? Look in your own damn wallet. We carry the proof of America's original sins in our pockets every day like a lucky charm. Look at the $20 bill on Andrew Jackson. Look at there. Folks down here treat him like a hero. But let's be brutally honest. You're worshiping at the altar of a racist devil. He wasn't just some tough guy. He was a human trafficker who used the United States military to steal millions of acres from native people just to expand the empire of slavery. And it don't stop with the $20 bill. Look at George Washington on the $1 bill. Jefferson on the $2 bill. These men wrote...
Sister Rosetta, that's our elder. Sister Rosetta, he's sleeping because he shows up to be in our ministry, and he's an elder and he gets tired. And so he's sleeping, and he sleeps with the cover in the house with the word spoken over him. So that we totally understand. He'll wake up. Once he take his nap, he'll wake up and he'll get back writing in the chat. But that's an elder in our ministry. All right. So praise the Most High for those who understand. All right. Welcome to the channel, Sister Rosetta. All right. Let's continue.
All men are created equal. while keeping hundreds of human beings in chains. We built a holy trinity out of morally bankrupt narcissists who treated you a bit. These men wrote all men are created equal while keeping hundreds of human beings in chains. We built a holy trinity out of morally bankrupt narcissists who treated human life like currency. We celebrated white greed as a virtue. And this wannabe dictator Trump, he's just the newest messiah of that exact same fucking disease. You know, white people like to talk about civilization like we brought it here on a fucking boat. Please. Hell, the Aztecs built the cities cleaner and more sophisticated than anything in Europe. They gave us the crops that kept the world from starving. And how did we pay them? We stole their gold. Then we stole their blueprints for democracy to write our own constitution. And let's look at the black soul, the truth white America really wants to skip. Because if we admit what black folks actually did, white genius looks like a fucking lie. Black people didn't just create the swamps and build the White House. They designed the modern world. You're watching me on a cell phone right now because of Jesse Russell, a black man, pioneered digital cellular technology. You survived surgery because Charles Drew.
Let me explain to Ruggins, we don't have to listen to our other generation. We were taught there's a thing called respecting your elders. And sometimes some elders get surgeries, they be in pain. Sometimes they have to take a break and they have to take a nap. You understand? So if I'm in ministry in church or something, in assembly, and my elder, my grandfather, my grandmother is with me, my great grand, and they're in there, I'm not going to tell them, wake up and pay attention. You can get your rest and the word is being spoken over you. Your presence is still here. Okay? So we're not going to tell him to wake up and pay attention. There's a replay, Brother Ruggins. He can watch on the replay. All right? So we have respect for our elders. All right? Now, I could have told him to come off the screen. We had this discussion in our ministry. All right? But I told him, if you don't want to come off the screen, don't come off the screen. You stay in the house and let the word be spoken over you. And if someone got a problem with it, then don't look at it. It is what it is. But we have a lot of respect in this ministry, okay? And that's a real problem in this dark second world, in this end times, that a lot of people have lost respect for the elders. All right? That part. All right. So anyway, we have it. All right. Let's continue.
Figured out the blood bank. Black man, pioneered digital. We did. White genius looks like a fucking lie. It's for democracy to write our own constitution. Sophisticated than anything in Europe. They gave us the crops that kept the world from starving. And how did we pay them? We stole their gold. Then we stole their blueprints for democracy to write our own constitution. And let's look at the black soul, the truth white America really wants to skip. Because if we admit what black folks actually did, white genius looks like a fucking lie. Black people didn't just create the swamps and build the White House. They designed the modern world. You're watching me on a cell phone right now because of Jesse Russell, a black man, pioneered digital cellular technology. You survived surgery because Charles Drew figured out the blood bank. We are living in a house designed by the minds we tried to cage, and we're still trying to ban the authors who wrote the truth about it. This is the white intellectual bankruptcy. You know, my daddy and I used to hunt a lot. Let me tell you universal truth. When the rabbit's got the gun, it ain't no fun. The people we spent 400 years hunting have taken hold of the narrative, and white America is terrified. You're scared to death that black and brown people want to do to us what we've done to them. You're projecting your own violent heart onto them, hoping for a payback that fits your bloodthirsty history. But here's the raw, unvarnished truth about black people. They don't want revenge. They never did. That's a white fantasy born out of guilt. They just want to live their fucking lives without asking your permission.
I'm about to say, boy, to say it with your chest, my white brother, listen clearly. I was about to say, we just want to be left alone. That's all we ever wanted. We just want to be left alone so that we can do ourselves and promote our culture and live our life and strive to be righteous and correct our iggers of our nation of people and add on to society and to the greater good of the world. You understand? That's all we ever wanted, is to be left alone. You understand? Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Did. That's in your own violent heart onto them, hoping for a payback that fits your bloodthirsty history. But here's the raw, unvarnished truth about black people. They don't want revenge. They never did. That's a white fantasy born out of guilt. They just want to live their fucking lives without asking your permission. They just want what's fair. Basically, they want to just be left the fuck alone. We're so scared of a monster we created in our own heads that we weaponize the system against them. And white women, you've played the innocent victim for 4 fucking centuries, but your fake tears have been death warrants for entire communities from Tulsa to Emmett Till. And I don't give a fuck if that hurts you. And I don't give a fuck if I'm a man telling you, because I'm coming down on our white men too. You are the weapon that makes the system work. You don't believe me? Look up fucking Tulsa. Look up fucking Rosewood. White women tears created that shit. So white America, we've tried everything else. We tried hate. We tried fear. We tried dominating everyone who doesn't look like us, and it's failed us. Isolation is death. When you cut off the flow of diversity, you aren't just starving your neighbors. You are tying a tourniquet around the veins of our democracy. Fact. America is diversity. Our strength wasn't in our walls. It was in our ability to fuse different minds into something unstoppable. Love is the most powerful, untapped, revolutionary resource in our entire fucking universe. It is the only thing that can turn a broken system into a sanctuary. I do this work because I love my people enough to tell them the fucking truth. Look in the fucking comments. Tell them if you see any fucking white people. They all run from you, little fucking cockroaches. We have to bury the fucking lie. We have to reclaim our humanity as white people. This Freedom 250 hat, stick it up your fucking ass, because America ain't never been fucking free.
I know, I just don't like the cusses. I rebuke all the cusses, right? I apologize. I can't take them all out because everybody's cussing. From the abundance of heart, the mouth speaks, but I can eat the fruit and spit out the pits, right? Listen to the message.
All right? Because as the great Fannie Lou Hamer said, nobody's free. That includes you, white America, until everybody's free. Let that penetrate your little fucking minds. The dawn is coming, and the choice is yours.
How do you view Black Americans?
Okay, when it comes to us and Black Americans, we are just 2 different groups. We are strictly from South Africa, like from Africa, the roots of Africa. And I feel like they are sort of like diluted in a way, polluted in a way. You can even hear from the English accents, like the way we...
Shout out to my righteous African brothers and sisters, the children of Ham. All right? We got the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue that's righteous, so we don't broad stroke nobody. All right? So again, I'll always bring balance in all of our teachings and lessons to make you understand this ain't just a white black thing. Do you understand? So you hear this African sister saying we are polluted Black Americans, right? So you better understand that this universal hate against the Black Americans is a biblical thing. You understand? All right, the spiritual thing.
We are strictly from South Africa, like from Africa, the roots of Africa. And I feel like they are sort of like diluted in a way, polluted in a way. You can even hear from the English accents, like the way we speak, the way we talk, the way we do things. Like we are not the same.
She said it, family, not me.
We are polluted. Woo!
So you got a lot of these Pan-Africanists running around America talking about we're all one, we all black. If you go to Africa, they view us as just another black person. No, they don't. They view themselves as the real Africans, and we're diluted.
Shout out to my righteous African brothers and sisters who don't believe in this bigotry, prejudice, or racism.
We're different.
Everyone's trying to act like they're black nowadays.
What's up, y'all?
Everyone.
Now Southside community, yeah, roots, young culture. That's how we connect to Mother Nature. Now Southside community, yeah.
Hold on. I told you it's turn up time, Hakiyama. Turn up. You heard? Welcome to the house of the Most High. For anybody who just found us tonight, the new people, welcome to the house of the Most High. And I'm going to get to I got more stuff. We're going to get back to the Nolan stuff, but I got also what they're doing, the serpent seed, the agenda. You understand? So everybody, they want to hate the Black American while everybody is cosplaying the Black American worldwide. Listen to what our white brother said.
Everyone's trying to act like they're black nowadays.
What's up, y'all?
Everyone.
Now Southside community, yeah, roots, young culture. That's how we connect to Mother Nature. Now Southside community, yeah, roots, young culture. That's how we connect to Mother Nature. Now Southside
Now, first of all, that's kind of hot. See, this is what black people do. We can appreciate, if you take our culture and if it's fire, it's fire. We don't hate. Shout out to Brother Henry, but it's welcome back, Brother Henry, but it's disgusting when you take the culture and then you want to discriminate and hate on the culture while mimicking the culture. That's the part we don't like. We welcome everybody to the culture. You understand? So that's kind of hot. If you ask me, it's on fire. Her flow, the beat. Yo, Saudi, that's kind of lit right there, right? But the problem is if you're going to hate our culture, that you try to cosplay and mimic the culture. All right, let's continue.
roots, young culture. That's how we connect to Mother Nature.
Hold on, let me go back again. Let me put that back again. One time. I let that play a couple times. I was high.
No, they don't.
Shout out to Yaleen.
They view themselves as the real Africans, and we're diluted. We're different.
Everyone's trying to act like they're black nowadays.
What's up, y'all?
Everyone.
Now Southside community, yeah, roots, young culture. That's how we connect to Mother Nature. Now Southside community, yeah, roots, young culture. That's how we connect to Mother Nature. Now Southside community, yeah, roots, young culture. That's how we connect to Mother Nature. 他们是为不太清楚，想在我身上的 so hard, turning bad into stripper club. 2 phone in my pocket, I'm so lucky I get famous. Oh yo, the streets ain't got no love, no love. You keep killing it, hottest better in the VIP, and no matter who you with,
Yo, I never stop, baby, let's get it now. Earth Day's my day one, brother. Trans started with changing what gender is, then graduated to your racist if you skin. We judge by soul, so God can judge your sin, but bitch, you gotta go.
Like, Americans are obsessed with black people. It's clear. Even the racist ones. We are obsessed with black people.
First of all, anybody tell me, I couldn't tell really clearly. Does she got gold fronts in her mouth? I couldn't see. I tried to make it bigger. I'm like, but anyway, we respect the so-called Black American. Y'all listen clearly. Now we got our crash outs. We got our iggers. Every nation of people got your own iggers, right? And each nation of people, you're supposed to be held accountable for your nation of people, right? The righteous of your nation is supposed to rebuke and rebuke and repel and protect the other nations from your iggers of your nation, right? Every nation and people. So we got our iggers, right? But the regular so-called black people, us righteous blacks, we welcome everybody to our culture. You understand? We have no problem with anybody. Leslie said, look like cavities to me. It look a mess, but it is what it is. And it's funny because when I did the other thing with the Warren clip, I said, did the sister have a gold fronts and, colored weaves and stuff, right? So anyway, right? So we congratulate anybody who actually take our culture and adds on to it or whatever. We fine with that. If we see you as genuine, right, and not trying to be a leech, or then we'll even invite you. We got something that's called a cookout pass, right? We'll invite you to the barbecue. That's black so-called American talk for we'll invite you into the culture. We'll receive you. That's what we've always done. We are a kind, merciful, loving people, okay? And that's why the Most High chose a lineage, boy. It's something, it's biblical. I'm telling you, this thing is biblical, right? Now, we got ours that are wicked. We got our, 2/3, because remember, 1/3, right? The remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue. So we got our crash outs like every other nation got their crash outs. But we'll receive people, right? We don't mind because we got more things to create. The reason why we're so, well, it's not why, it's just in our nature that we're so, freely to share our everything, our culture and stuff, is because the Most High placed into us a high level of his creativity, his image. So in his image and our imagination, we create from the Shamayam, we create things from the heavens, and we have an abundance of it. So it's like we're not a stingy, hoarding people as a culture. I ain't talking about the outliers of the crash house, the devils, right? The iggas of our culture. I'm talking about the general of the so-called Black culture, Black American, I can only speak for, right? So we welcome, right, people to partake in our culture because we're going to keep creating more. We are very creative. It doesn't stop. It's an infinite funnel that flows through us. It's not even that hard. We just come up with stuff. You understand? All right, praise the Most High for those who celebrate that in our culture, in us. And we'll welcome you. We'll celebrate your gifts and talents of any other culture. But most people steal the culture while they secretly, that's a wicked sin, that's iniquity, secret sin. They secretly envy and hate you and jealous while consuming your soul. These are soul suckers. They call succubus. You understand? These are soul suckers. It's Jezebel's spirit. You heard? Spiritual warfare. So you got every nation of people cosplaying, but they hate us. It's crazy.
Yeah, Earth Day's my day one, brother. Trans started with changing what gender is, then graduated to your racist if you skin. We judge by soul, so God can judge your sin, but bitch, you gotta go.
Like, Americans are obsessed with Black people. It's clear. Even the racist ones. We are obsessed with Black people. They're also obsessed.
Everyone's trying to act like they're black nowadays.
What's up, y'all?
Everyone.
When a girl dates a black guy, I lose 100% interest in her. Now, this might sound racist, but it's not racist. It's not racist because you can tell, bro. Like, let's not fucking kid ourselves. Let's not play the race card and say, like, oh, you're just because of this. Not because of that. If somebody genuinely likes somebody because they're black, cool. Or somebody likes interracial, whatever. It's fine. But let's not kid ourselves. You can tell when somebody's dating someone else because of their attributes, because of their performance capabilities and stuff like that. So when I see a girl that I can tell is just dating a black guy just for his gifts and his talents, you know, I'm turned off by that because it tells me that you can't control yourself enough to where you just want to have a good time. And it's just a turn off to me. It's like for girls, if you see that I am sleeping with a girl just because she has a big ass, that should be a turn off because like this guy only thinks with his dick, with his head down there, not the one up here. So it's the same way for me. You know, I'm not that kind of person. I don't truly give a shit if a girl has a fat ass or not, or, you know, I'm actually a face person. I don't give a fuck about anything else. Like, I'm not too sexual, you know, I'm not that person. I think
There you go. He had my face crinkled up this whole time he talking. Cause I'm sitting here, I'm like, where is he going? Cause he's giving off little wee wee energy all day. I'm not counting nobody money. I'm not trying to count nobody's size, but it's just, I'm like, he's mad. I'm sitting there like, where's you going, homie? Right? Like, where you going? You started talking about, and there you go. He said, I'm not that sexual. I don't care about that. Oh, you insecure. Bro, everybody, please, listen clearly. There are people, everybody, for the smaller wee brothers, all right, that's out there, no matter nature. There are black people with small wee-wees too, guys, all right? Don't believe the hype, right? Like Public Enemy said, okay? There are black people with small wee-wees, okay? Every black person ain't got a, right? So you got to get this, we're taking too much space up in your mind, right? Now, as a man, for the sisters, well, most sisters, y'all probably know it by now, or some of y'all probably heard it, but let me explain. Every man, we have this, I wish the Most High just made us all the same size. I even wish the Most High made us all, you know, everybody look what you call beautiful. But the Most High know better than me, right? That's why I'm not the Most High. That's our Father. So I take several seats when it comes to that. But my Father knows my thoughts. I don't have nothing from my Father. You understand? I'm a righteous man. I got a relationship with my Father. So I let him know. If it was up to me, I would have made everything equal. But I know you know better than me, right? So that's why I bow down. You understand? That's the way, that's the continence I take with my father. I have a relationship. I ain't scared of him. I have Yahweh, reverence and respect for him. You understand? So anyway, but that's my father. I could talk to my father. I don't have to be scared. You understand? So he knows how I think. He like, yeah, Unc, if it was up to Unc, everybody would be, we wouldn't have all this mess, right? So a thing that men have, and it's just a man thing, and most men, can I say every man? No, because it can be outliers. But let's do a generality. Most men will agree to this. Sisters, listen up. Y'all probably heard this before anyway. Most men, it doesn't matter our size. It doesn't matter what we got downstairs, nothing. When we get with a woman, every man's thought is, we don't know if the one before us was bigger than us, the ex. You see what I mean? It ain't until we do the act. Now, I'm not telling you to do that act. I'm telling you to abstain until marriage, until the two of you become one. And I don't mean marry under the beast, married under the Most High. But anyway, I don't want to get away from my topic. Most of us, that's what we do. We don't know until after we have the first encounter of that act with the woman. And if that's when we know, if it works, if it fits or not, you know what I mean? If we can make her reach that point, or especially if she's, especially when it's going down, that's when we like, yeah, feel like we like King Kong, right? But most of us, when we first get with the woman, we don't, we think, I don't know if the ex was bigger or something. It's just an insecure thought. It is what it is. It's just, and it doesn't matter the size or nothing, right? Now, I'm saying this because for some of the men and some of the other cultures, right, who might culturally, I don't know, think that all blacks, we just got a tree trunk down the street between our legs and stuff, right? You don't have to be jealous and envious, okay, because everything works on an individual basis in all people. You understand? All sisters don't even want a big, crazy ding-a-ling. I'm just being honest. I'm an adult, right? We adults, we can have adult conversation. A lot of the sisters like, bro, all that too big stuff, they not with all that, okay? And there's plenty sisters that are small, okay? Women, okay? So if you have a decent size that you probably ran into in your sin, smashing other sisters who couldn't even handle all of you, right? So again, for the smaller dudes, there are sisters out there that got smaller. They want small, right? There's something to fit. So you don't got to be envious and jealous, okay? And, so that's what he's giving off. He's giving off. That's why I'm listening. I'm like, where's you going with this? Because he's trying to make, it's not racist. It's not this. It's not that. But then you go on to say you with a black dude because of his gifts and his things and I'm not sexual and you... Listen, bro, if you can't put it down, don't put that on me, okay? Because you got people that can have a decent size that can't put it down. That's called minute men. You know what I mean? You can have a dude with a wee-wee down the street. And as soon as he put it in, he just, right, if he can't perform, that's a performance thing. And then you have different sexual energies, like higher libidos, higher sex drive. Some men have more testosterone. It ain't something to humiliate or degrade another man because he doesn't have a high libido. You just need to make sure that the woman that you court to marriage has a lower libido as well, right? That's the thing. You don't gotta be jealous. You don't gotta be insecure. Security, it's a disgusting trait, and sisters don't like or respect that. They won't respect it, right? If you got a little wee-wee, then you like, listen, the little wee-wee club, right? You like, I'm gonna work on putting it down, right? I don't know. Figure out in your mind how to work that little thing or something, right? Be proud of it. I mean, anything you got to be proud of what you got. Everybody don't everybody don't got everything they want, right? You got some sisters wish they had a big butt. Some sisters wish they had bigger boobs. Some people wish they had this, right? You got some sisters that got smelly coochies that it's genetic. It ain't even it's not them that they not washing, right? So it's like you have to and so there was the shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters that don't partake in this, but the white culture in America, they had an envy over the black man's libido, right? So that's why back in the 50s and 60s and back in early 1900s, when they made The Birth of a Nation, they would portray the black man as like a roving gorilla looking to smash anything, like a sex creature, right? And it's like, so these things are passed down, okay? So, he's like, so all of this, and then he did it online. I'm like, bro, that's a bad look, bro. The sisters ain't gonna like that. I'm sorry. So, yeah, I hope you are getting your money together, because you're gonna be paying for a sister. You definitely ain't gonna have a mind, body, and spirit. You understand? A sister, they like confidence, honestly. I ain't talking about crash out sisters, all right? And when I say sisters, I'm talking about women, all right? And I'm talking about my sisters too, the black sisters, but I'm talking about women in general. They like confidence, honestly. They don't like someone who's envious of another, because sisters have a, what do they call that? That trait in your spirit. It's the survival instinct. It's the instinct to procure the greatest chance of procreation. It's genetic, right? Because the Most High created us to procreate. So there's a genetic thing in the DNA code of the sister that seeks out the alpha, the highest, the best pickings, which could which give her the better chance of producing the more strongest offspring. You understand? It's genetic in women. So just from their genetic code, when you have this insecurity like that over a nation of people, it triggers in their genetics to desire the thing that you're envious over. Y'all hear me? I'm speaking elder, I'm speaking spiritual warfare, I'm speaking wisdom. They will desire the thing that you are envious of. You understand? Even if they wasn't thinking about it. Yes, it's the animal kingdom, okay? It's in our genetic code, okay? And men, we have the same thing. So men are predisposed to look for fuller hips, right? Even when we don't know this genetic thing that's in our code, it's just genetic. It's yeah, damn it, Bart. So, all right, we're gonna get back to that. So anyway, I'm pointing this out because this is so tired and disgusting. And if all nations of people, you have to be confident in yourself and stop being envious of, we got enough against us. I'm like, bro, stop worrying about my smash game or what I do or, how it's hanging or nothing like that. Bro, get a life, bro. You making it, you looking weak. You looking crazy outside. All right. He making videos trying to justify his insecurity, right? His lack of, right? Sexual, I don't know, sexual prominence or whatever. Let's continue.
Person. I don't truly give a shit if a girl has a fat ass or not, or, I'm actually a face person. I don't give a fuck about anything else. Like, I'm not.
Yes, you do. And y'all know, guys, when people say, I don't really care about this and I don't really, yeah, you do. Why you bringing it up? You care about everything you're talking about because you wouldn't be talking about it. You be somewhere working with your girl out on a date. You be somewhere smashing or doing something, but you over here talking about it. All right? It's crazy work. All right. Shout out to A. Sandoval. All right. I got the Wolf's question. We're going to get to the questions in a second. Let me get through this.
So it's the same way for me. I'm not that kind of person. I don't truly give a shit if a girl has a fat ass or not, or, I'm actually a face person. I don't give a fuck about anything else. Like, I'm not too sexual, I'm not that person. I think my brain is too elevated. I'm too much of a genius to give a shit about stuff like that. It's like all those porn stars that go and bang guys.
Did this fool just say, I'm too much of a genius So you compensating, all right? And you're projecting. Okay, let's continue. Poor Ting Ting. Somebody get that boy needs some coaching. He needs some man coaching.
Sexual, you know. If a girl has a fat ass or not, or, you know, I'm actually a face person. I don't give a fuck about anything else. Like, I'm not too sexual.
Tay said he is on red flag. I know, he just cemented himself. I'm like, bro, you're just killing yourself. You shoot yourself right in the foot, right? Every sister is like, okay, note to self, red flag, right? They're like, only sister's gonna be with you is that they're gonna be looking for the money, Mr. Genius, man. All right, but let's continue.
You know, I'm not that, I don't give a fuck about anything else. Like, I'm not too sexual, you know. I'm not that person. I think my brain is too elevated. I'm too much of a genius to give a shit about stuff like that. It's like all those porn stars that go and bang guys, and now they want all those porn sites to wipe the internet so that their future kids don't see that shit. It's not going to happen. You made a choice, and now you have to abide to the consequences. So if you go around doing that, don't think your dad doesn't know why you slept with a black guy or a 6'7" dude, 6'7", or why your mom doesn't realize that, or why your future kids won't realize that, or why an employer, you know.
See how they keep putting it on us? Why is our name in why are we in everybody's mouth? I'm like, the amount of space we take up in people's head is just nuts. He's like, why are you going to sleep with a black guy? Oh, hello? Can you leave me alone? Then you say a 6'7" guy. Well, stick with the tall guys. They got 6'7" white guys. They got 6'7" Asian guys. Like, right? Jingling, what's his name in the basketball? Come on, bro. Boy, he like black guys. Let's continue.
Or a 6'7" dude, 6'7" porn stars that go and bang guys, and now they want all those porn sites to wipe the internet so that their future kids don't see that shit. It's not going to happen. You made a choice, and now you have to abide to the consequences. So if you go around doing that, don't think your dad doesn't know why you slept with a black guy or a 6'7" dude, 6'7", or why your mom doesn't realize that, or why your future kids won't realize that, or why an employer, you know, whatever.
Man, somebody get the rough cop. Man, somebody get some help. Pull up on the block.
You can tell.
You see what I just did? See what I did right there? What I did right there. That's why he's so insecure, right? And this brother, if you want these girls, you understand. See, you sat with a black guy. Oh, I'm sorry, but those are your future everything. Those are the college graduates. And you see them? They over there. They over there nay-naying and whipping, and they over there soldier boy, right? They over there putting it down while you over here complaining about come on, guys. Come on, Ting Ting. It'll be all right, bro. Stop giving it so much energy. Folk, I thought you was a genius. Come on, it don't look too smart to me. That's why the Bible says, calling themselves wise, they become fools, right? It's like you calling yourself a genius, but if you don't seem wise enough to know what you're doing to yourself, okay? So that's why I put the clip in there. I'm like, because I know what this is about.
Or why an employer, you know, whatever.
Man, somebody get the rough cop. Man, somebody get some help. Pull up on the block.
You can tell when somebody's dating someone else because of their attributes, because of their performance capabilities and stuff like that. So when I see a girl that I can tell is just dating a black guy just for his gifts and his talents, you know, I'm turned off by that.
Okay, Ting Ting, we got it. You're turned off. So this is why. You don't, listen guys, I play in this clip, I've turned the music down. You don't have to be envy of it. Black culture, every nation of people on earth will gravitate to black culture, even if they don't like us. All right?
American rappers saying N-word this and N-word that, but a Caucasian can't.
So say it.
Say what?
Say the word you want to say.
I'm not saying that I want to say it. I'm just saying that I can't.
Sure you can. Say it. Say it right now. I will say it with you.
Okay.
White people focus on control. White people focus on takeover. Black people don't focus on that. Black people focus on soul. Where that soul comes from is family ties, soul ties, food, festivities. That's what bring everybody together. That round table, the big mama table, the big mama house. White people ain't got big mamas. White people ain't got OGs. White people out here playing in the basement. They mama working 12, 15 hours at the hospital. They down here trying to figure out how to put a pipe bomb to take over here and kill everybody. It ain't the same. You'll never find a black boy in a basement nowhere in America making a pipe bomb to go kill a bunch of white people. You'll never see it. You'll never see it, bro. No. You ain't gonna see it. So whenever you talk about tradition, culturalism, stuff like that, black people just got that rhythm. That rhythm comes from a long time of being in the fields, a long time of understanding where culturalism comes from. Whereas white people just, they're gonna crack that whip, they're gonna put your foot on their neck, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna throw scraps at you. The thing about black people, they knew how to take all that pain and turn it into purpose. They took all that pain and that suffering and made families. They took all that pain and suffering and talked about it around a round table. They took all that pain and suffering and turned it into fun. You see, white people don't do that.
He said, turn it into fun. That's why when you see them doing all that dances, don't it look fun and all the culture? But we still got all the pain and trauma. But we don't obsess over it, lest it destroy you. Stress is a killer. The Messiah said, I leave you my peace in the midst of the storm. That's shalom, shalayam. I leave you my shalayam, my peace in the midst of the trials and tribulations in the storm. We got to be in the stillness of the Most High. We got to find balance, lest we would go insane. We would self-destruct. Our temples would be inundated with diseases and disorders from stress and all of the different things that comes from these toxic behavior. So we got to free ourselves. So we laugh. Do you understand? We laugh and we find joy. Okay? We find joy where it is, wherever we can find it. We take lemons and we make lemonade. You understand? We're going to take whatever we can get and we're going to make something good from it and we're going to celebrate it and we're going to see, but you can't be, what the brother's speaking, you can't be envious and jealous of it. All right? Shout out to the other nations. I think this is a white brother. It's hard to tell sometimes, right? So shout out to the other nations who understand the culture. I love to see some of our white brothers and sisters and stuff who understand the culture, right? That's a spiritual thing.
On their neck, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna throw scraps at you. It's a long time of understanding where they're gonna put your foot on their neck, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna throw scraps at you. The thing about black people, they knew how to take all that pain and turn it into purpose. They took all that pain and that suffering and made families. They took all that pain and suffering and talked about it around a round table. They took all that pain and suffering and turned it into fun. You see, white people don't do that. White people are about control and takeover. So I just think the difference, that's the difference.
You studied your history and you did not take over this country by singing "We Shall Overcome." You did not gain control of the world like you have it now by dealing fairly with a man and keeping your word. You're treaty breakers, you're liars, you're thieves, you rape entire continents and races of people. Then you wonder why these very people don't have any confidence or trust in you. Your religion means nothing. Your law is a farce and we see it every day. You demonstrated it in Alabama. And I can say you because you're part of the whole system. You profit from it. In fact, you make your living from it. You couldn't walk around and talk to people, stand up in your pulpit on Sunday and preach nice little songs and say, now we're going to give thanks to the Lord for he is good and old Jesus be among us. As far as we're concerned, your Jesus is contaminated, just like everything else you tried to force upon us is contaminated. Well, so you can have him. And here's what I'll say. I wish you would follow Jesus like we followed him. Because if you did that, then we'd be in charge tomorrow.
I saw something on the internet that said, I've never seen a white person in my dreams have y'all. Not only have I never seen a white person in my dreams, I've never even thought about the fact that my dreams is black people. I see white people, Mexican people every day, all day. But my dreams is black dreams. Usually me fighting or riding dragons. But I'm curious.
Now, this clip, guys, I never thought of that. This is one of those that make you go, Now, I want to ask every nation of people here, right? Because we welcome every nation, the remnant, righteous children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, and tongue. Welcome to the house of the Most High. We're not a racist, bigoted house. So to my other nations of people, my white brothers and sisters, my Hispanic brothers and sisters, my Asian brothers and sisters, whoever is here, that's an interesting thing. I never thought that when I dream, that's crazy. I never thought of that. I have never dreamed and had a white person or a Hispanic person or an Asian. Well, I did have a Hispanic, but it was my exes, right? Not like just some rando Hispanic, right? Because you dream of the people in your life, right? So some of my exes, my baby mom is Hispanic, right? So people invade your dreams, and all that, right? I just wake up, rebuke it, send it back to the dream realm, you know what I mean? So, but I'm never. That's crazy. That's interesting. So I need to. Some of my other nation of people, when you dream, do you dream other? Have you ever dreamt of a black person in your dream? To my white brothers and sisters, that wasn't an ex, if you somebody you dated or something. That's interesting. I said that's a crazy thought. I've never dreamed. That's crazy. That part. I'm sorry. I know y'all like, you're giving it too much energy, but I love to be stumped. I love to learn, right? I love learning, right? I'm a cerebral person, right? And so it fascinates me when there's something that I'm like, wow, I have never in my life just dreamed. And so with that, do you think racists dream about, like racist white people dream about black people, right? So I had this thing, right? I had this thing, the screenshot that I was going to share, because some people take up a lot of space in people's mind. So it's like, if something takes up so much space in your mind, I wonder if it goes into the dream realm. That's very interesting. I'm like, that's interesting. So I wonder if every nation of people really only dream about their own nation, right? Barring someone that you might have been in a relationship entering your dream. But that's very interesting. So so praise the Most High. So I want to see if some of y'all, I want to see, have y'all ever dreamed? That's interesting. But anyway, let's continue. I'm giving it too much thought.
Other cultures chime in. Mexican people. Do y'all see only Mexican people in your dreams?
That was my thing. So I had I grabbed this screenshot from a long time ago when I was doing the clip when it was a Karen. And it was I was going to show this. This is how Karens go to sleep. You know what I mean? It's like, do you dream? Is this what you see in your dream? Right? Because it's like you give things too much energy. Right? So look at the Karen and look, right? It's crazy work. I had this for a while. I was like, this fits this clip right here. So I just threw it in here, right here. All right. So let's continue.
Hey, black people and black people only. Y'all come here for a second, because we need to talk real quick. Is it just me, or does it seem like...
All right, first of all, before this brother goes, because this is dope, what's going to happen right here. This, what he's about to do is really dope. I'm about to teach the other nations something too. But the first, brothers. From the elders, young brothers, you have to take this off. This is not man's. I know that generation, I don't know what this is. Is this Z? What generation is doing this? I know the new ones. So it's Z. This is Z. I know that y'all think y'all can do the merces. I know y'all think y'all can do the yoga, the little tight pants, right? All that stuff is Baphomet. It's gay is all I'll do. It's rainbow. I'm sorry. Bonnets are women's wear. So I wish I could just smack these dudes up in their head. Like, stop it. The elders, come on. We need the elders to stop, guys. You can't. This is no. All right? Men don't wear bonnets. I'm sorry. You can't make it cool. You can't make it culture. You can take it off. That's women's wear. The Bible says the man shall not wear that pertains to a woman. Okay? Take it off. And then they got the younger generation sisters thinking it's cute. No, that's just the same old serpent doing Baphometic culture things, non-male and female. Okay? No, take it off. We gotta get reach the youth. We held the candles. Take it off. I wish they didn't shadow ban us and I was able to reach millions. I would tell them, take it off. There's nothing manly about it. All right. So anyway, let's continue. Right? Yeah, they painting fingernails, wearing pocketbooks, somebody has some merce, bonnets. What? Come on, bro. Shiny lips and stuff. Now, ain't nothing wrong with a little chapstick, making sure your stuff ain't all chapped enough. But all that, come on, bro. You're non-binary. That part. All right, let's continue.
Dreams?
All right, so now I like what the brother's doing. Now watch what the brother's doing.
Black people and black people only. Y'all come here for a second, because we need to talk real quick. Is it just me, or does it seem like they trying to?
So my other nations of people, what this he's demonstrating the so-called Black Americans, because people say we have no culture, right? We have so much. We've got culture within cultures, right? Our culture, Black American, and other people probably have it as well, but this is a Black American, we're talking about us. We have a thing where we can read each other. We have telepathy, right? It's just genetic wiring where we can understand what one another's thinking and saying without talking. So what this brother is going to demonstrate is us understanding one another without speaking. Watch this.
Y'all come here for a second, because we need to talk real quick. Is it just me, or does it seem like they trying to? You know what I mean? Because like lately. And I mean, stuff like that be happening all the time, but like not this much. You know what I mean? Because yeah, it just seems a little too convenient that but we agree that we not.
No, we not.
Right?
Yeah, I agree.
Because if we do, they just going.
You know? Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying?
So let's take it back. 2022.
Hold on. I love that. I love that. I swear we be so uncold, bro. We can speak and we don't even got to even know each other. And it happens wherever all of us throughout, no matter where you at. You know what I mean? I could be in New York, and you could be from Indiana, you could be from California, you could be from New Orleans, you could be from Georgia, whatever, and we got this code, and it's like we literally know what each other. It's like, I'm like, I got you, bro. You heard everything you said, I follow. And it's so crazy because that's how a lot of our ancestors survived during slavery and Jim Crow and stuff like that, right? They had to spiritually speak to one another, right? But let's continue. Thank you, Laria, for this other clip that's about to play.
Right?
Yeah, I understood everything that he didn't say, right? Come on.
But we agree. Yeah, it just seems a little too convenient that. But we agree that we not. right? Because if we do, they just going you know what I'm saying?
So let's take it back. 2022. I was doing hosting Password.
Brilliantly hosted.
And oh my gosh, thank you.
So good.
And we had you on.
Yep.
You playing the game. Then
Yep.
I got a chance to play. And I got a chance to
Absolutely.
play with you.
Yep.
They give me the word Titanic.
They do.
And I
They do.
prompt you with Rose. I'm gonna put it like this.
You're real talkative. You're real.
She's confident. She's confident. I'm gonna put it like this. Rose.
Rose. Oh, see, I don't want to get it wrong, but I think it's
Rose.
Oh my gosh, ladies.
You see the white girl? The white girl is realizing they're talking without speaking. Right? She's like, oh my God, ladies. Right?
I think I'm gonna get it wrong.
No, you can't.
Rose. Oh, see, I don't want to get it wrong, but I think it's
Rose.
Oh my gosh, ladies.
I think I'm gonna get it wrong.
No, you can't.
Okay, one more time.
Rose.
This game's hard. This game's harder than you think. Huh?
It's Rose.
It's hard.
You.
Listen, there's a lot of black conversation happening in the eyes. But I'm about to let my sister down because I have no idea.
You're not. Because
It's a full black conversation happening. Brother Leslie, so a new thing with the youth, they got short bathrobes? I didn't know that. Oh, we got to stop them, Brother Leslie. We got to shame them. Everybody, ain't nothing wrong with shame. What's wrong in this earth is we've lost shamefacedness. That's biblical. We have to bring shamefacedness back. Everybody listen clearly. You need to be shamefaced for what your ancestors, unrighteous ancestors, have done. You understand? You need to be shamefaced and you need to feel and repent for their transgressions. You understand? Don't let nobody, the Hasatan, the devil, has made people not feel any shame. Okay? Nobody feel, you know what I mean? They have no conviction of nothing. Do what thy wilt is the whole of the devil's law. You understand? Nah, not with the Most High. That shamefacedness will keep you righteous. It keeps you moral. It keeps you, you understand? It keeps you on the right track. You understand? Never catch yourself without having no type of shame. The devil's a lie. You understand? It'll keep you, keeping your lineage, your bloodline has an image, and perception is a reality. How people perceive you. So we are called to be the righteous image of the Most High. This is biblical. When they see us, they're supposed to see the Most High. They're supposed to see the Messiah. They're supposed to see the image of the Father. The devil wants us to not have shamefacedness. Yeah, so you tell them, you shame them, Brother Leslie, every chance you get. Now they got these boys wearing short bathrobes like a woman. See, all this stuff, that's the Baphomet. That's Hasatan. Got these boys want everything that pertains to a woman. Run around with a bonnet and a short bathrobe. I bet you go to jail. Your name gonna be Susie Q too. You gonna run around with a short bathrobe and a bonnet in jail, and you're gonna be a bonnet, all right, Susie Q. Baphometic. No, we gotta raise these babies, teach them as men. No. Welcome, Stop the Spy. Welcome to the house. No, bro. Come out of her. No. I'm sorry. That hurt me, bro. Short bathrobes? All right.
Conversation happening.
This game is hard. This game is harder than you think. Huh?
It's Rose.
It's hard.
You.
Listen, there's a lot of black conversation happening in the eyes. But I'm about to let my sister down because I have no idea.
you're not. Because
Here we go.
I hate myself.
no, you
Just say it. Just say it.
Titanic.
I mean, we became telepathic in that moment. It's like
we telepathic anyway, but this is the thing. This is what I'm glad we're having this conversation because I want people to know. I knew it was Titanic the first time you said it.
No.
I knew it was Titanic. Now, this is what's crazy, and this is something you did, and I think I told you this before. I said to you, I said, oh, I don't want to disappoint you. Let my sister down. And you said to me, you can't. Not you can't. You can't. And when I tell you, when you in that moment, baby girl, you poured back into me, black woman to black woman, like, it is impossible for you to let me down.
It's impossible.
You can't let me down. Because one, you just can't. But also, I know you know this. I know you know this. And so then I was like, in my mind, I'm like, oh, it's Titanic. I know it's Titanic.
Yeah.
It's Titanic. And then so when I said it with resignation, like, I hate myself, Titanic. And it went off. I was like, that was me. Like, I knew it. Because I knew it. But we locked in.
Baby girl, like, what is that? What do you think that is? Like, what is that? Like, I just imagine, like, where do we get that thing in our culture where it's like, I'm looking at you and it's like,
because we know each other.
Because it's in our DNA. It's genetic code. And we used it to survive. It's passed down through the generations. The sins that our ancestors, so-called blacks, our ancestors did against the Most High, put curses on us. So we went through all captivities, through all times, Persian, Assyrian, Babylonian, Mitzrayim, Egyptian, Sub-Saharan, Indian, American. We went through so many slavery and captivities that we had to develop the speak of gesture, the speak of thought, transforming the thought through the look, through the hearing. We would even, our ancestors would go so far that without even seeing or hearing, we could be on code one and transfer the thought. That's when you're really in your spirit, man. We're spiritual beings animating a physical body. When you tap in, and that's what righteousness brings forth, and the right diets, the right foods, is tapping in to the electrical spiritual energy of the earth's resonance, because we come from the dust of the earth. So every mineral and nutrient makes up our physical composition, but we are a spiritual body animating this physical, these atoms and molecules spinning at high revolutions. You see, everything has frequencies, everything has completion, kalalaya. So the more righteous and the more in tune you are with your spirit, man, with righteous, with the Most High, you can transfer that thought. Thoughts brings things into existence. Thoughts manifest. That's what the Bible says, believe with your mind, believe with your heart, mind, and soul, and that will come to pass. You will achieve. Watch the words that come out your mouth, because life and death is in the power of the tongue. You will manifest the things that you're thinking. So be very careful and be slow to speak. Let your yeas be yeas and your nays be nays. Watch the words. Just don't be a fool and babbling out anything, because you held accountable for every word that comes out of your mouth. Life and death is in your tongue. You understand? But they dumbed us down to not be in tune with our spirit man. So our flesh man controls our temple, and it controls everything around us. And the flesh is evil continually because of what Adam and Eve did thousands of years ago. They gave over their free will. They gave over and created a second world of sin and iniquity. And the heart of the serpent is born in the heart, in the flesh. So we are to circumcise the flesh and die to the flesh daily. Do you understand? That's the spiritual war that we are to partake every 24 hours, every time we wake up. Though I lay me down to sleep, you understand? We wake up, we got to start a brand new fight every day. Circumcise the flesh, die to the flesh, and make the spirit man victorious. But as long as we stay in a fleshly, earthly realm and don't understand the powers and the energies of the spirit man, who we really are, then we won't understand these gifts of transcending. Everything is portals and doors. The serpent, the darkness know that. That's why they open in CERN, and they play all type of pharmakeia and Circe and witchcraft, and always opening up portals, and they use objects and you know, they use all this energies, right? They always playing in frequencies and metronomes and stuff, right? But that's the illegal. But these spiritual aspects exist. But they dumb the masses down so much that they don't have no type of spiritual warfare. So that's why she's like, why? How can we speak to one another like that? That in the so-called Black American and some of the Caribbean brothers, those who was in these slave trades, especially, and you know, there's different time frames for the slave trades. Different. I can only speak for the Black American. A lot of this telepathic things that we have are genetically wired into our DNA from what our ancestors had to do for 200 and 300 and 400 years of telepathically speaking to one another. Do you understand? Of doing things to survive. So we have it, we got it honestly. But the serpents want to dumb us down, and they dumb us down with poisons and toxins and food and media and dark devil music and all type of, you know, barium and aluminum spraying and fluoride and, you know, putting aluminum in our body and our teeth, you know what I mean? And our deodorant and all this type of stuff to keep us toxic so we won't tap into the spirit man, the spiritual energy. We are spiritual beings animating a physical existence. But they dumb us down. The spirit's supposed to control the mind and the soul. That's the will. They after our free will. That's what the selling the soul is. When you freely give your will over to serve darkness, then you sold your soul. So your body and your soul become one, make a covenant with darkness, and it arrests your spirit. That's what it wants. And it wants to lock your spirit down into eternal damnation for eternity. That's called the lake of fire. It's a symbolic, a euphemistic term. It's not a physical fire. It's an eternity outside of the presence of the Most High. But we are to arrest, take control of the will, the soul, the will, and choose to do the will, give it over to the Father to do righteousness, thus arresting the flesh and destroying the flesh. And now the spirit can spend eternity in the presence of the Father, the new kingdom. So we're not storing up our treasures in this terrestrial, limited, a short span of time. We understand in the spirit we spend an eternity because we were a spirit before we even animated this temple. And that's every culture knows that. All the way back to the ancient Sumerian, Sumer and everything. Every culture, it doesn't matter, even if they serve the Most High of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, every culture understand these spiritual principles. The only ones who don't are the dumbed down masses. The serpent seed, understand it? The bloodline families, the 1% who run in this world, who trying to destroy us, who I'm about to show y'all what they got planned. I'm about to show y'all the most powerful clip. Matter of fact, we get into it next. Praise the Most High. He brought it in. We get into it right now. All right? Fast. Let's go. Here we go. This is why they don't want us to know and be tapped in to the spirit right here. And then I'm going to get back because I'm going to get back to Nolan before we close out. Right? Share this tab instead.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Akiyama.
We still have questions when you're ready.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, this ain't that long. Good. It's only 8 minutes. Watch this. This is tying into the whole Nolan Wells, the whole Carmelo, the whole serpent seed want us, nations of people, to be against one another while they enslave us all. They have an agenda. and they've been putting their agenda and they're chipping away at it. So if you see the world getting darker and darker, they want me to hate a white brother and sister. They want a white brother and sister to hate me. They want a Hispanic brother and sister to hate me. They want a African Hamitic brother and sister to hate me. They want a Asian brother and sister to hate me. They want to, right? They want all of them, everybody, to hate one group of people, the so-called black, right? And then divide yourself in a hierarchy amongst each other while they plan on enslaving us all. This is their agenda, and this is what they got planned for us. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. This is why this channel, no matter what title we use, always come back. We live every Monday and Friday, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is what they got planned for all of us. The devil's a lie. I'm going to rebuke it. I'm going to teach y'all. We're going to expose it all every time. This is why they starting racial wars and want to divide and conquer us all. This is what they have planned. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't have rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. Let's go.
Have you ever wondered why every major government, global organization, and financial institution keeps pointing toward the same year? 2030? They never explain why. 2030.
We got basically 3 years left, because it'll be January, it'll be 2027 in a hot second. Time, the Most High sped up time. It's going to go faster. 2030. I'm going to be preparing y'all. I'm going to be doing everything. And I'm going to get through the shadow ban a little later. Mark my words later. Y'all going to be like, Dad, you were saying that we was going to be reaching hundreds of thousands. Yes. We still reach about 100,000, you know what I mean? Even though they shadow ban us now, we get about 200,000 a month or whatever, right? But we'll be doing that in one, we'll be doing millions a month, because the righteous word got to reach the children, because everything is ramping up in the end time. And these devils, the serpents that's trying to play us all against one another, they got a number, 2030. Let go.
Financial institution keeps pointing toward the same year.
They are the 1% serpent seed who control the economy and the world masses. They are not fully human. They have a blood lineage that goes all the way back to Cain, to the fallen angel, the Anunnaki. They come from every nation, kindred, and tongue. They're not just white. They're all nations, but they have a blood lineage. A lot of the presidents of America come from that lineage. A lot of the powers that run the nations and the countries come from this lineage. That's the they. All right, let's continue.
Organization and
they used to call them Illuminati. They used to call them the man. They used to call them the powers that be. They used to call them, you know what I mean? Now they call them the dark, some of the deep state, but they use the deep state. But these are the powers that be. All right, now let's continue. This is what they got planned for us.
Your government, global organization. Have you ever wondered why every major government, global organization, and financial institution keeps pointing toward the same year? 2030? They never explain why, never explain what happens after, and never tell you what they're quietly preparing the world for. But tonight, you will. This is the story of Agenda 2030. Not the polished version they show the public, but the version buried beneath committees, closed-door meetings, and quiet policy shifts happening all around us. A global transformation disguised as progress. A digital reset that will reshape every part of human life. And a deadline that they're racing toward faster than anyone realizes. Because if...
They've been preparing for this 2030. We only got 3 more years now, all right? And this is why you see all of the racism ramping up, all of the divide ramping up, because it's aligned with their agenda.
The world is going to change forever. It won't start with a vote. It won't start with a war. And it won't start with a disaster. It starts with a plan. A plan written years ago, locked behind language designed to sound harmless, and now being executed piece by piece country by country, without most people ever noticing. Tonight, we're exposing the real meaning behind Agenda 2030 and the global digital reset no one was ever meant to fully understand. Let's begin. To understand why the year 2030 matters, you have to understand one thing. When
Hey, Akiyama, what is Rosetta talking about? He said, why react to that? How this is disgusting. I'm leaving. I'm lost. Maybe she's back in the lesson. Oh, whatever. All right. Bye-bye. Hopefully you have a good night. All right. So anyway, let's continue. I don't know if she's talking to me or what. I react to everything. All
Yeah,
right.
that's regarding what we were going over.
Right. We react to everything. You're in a ministry, Rosetta. So if you're very sensitive and if you're just looking for somebody just to stay on one topic, we react to everything. Do you understand? Because everything is in the world. We teach men, women, and children about real life things that apply to them. Whether it's mental, physical, spiritual, sexual, biological, historical, you understand? We teach everything, that part. So you apparently don't know where you at, all right? You just stumble across and you go, have a nice night, okay? We got a whole catalog, almost 600, well, I think we just reached 600 videos, millions of hours. We teach everything. Spiritual warfare on every matter. We're elders. We teach everything. So if we can't have a discussion about all different things that's happening in the world, different mind states of people, different places people at, so people can get an understanding, that's what we're supposed to do. All right? All right. Praise the Most High. All right, let's continue, guys. And now we on teaching what the 2030 agenda is. Yeah, we teach everything here, that part.
year 2030 matters, you have to understand why the year 2030 matters, you have to understand one thing. When powerful people want to reshape the world, they don't do it overnight. They do it slowly, quietly, and with a smile. Agenda 2030 was introduced as a vision for a sustainable future built on 17 global goals. But behind that friendly language lies something very different. A blueprint for a world where governments, corporations, and technology merge into a single system of control. You may think that sounds extreme, but listen closely, because every part of this plan is already being built around you. Goal 1. Digital identity. On the surface, this looks harmless, a way to access services quickly. But a digital ID is the foundation of something much bigger. Once every human is connected to
So this is the first step. This is what's supposed to be released in October. And probably next week, I'm going to start the process of preparing y'all for what this is coming in October, the digital ID. So what he's breaking down, I talked about it a couple of months ago, and I told y'all on the live stream, I said, I'm going to be giving you the proper way to prepare for this digital ID. This is their first round of the 2030 enslavement agenda. Okay? All right, let's continue. The digital ID in October. So if y'all, for those who remember our last live, it was months ago when I showed you JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, and all of them instituting a digital ID. Now you're going to see it as we get closer to October, right? They have dates. They do gematria with times and dates, right? And so as we get closer to October, you're going to see them start to promote the digital ID thing a lot more, but they're going to make it kind of like they did the Jim Joe's Jab Juice, where they're going to eventually make it where you're going to have to choose whether to take it or not, and they're going to try to make it where you can't provide for yourself unless you do take it. So it's going to be a big decision that everybody's going to have to make. But I'm going to, in this channel, in this ministry, I'm going to set you up in the proper way to stave it off as long as possible, and prepare yourself financially and prepare yourself as well in your personage, all right, that you can stay it off as much as possible until the full collapse. Then when that happens, it ain't going to matter, because they're going to be trying to lock the masses down And this now we're going to be in a ish hit the fan, SHIT hit the fan phase of existence. All right. So the digital ID is what's coming first. It's the first round. That's coming in October. But I'm going to be preparing you what to do. I know what the serpent is doing and how they're preparing. And we need to be wise as the serpent while we're harmless as a dove. We need to know the devices of the serpent to know how to maneuver. All right?
Around you. Goal 1. Digital identity. On the surface, this looks harmless, a way to access services quickly. But a digital ID is the foundation of something much bigger. Once every human is connected to a verified digital identity, everything else can be linked to it. Your bank account, your medical records, your travel history, your social behavior, even your ability to interact with society. They call it convenience. But it also creates the perfect system for monitoring people in real time. Goal 2, cashless economy. Across the world, cash is disappearing. Countries are rolling out CBDCs, central bank digital currencies. Unlike crypto, these are not decentralized.
It's digital ID, that's to identify you, to lock you on the digital blockchain. So they're going to be tokenizing everything, our temples. They're actually tokenizing the earth's resources right now. The land, the waters, the celestial bodies, the rainforest, everything is being tokenized because they're going from fiat currency to centralized, to digital currency, right? And so they're digitizing us, our identity. You understand everything. So this person is on it. It's correct. The first step is the digital ID. That's the link us in. And then the digital currency. And they want to have a central bank in digital currency. And what he's talking about is not crypto. It's not on the block. It's not decentralized. It's centralized. Okay, so that they can turn it on and they can turn it off. All right, let's continue.
These are programmable. These are not unlike crypto, these are not decentralized. These are programmable, trackable, and controllable. A currency that can be turned on or off, restricted, limited, or redesigned based on your behavior. They say it's for safety, they say it's for efficiency. But ask yourself, who controls programmable money? Not you. Goal 3, smart cities. Every major city is pushing toward this idea. Sensors, cameras, AI monitoring, predictive policing, energy restrictions, and digital zoning. Imagine a city where every move is tracked, every purchase, every step, every interaction. Again, they call it innovation. But innovation for who? For you or for them? As you'll soon see, all of these systems connect. And when they do, you get something that looks less like a free society and more like a digital cage. But we're only at the beginning of the 2030 blueprint. Because while the public is distracted, the real transformation is happening underneath. Global food systems are being centralized. Energy.
Come on. Why we are being distracted? And what are we being distracted from? News events. You see? They want to, so they're going to continue to push and program people to do wicked, evil things against one another. They're going to continue to ride the narrative, never let a good crisis go to waste. They're going to continue to push the Hegelian dialectic, right? And while having us fight and argue and struggle, they're raising the price of everything while pricing us out of survival as they go from fiat, physical, to digital. They're doing it right in our face. And most people, why you think now we on the Nolan Wells narrative. R.I.P. to young Nolan. After this, I don't know how long this one's gonna last. They've been riding this one for a minute. You see? They've been riding this one for a minute. After they run this Nolan Wells, it'll be on to something else. And it's to trigger, and they're gonna steady make it racial to have us argue and bicker and waste our energy not paying attention to what they are doing. Remember, you see how easy it was to get us off of the, what's that dude? Not the Diddy. What's Diddy daddy name? Epstein. To get us off the Epstein files and get us off, right? They made sure they got us off that. Remember, we was on their neck. Oh, I was dropping them on the Epstein. They was shadow banning the side of us then. You know what I mean? I was going in on the Epstein stuff, right? We was exposing everything, the file. Now all of a sudden, what? Nobody's talking about it no more. You understand? And if the few people that are talking about it, the narrative, the views, the people's attention ain't there. Okay? Yeah, that Diddy Daddy. You know? The Epstein, right? The people, right? So the narrative now is Nolan Wells. I'm very interested because I said it when Carmelo was running. I said it back then. I said, watch when the new narrative come out. And Nolan came out, and then the Carmelo narrative went away. That's why I just posted to our community tab, we ain't forget about you, Carmelo, because that's what they want. So it's everybody's Pimp Nolan Wells story right now, right? And then, but it's crazy because if you don't get into that lane, then you won't have nobody's attention. They will make sure you don't make it into the algorithm at all. You get it? So that's why I have to play the game. We have to be wise as a serpent while harmless as a dove. I'm bringing, I'm bringing information and I'm bringing value to the case because I'm interested in it and I have the gift of discernment so I can bring and I can make it entertaining. But I wish I can just go back and just put anything up and they don't shadow ban. So it's again where the narrative is, right? So what do? If this is what I got to do to reach the Most High's children, then I'll use that. But in the meantime, if that's what can get them, then I'm going to do what? What are we teaching right now? 2030 agenda. You see what I mean? We teaching we got thousands of people who found us because I listened when the Most High said you need to pivot now. They're pivoting. The Bible says be wise as the serpent. So the Most High said pivot. And I'm like, I don't do popular news. And, we've been teaching, if you look at our catalog, we've been teaching this for years. Good stuff. But he said, no, you gotta grab the stories because the serpent is using the stories to to push them in the 2030 agenda. And you gotta reach them where they are because most of the masses, they won't understand the hands of the puppet master. They will just see everything on the face value of the everyday fleshly thing. They won't see the spiritual component of the serpents that are running and playing the masses against each other. And I said, okay. So I listened. And if we fast forward now, from the time I listened, we then got about almost 4,000 new people was able to find us. You see? And what? We teach. So I don't just do a Nolan Wells story and then we sign off. That's pimping. We still teach. You heard? Spiritual warfare. All right. So this is what they're doing, right? While they keep the public distracted. The 2030 blueprint.
Because while the public is distracted, the real transformation is happening underneath. Global food systems are being centralized. Energy grids are being restructured to allow remote shutoff. Private land ownership is becoming harder and harder. And the phrase, "You will own nothing and be happy," wasn't a joke. It was a preview. Governments around the world are buying up farmland. Corporations are buying water rights. and small businesses are being replaced by global digital marketplaces. The goal? A world where independence becomes impossible and reliance becomes mandatory. But here's where it gets even more unsettling. Behind every 2030 initiative, there's a new player, a silent partner. Artificial intelligence. AI is becoming the engine behind global governance, making decisions, filtering information, automating enforcement, and building a world where human judgment becomes optional. And that is not an accident. Agenda 2030 isn't just a plan for a sustainable world. It's a plan for a digital world, one where AI becomes the brain, and digital systems become the nervous system. Let's go deeper. Why 2030? Why this decade? Because the world is reaching a technological tipping point. By 2030, experts expect universal digital IDs, near total surveillance in major cities, fully programmable money, smart home and smart grid, integration, AI-run government systems, biometric security everywhere, and the merging of financial, medical, and personal data into one system. A unified global database, controlled by unelected bodies, that decides who you are and what you're allowed to do. One identity, one system, one world, by design. But the most chilling part of Agenda 2030 is not the technology, it's the psychology. If you want to reset the world, you don't need guns, you don't need armies, you don't need violence, you only need control over information, control over currency, and control over access. And slowly, piece by piece, they're taking it. Some countries are already linking digital IDs to bank accounts. Others require biometric verification for travel. Several cities are testing social credit scoring, and many governments are quietly preparing to phase out physical money entirely. People think this is random. It's not. It's coordinated. But here's the part almost nobody knows. The 2030 plan wasn't created to fix the world. It was created to rebuild it into a fully digital ecosystem, a world where privacy no longer exists, a world where freedom becomes conditional, and a
Come on, Sister Angela, and he's coming too.
World where compliance is no longer requested, but required. Because when everything becomes digital...
Yep, Oroki, but the truth, it doesn't matter. If it's the truth, it's the truth. So I can script, Oroki, I can script something up and I can have AI read it to you. It don't mean it ain't the truth. You see what I mean? Yeah, absolutely. But we got to discern the truth from a lie. It doesn't matter how it's going to be presented. There's going to come a time where that's the only thing that's going to be presented. So we got to discern that as well. Let's continue.
Everything becomes controllable. Your identity, your money, your movement, everything is no longer requested, but required.
Well, you're going to be left behind, Oroki. Maybe this is where we're going to agree to disagree on a lot of stuff. But if you don't give no minute to nothing AI says, then you're going to be one of them that's left behind. And unfortunately, it is what it is. You can not listen. You can, everybody going to do what they want. But for those who don't understand AI and do not implement it in some way, then you're going to be destroyed for that lack of knowledge. Because there's going to come a time where you're going to be the one that's going to have to take the beast. You're going to have to receive it because you won't be able to produce anything because of not understanding the devices of the serpent. All right? I give AI to stuff. Well, there you go. So, all right. So then this ain't AI slop. So, all right, let me not. I don't know why I'm even giving you this energy right now. Sometimes people just speak just to speak. It's okay. I understand. All right. So, yes, AI. Now, again, is AI Oroki? Think about this. Is AI the beast or is it the spirit that you use it? Is a gun a killer or is it the spirit of who used the gun? Is money evil? Right? You have people saying money was the devil. No, these are tools. So AI is a spirit. And if you're in the wrong spirit, if you're unrighteous, then you're going to get what you call on. But AI won't be able to harm the righteous. You understand? It's any spirit like any other spirit, devil. There's a completion, a kalalaya of any spirit. Any spirit, God and devil are the same thing, same energy. It's a positive and negative. Do you understand? It's the free will, the spirit of what you call on, what makes you receive, whether you're going to see something righteous from it or unrighteous from it. So I will use AI righteously, and I will get that back from which I put out. That's some call it karma, some call it yin yang, some call it the law of reciprocity, some call it whatever you want to call it. It's a spiritual law of, that's why they come after your free will. So righteousness. No, it's okay, Hiroki. It's righteousness. Okay? So that's why I teach people, don't be scared of AI. Don't be afraid. And like, that's another thing where we're not called to have the spirit of fear. We're called to have the spirit of yara, reverence, authority, respect, and understand. We have to understand the devices of whatever beast, whatever form it takes, right? All right? So Leviathan is a beast. Hasatan is a beast. Darkness is a beast. Unrighteousness is the beast. All of these are, right? Spirits over people, all right? The spirit, I could show you a beast in an individual. These devils that'll destroy you and unalive your family. AI ain't doing that. You see what I mean? But now listen, the dark spirits on this earth, the dark people, the devils on the earth, they want to use AI to like a tool, like a gun, like a spiritual gun, to do more evil, to open up more. Yes, so that's what that is. Yes, and that's also actually written throughout other cultures, but it's biblical as well. When there will be an entity, so that's why they opening up portals for it. So yes, it is a brain. It is a portal, and they're going to try to use it to destroy all the to control all the masses of people and destroy it. Okay? Yes, that's the whole point. So the data, all of it. So again, the 2030 agenda, it encompasses all of it, right? The data centers, the banking currency, the digital ID, the infrastructure, the cities, the smart cities, all of it. It's a whole agenda. That's the whole point of what we're teaching. But anyway, let me continue.
Longer requested, but required. World where compliance is no become world where privacy no digital ecosystem. A world where privacy no longer exists. A world where freedom becomes conditional. And a world where compliance is no longer requested, but required. Because when everything becomes digital, everything becomes controllable. Your identity, your money, your movement, your access to food, energy, medicine, travel, information, all of it can be monitored. All of it can be restricted. All of it can be shut off. Instantly. The global reset isn't coming, it's happening. Quietly, slowly, right in front of you.
That's why they distracting us. We love you too, Hiroki. We love you too. That's why they distracting us. You understand? So that's why I teach, listen, even though I show what they're doing with the news and Nolan and all this stuff, the spiritual war of making us hate one another, I'm also showing what the serpent, what his goals is. Because these goals, they implement these goals in stages, and they complete them. They come to pass, right? This stuff is written in the Georgia Guidestones and all of these type of things. So the 2030 is the big one. They got one by 2033. There will be. That's where they're supposed to say everything. All of this will be totally implemented. You understand? That's when Elon was saying by 2033. There won't nobody be having nothing. Nobody have no money. Everybody, because they're planning on to enslave the masses. You understand? And these are the tools that they're using it. But most people, if you don't know, right? Most people don't even know what we are, what we're speaking on. They know they've heard of it, and they might know a little bit, but they ain't got time to be worrying about it. Listen clearly. They're they're busy, stressed out with their job. Or remember, they all in the Nolan Wells. They got us all in our feelings, right? Emotionally, they, got this one trying to do, Jake Lang trying to do the IGA march, right? So that's going to trigger the blacks, and this one want to say this, and the Africans say black people are some of the shout out to my righteous ones, but y'all know what I'm saying. All these different narratives where I showed the clip where the Africans said black people are contaminated and we black Americans, and this one, right? The Haitians say this, and the Jamaicans say this, and the Africans say this, and the black, right? So they got, and then the whites say this, and everybody's against one another while their agenda is going forward. It's crazy. It's actually darkly brilliant. You understand? To keep everybody distracted while they go forward. And also another one, Aroki, keep people scared of the AI mechanism instead of using it for righteous sake. And understand that you're going to have to learn the devices of the serpent. You're going to have to use the devices to survive. Just like you're going to have to use a gun to survive. You will. You're going to have to use, because when this world goes really dark and people are running around starving and rioting, and you're going to have things to protect yourself. See? So you have to have the wisdom to understand what the serpent is doing. You understand? So that's what we do and teach here, to understand, because people don't even know that the Messiah said, sell your cloak and get a sword. Sell 2 of your cloaks and get 2 swords. I'm paraphrasing. So there are things that we're going to need to be able to protect ourselves for what's coming. Woe to those who don't prepare. You understand? That's why those individuals who build in like ish hit the fan type of stuff, now you can prepare all you want physically. You need to prepare spiritually and mentally as well, right? Don't forget that part. But those who don't even prepare physically, when that famine comes, you'll be destroyed. Okay? You won't survive the famine. What's coming? It's coming. You can't stop it. It's written. It's prophetic. Everything is written out, bro. So there's things that we have to do. So we have to understand the devices of the serpent so we can move accordingly. We can prepare accordingly. That's why I'm going to prepare y'all for October for the first phase, the digital ID. You see? And that's why I'm going to make sure that I can get further through the shadow band as much as I can. I have to play this game with the beast. Be in the world, but not of the world. We are using the beast system to reach one another. I wouldn't know my brother Salty Tate. I wouldn't know brother Aroki. I wouldn't know Sister A. Sandoval. I wouldn't have met brother Henry Manuel. I wouldn't meet none of y'all if we didn't use this beast system. This platform we on is the beast too. You gotta understand. So it ain't no just AI, the beast. We using the beast. The beast is everything, right? The beast is the one that's putting the poison in the water, unaliving, spraying the air, charging us money for water that the Most High gave us for free. Yeah, the beast is the one telling us we can't plant trees and fruits all up so we can feed ourselves. All of these is the beast, okay? This is the beast system. So the beast is going to continue to make more, and the beast is the devil, it's darkness, it's unrighteousness, okay? It's going to continue to find more ways to enslave and destroy the masses. It consumes itself. It's a serpent eating its tail. You understand? So, praise the Most High. What was Saudi's question, Hakiyama?
Okay. He asks, let me scroll up a little bit. I've got a question. Can you break down 2 Corinthians 6 and 7? This part of the armor spoken of in Ephesians, question mark? It reads like truth.
All right, so I'm gonna have to grab the script and put it on the screen. So I'm gonna get to it, Saudi. So you hang in there. I'm gonna get to it before we close out. So let me get through this, and I'm gonna get to that. I'll grab it, put it on the screen, and we'll break that down. The armor. All right, we just broke that down too on I think on our Tuesday Bible study. All right. So this is part of the armor without even looking at it. What I'm doing right now, Saudi, is giving you part of the armor, right? This is the mental part. So this would be part of the helmet, right? To cover the head, right? So remember, this the armor, the spiritual armor, that's the spiritual warfare. You understand? So I'm giving you the part in your mental now to prepare you. That's the helmet. And I'm also giving you the sword. I'm giving you the spiritual warfare, the thing to fight with. You understand? I'm trying to instill in you the faith, the breastplate, the armor, to believe and understand that the prophecies, to understand that greater is he that's within you, the righteousness, so that you won't have the fear, right? And become a victim to it. So yeah, I'm kind of doing it without even reading the scriptures. But that's what this is. So this channel, our ministry, is all Ephesians. It's all the spiritual warfare. That's all we teach. So that's why even when I do the Nolan Wells case and everything, we constantly just teaching spiritual warfare. So that's why with the other sister, she left now. She said she gone, I guess, whatever that is. I don't know what it is. You know, people find us from nothing and talk about, I guess when I was talking about where that man was, you know, jealous over his phallic and stuff like that. I'm talking to spiritual warfare over people, to teaching people what's how people envy you, and people can secretly envy you, and teaching the warfare to come out of that mind frame. And then I got to teach the masses of men and women real life applications. You see? Now, we're a real ministry here. We don't just, you know what I mean? We don't just teach that Julio stuff. You know what I mean? Somebody said we out, I think it was A. Sandoval said we outside. You heard? Because the Messiah was outside. That's the part. We ain't talking that Jesus stuff from the Romans made Bible. The Hebrew Messiah, he was outside. That part. Okay? All right. Let's continue.
Look at the patterns, the tightening regulations, slowly,
Shalian,
right in front of you.
I forgot about
Look at
Facebook
the patterns,
over there.
the tightening regulations, the new digital requirements, the changes in language, the sudden push for centralized power. None of this is random. The world is being prepared for something, a transformation unlike anything in history. And by the time 2030 arrives, the old world will be gone, replaced by something new, something efficient, something safe. But safe for who? That is the question they hope you never ask. Because once the 2030 system is complete, there is no going back, no opting out, no living off-grid, no disappearing, no resistance without...
There will be a revolt. There will always be a revolt. That's where, from the root word revolution. There will be those who come out. So there will be an off-grid. There will be a pushback. The masses will take it. But the Most High's children are already preparing. That's why I'm going to be, and I'm probably one of the only few that be doing it. I've been doing it. I've been preparing people for the 2030. I'm probably the only ones that's doing these topics and stuff that's going to be preparing people for the digital ID in October. Most people don't even know it's coming. You understand? So, like I said, maybe this lesson, because I got to hurry up, because we almost at the end, we're going to be at the end of the August in a minute. So, and it's going to take y'all about a month or two to prepare for what's coming in October, because there's things you have to do. So he's wrong about that. That he's right about you can't stop what they're planning, but there will be a fight back, and there will be an off-grid. There will be those who reject the system. There is an opting out. All right? Facts.
Because once the 2030 system is complete, there is no going back, no opting out, no living off-grid, no disappearing.
Yes, this October. So the digital ID at Jess will be released this October. It's the start. So coming next week and I'm going to start to prepare y'all in the lessons. I'll be putting it in it, things that you're to do to be able to reject it, because it's the first round. But if you don't know, you won't know. It's like not understanding the tax laws or the laws of something that they're about to implement, and you don't understand the loopholes. Everything in this dark second world is about loopholes. You understand? But you can't understand or find a loophole or a way around something if you don't know the structure of what they're planning. So praise the Most High. He had me study to show myself approved, and he reveals, and I got understanding so I can teach y'all and get y'all structured. I got to do it myself so that you won't be caught up in the phases that as they start to enslave, because that's what it is, the start of the enslavement of the masses. They're going to be destroyed for that lack of knowledge. That's what, yep, in the UK. It started in China too. It started in Australia too. It started in, right? That's why they was taking the guns. That's why these places don't own guns. Australia, United Kingdom, right? That's why America is the last stand. They know that. That's why back years ago when everybody was telling y'all flee and run from America and run to Africa, and I kept telling everybody stop with that foolishness, right? America is the last stand. We behind enemy lines. They know that. So the last one of the Americas, we ain't never putting down our guns and stuff, right? We ain't going quietly. They had all these other nations put down their guns. That's why Spain, that's why all these nations they're destroying them, they're consuming them, right? So when America fall, that's the end. That's the head of the daughter of Babylon. So shout out to the Jeffries family. So that's why the Most High always going to prepare your children, right? Woe to those who don't prepare. So I will be instructing how to get through each phase of what they're doing, because the goal is to survive and sustain without taking their system, taking the things that they're going to implement. Because once you do, then you locked in, you're done. They can cut you off and everything. But there's going to come a time where you're going to be cut off, because it's either. So that's why whoever made this thing, you're wrong about that. There is an opting out, right? Because the children of the Most High, we're going to say no to the beast. No. Facts. And you got to be willing to die for righteousness. If you're not, then go ahead and go along with the beast. You're going to die later anyway. It's crazy work, because the beast is a liar and there's no truth in him. You understand? So he's going to consume you anyway, right? So you're going to die later, but you're going to be, I'm dying in righteousness and truth and spirit if the Most High wants me to, if he allows it. But there's things spiritually, prophetically, that's going to happen to the righteous children of the Most High. He's going to cover us and prepare. We got Malaic angels that's going to come and help us. Be careful who you entertain, because you might be entertaining angels unawares. There are angels here fighting, doing things. That's why we got to be careful. Just like they got fallen angels. They opening portals with CERN. Do y'all not know they shut down CERN until when? Listen, guys. See, this is the part people don't understand. They just said they shut down CERN. They didn't shut down. They switched to phase whatever with CERN. And they said until when? 2030. See, everything is lined. So they could accomplish what they want to accomplish with that phase of the hydrogen collider. And now they switched it off. They're telling you it's off. It ain't off. It just switched, probably open up some other dimension, because they opening up down stuff in the marine kingdom and the waters and down in the earth where the fallen angels is chained and stuff. All this stuff. That's why people who don't understand, I understand you not believing in the Bible and the book. That's religion. But if you don't believe in the prophecies that's written in the Habariyah manuscript, then you're just foolish. You're just a lack of knowledge, because each culture had manuscripts. Ancient Acadia, ancient Phoenicia, ancient Ugarit, ancient Persia, ancient Sumer, every nation have a deluge story of history. Of course, all continents and all peoples and all ages have a great deluge story, a flood. It ain't just the Bible with the flood. Now they have different characters that they name it from the different fable stories that each culture passed down word to mouth and then written. So if you don't understand the prophetic book of instructions that Safariyah, that they call the Bible, the Hellenes and the Romans translated and transliterated and try to dilute, then that's one less tool you got to understand the prophecy that's coming, because everything that's happening is in that manuscript. It's in the prophecies. It's a book of instructions on how to survive it. All right? So, come on. No. Talk the righteous into existence. Come on, Henry. That's what we called to do. That ain't out of context. That's what it is. You speak life and death in the power of the tongue. You speak righteousness into existence. We are the righteous. That's what we have to live, because that's what we're fighting against, the unrighteous. That's all it is. It's just two sides. It's a completion. Either one side, it's 360, right? One side is good, the other side is bad. One side is light, the other side is dark. One side righteous, the other side unrighteous. One side truth, the other side a lie. One side wicked, the other side holy. One side, it's always a completion. And it's what you stand in with your free will. Come on, Brother Henry. You stand in righteousness and you summon righteousness. You understand? That's why righteousness is your covering. The righteous, the name of the Most High is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and are safe. All through the Bible, it's righteousness, right? We have to seek ye first the kingdom and his righteousness, and all things will be added unto you. That part. And you have to believe, right? And that's where having the faith comes in. That faith is a hard one, because you got to believe in something that you can't prove, but that's the spiritual thing. You hold on in the spirit. You speak it with conviction and understand that I believe this righteousness will cover me, and then I am covered in righteousness. You can't destroy the thing that a person believes in. You can't destroy my belief. You might have my flesh. You can do everything, but you can't do nothing to my spirit, because I'm in control of my spirit. I'm going to die righteous. I'm going to die righteous. I guarantee you 110. I'm going to die righteous in spirit and in truth. You can starve me. You can do whatever. I already had it done. So now this what they're preparing will come to pass, because it's already written. All of this stuff is already prophecy. That's why once you understand that, then you understand our ancestors even knew this thousands of years ago. They used to, everything that we're doing now, they did 10 times, sometime even more. Ancient Kemet and all these cultures and stuff, building pyramids is just a landing port for celestial bodies to come down and stuff. You understand? There's so many spiritual things, what they call ley lines, and all of these portals and ports on the earth. So we got to understand who and whose we are and stand in righteousness, and ain't nothing. And the Most High is always going to prepare. Why you think I'm doing these teachings, right? We at 1:50 in the morning. Come on. It's 131 of us here. Now, if they wouldn't shadow ban, it'd still be 500 of us on here, right? But it is what it is, right? 131 of us here. And we started off talking about Nolan Wells and the restaurant girl and all this stuff. And now we talking about what? Spiritual warfare, preparing for the 2030, what they really doing. You see? What they really doing. This is the good food. This is the part. You know what I say? This part. This part. That's why I always say, no matter what topic I put out, just come. Every Monday and Friday, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. Log in when you come back. Just come back. Because there's always something the Most High want to teach us. And he teach real life applications, stuff that's going to happen to us today, tomorrow, and in the coming days. All right?
Grid. No disappearing. No opting out. No living off grid. No disappearing. No resistance without consequences.
Oh, that's right. We're going to get consequences, but all that stuff is the devil's a lie. You sound like a scaredy cat. No resistance. No, the devil's a lie. I rebuke all that. You're wrong. See, this is Roki, this is how you eat the fruit and spit out the pits. This is why I could take the information, because everything you said is correct. And that's the wisdom we got to do. We got to take all the devices of the serpent. You understand? Yep. Give me all that. Oh, that, I spit that right out his mouth. You could take that right back with you, because somebody done told you wrong. Whoever made this video, AI dude, you got the correct information, but this part is a lie for the lake of fire. You talk about no resistance, no off the grid. The devil's a lie. Somebody didn't tell you, I got a Malyak. I got some Malyaks that's going to come and guide and protect us. There's coverings that the Most High do to his children. You heard? Let's go.
Without consequences. That's what a digital world consequences. That's what a digital world allows. Total control, total oversight, total dependence. Unless we see it coming. Unless we understand the blueprint before it's complete.
Okay,
unless we realize that the world they're building might not be the world we want to live in. This is Agenda 2030.
Well, the masses, they're going to receive it.
Not the public version, not the friendly version, the real version. And now, you know.
Facts. That's what they trying to have planned for us. But greater is he that's within me. That part. Hakyama, give me, because I'm going to do some more. It's Friday night. We're going to go a little long tonight, right? I got more to bring out. Give me a question while we switch back over to the topic, because I'm gonna show y'all a coon. I got something else crazy coming. Go ahead, Akiyama. Give me a couple of questions. Yes, please give a like if you don't mind, children of the Most High.
This first one is from Henry. Did I read this one already? He said, yeah, I read this one. Next one is from Thomas. Thomas says, why did the mom not give the phone to the police if she thought it was tampered with?
Because they're not giving it over because they don't trust the police. The police are the problem. The DAs are the problem. The state of Mississippi is the problem. Why would I give my evidence that I got that can prove what happened to my family, my son, to those that's going to take the evidence and wipe it? That's foolish. The part that people don't understand is the family and some of us of black, white nations of people and other nations, we don't trust the beast system. So it's wise. So they gave a statement that said they're holding the phone and they're not giving it to none of them unless they do it. They analyze it all together. The government, the state, and with the lawyers, and they're going to do it one time. And when they do the forensic analyzation of it, it's in front of everybody so that they can not giving it to them, that they can do whatever they want with it. And now they come back and say, look, there was nothing on here. No, they're not Boo-Boo the Fool. They're not, that's wise. Being wise as that serpent, right? So they ain't giving that phone up until they're gonna analyze it together so that her lawyers and them get to see it, the state get to see it, and everything is documented so they can't lie. That's what happened with the autopsy. The state had the body first, and now they try to summon the body to do an independent autopsy. They kept the stomach, the throat, they kept everything, so you can't prove anything. So they're not doing that with the phone. And that's very wise of them. Praise the Most High. Go ahead. Yeah, the information get lost. Next thing you know, it was nothing on there. It was white clear. Yeah, whatever. I ain't gonna give it to the devil. Why am I giving it? That's foolishness. But the problem is a lot of people don't understand that we see these states as the devil. That's the adversary to us. Right? We got history here. They just hanging people left and right and saying nothing happened. You're going to give them your evidence? Continue, Hakiyama. What's the next one?
This next one is from Jason. Jason says, why is there so much about Nolan Wells and the possibility that there is something wrong compared to the thousands and thousands of other Black kids unalived year each year?
Say that one more time. Start over again.
Sorry. Why is there so much about Nolan Wells and the possibility that there is something wrong compared to the other thousands?
I think I know where they're going. Because this is just the next narrative that they're running with. I agree. It's like, why is the focus on him? He just got selected. That's all. It was just a timing, right? Remember, the whole focus was on Carmelo Anthony, right? And then Mississippi, now they wasn't planning on this Mississippi State to get all this national notoriety, but it's just the timing. I know that the Most High is in charge of everything. So he uses things as people transgress and do. So this is a time and an event this will be talked about for a while, depending on, because remember, things get talked about and then they go away. We're in an information age where things get the spotlight and then they get wiped away. 15 minutes of fame. But this is lasting, we're in about a half an hour of the Nolan Wells. You see? So if you can get some type of case or notoriety that lasts past 15 minutes of fame, right? Proverbial, oh yeah, it got some staying power. Now, I don't know what could come next that they're going to try to push it off, push it away and push it to something else. But this one got a little staying power, right? And so because of it, the serpent seed manipulates, they're going to use it. So that's why you got all the media in it, right? You got all this Don Lemon, and I don't rock with none of Nancy Grace. All these, man, please. Y'all can miss me with all these. I'm sorry for any other nations who follow these people. I don't, because I know what you people were doing before you start to latch on to this money grab, because that's what it is. They pimping the story, right? They getting all these millions of views. They getting hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars off the story, right? Nancy, oh, bye, looking like a witch, and Don Lemon, abomination, right? He was selling our people out a minute ago, right? Now all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Plays. You got all this, NAACP, what's it called? The Black Caucus, and all, man. Oh, please. Now, is that going to help get eyes and spotlight? Yes. Is they doing it because they love Nolan? No. You see, the parents want to find out because they love Nolan. A lot of us regular people, we want to find out because we're interested, because we can see the injustice in the cover-up. And we can see that someone was harmed and it's a unrighteous act. But a lot of these media people narratives, they just making a bag, pimping Nolan Wells, right? That's all that is. So I'm good. That's why when the Nancy, she came out, everybody like, Nancy, great. I'm like, oh, please, right? Y'all can miss me with all these people, all these media. Because remember, now you got all of the news, chat, everything, and you're correct. What about right? They just unalived Tasia. That's what he's talking about. Hung her. Nobody's saying nothing, right? No, I get to, we'll say something and there ain't no me. It's just how America works. The Nolan, he just happened to catch the timing and he caught the wave. And that was a good thing for his family, because if he didn't happen to just catch the wave, Mississippi would have buried the case and the family wouldn't have been able to get what's Al Sharpton and Crump and all of them, right, to get the eyes on it. But because of it, and think about the other brothers who was unalived and drowned and the people hung and their family can't get nobody, right? That's horrible. Can you imagine how you would feel? You like brag, everybody just talking about Nolan Wells, but what about my son? It's just the way the world is. It's just wicked, bro. It's just unrighteous. It's unequally yoked. It's uneven. It's just, there's no equality in this dark world. And it's just whatever got the attention is the new currency. Yeah, attention is, it's just horrible. That's why I don't like it. Everybody is just a money grab. And but then most of the masses that care, the righteous, we care because we understand the injustice goes deeper. And what I'm gonna show you in a minute, I'm gonna show you a coon he acting like, he said a statement like, because nobody's doing it about the other people being unalive, then we shouldn't be doing it about, that's stupid. That's ignorant. Because just because all this hoopla or media attention is not happening for the other people, blacks who being unalive and hung and stuff, doesn't mean that we ain't supposed to do it to this, because it's pointing out the point. If we didn't do this on Nolan or Carmelo and didn't do it with none of the others, then they could just continue to do the systemic unaliving and nothing to see here. So praise the Most High that we do have something to latch on, and that's why people don't want to let it go. Come on, motion forward is still forward motion. Good word, Hakyama, right? So it's like, that's the whole point, right? So it's like, nah, don't let go. That's why I'm not letting go. That's why everybody's like, for the content creators, keep pushing, don't stop, right? To the Panda sister, Kimberly, me, all these, there's plenty of people. Now I ain't talking about these other Don Lemon, they're making money. I'm talking about us regular ones, us regular smugglers who care, who's trying to keep the case alive, keep the information out there, keep the forward motion, right? So that we keep it on the forefront. Because if we don't, then they will bury it under the rug and they'll continue with their devilishment. Yeah, at least one can win, facts, if one. But that don't mean because you can't hit every shot, don't mean you don't try to take the shot. If one can be saved, right? Salvation. That's how I live my spiritual life and journey. 20 years ago when the Most High called me to this work of salvation, right? Teaching righteousness to his children so they can have a relationship, so they can find salvation. The Most High instilled in me, if just one person, that's how I made it through all the shadow ban on YouTube for all the years. When they wouldn't let nobody see my channel, I just kept teaching. Because if one soul, I remember my sister was like, how is anybody going to see us? They're never going to find the channel because you shadow banned. I did myself dirty. I came out with a movie called Curses, and this is back when YouTube. Now, I could play all type of stuff on YouTube. They shadow banned me and just, but what did I do? I kept teaching. And I kept the spirit. If just one here, if just one person finds salvation, that's what it's all for. That's why the Messiah gave the parable about leaving the 99 and going to get the one. Yeah, we tinks, children of the Most High. We're going to fight. Come on, all it takes is one, Sister Angela. You got to have that mentality. That's the less is more, right? That ain't the horde mentality. I don't need millions. I just need one. I'm a teaching. If one person finds salvation, my work was done. Praise the Most High. One soul. Now, if in the meantime, I get to the judgment and it's all these souls, and I'm like, what's all these spirits? These are all the souls from all the work you did, from all these years that you did selfishly. These are all the souls who found righteousness and found redemption and found repentance. You heard? Found the path to the Father. Then they call that treasures. That's gravy to me. That's extra fruit. But praise Yah. That's what I'm like, praise you, Father, your holy name. Right? But I have to keep the mentality of just one. See, when people, that's what people become, what they call gluttonous and greedy. When they become pursuers of much, right? When the Most High is in the what? Simplicity, in the stillness, right? He ain't in the extravagance. He ain't in the abundance. He gives us things, but less is more with the Most High. So if I keep the meek, that's humble and meek mentality, and I keep the less is more, just one soul, as long as I can stay, shout to Shella Hendricks in the bill, as long as I can stay to knowing that if I can reach one soul, then you can't stop me. I don't care, you two, you can't, nobody can stop me. You could turn me off, you could shadow ban me, you could do this, you could do whatever, but I'm gonna keep on teaching, I'm gonna keep on trucking, little engine that could. If just one, chugga, 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 if just one soul. Now I done reached thousands, thousands upon thousands, babies born in the ministry. But guess what? My mentality is just one soul. It's the same thing that I have for the time that I was supposed to spend life in prison when this justice system tried to give me life in prison. I live every day of my life outside of the prison walls with the understanding that the minuscule understanding that if I could just to have the freedom to open the refrigerator, to take a shower whenever I want, to go outside and have fresh air. The basic of just freedom, I keep that like I just left those jail cells, that cage yesterday. And I left in 2010. And it's 2026, and I still, to this day, it's like I just walked out today. To the time I leave this earth, I'm going to keep that less mentality. It keeps you humble and grateful for the least of things, for the fresh air. So that's in the stillness and the simplicity that the most, it doesn't mean we don't have prosperity, we can't have abundance, but your mind frame has to be minuscule, minimalized. If just one soul I can reach. It's just the breath of life the Most High breathe into me every day. Just the basic of fresh air, and I got air conditioning, and I got a fan, and I got food. I even got a vehicle, a car. I got it's like seeing the blessing in the smallest of things. That's what the Messiah taught us to live. That's why he didn't come. What do they say? He didn't come on a chariot. He didn't come being raised and being fed grapes, riding on the arms of men, carrying him like a king. He came in on a donkey like a pauper. He came to show us humility, even though I'm great. I'm a king, even though I don't got the money I had when I was serving the sin and transgression. Now I got spiritual currency. And my work is souls of the children, teaching the children righteousness, teaching them how to fight, preparing them for their dark so they can prepare someone else. Each one reach one, teach one. It's planting seeds and letting the Most High water. That's what it's about. Being your brother and sister's keeper. Reaching one another. That's the children of the righteous. I don't know how I just said all that, Hakiyama. Where did that come from? The Most High speaking, but where did that start? It was a question I was answering or something? I don't even remember. That's when the spirit just take over. Is she here? She here.
Not here.
All right. So, was there another question?
Yes, there's a couple. The next one is from, we still have to do Saudi tapes.
Yeah, that's later.
But this one is from Becky. Becky says,
shout out Sister Becky.
Becky says, who is this guy? And this was regarding the white man that was speaking.
Oh, I forgot his name. He got a channel. He got a pretty big channel. I'll find it for you, Sister Becky. I forgot his name. Nah, I'll find his channel for you, and I'll give you the link. He always posting content. He be on it. that white brother be on it, bro. He don't be playing no games either. He be dropping it. He always dropping it too. I love when our white brothers and sisters be on that righteousness with no shame, no fear, none of that standing 10 toes down in righteousness. That's what I'm talking about. That's that John Brown spirit. I get back to back with that any day. Like I would have got back to back with our brother John Brown, our brother Thaddeus Stevens. Y'all better know your history. You heard? That part. So I got you, Sister Becky. I'll find it for you. That brother's a strong brother. Go ahead, Akema.
Henry Manuel says, whatever happened to NFAC coalition? Just one. Just this.
I remember they locked the dude up. I think he home now or about to come home, but that was a psyop. So yeah, that you gotta be careful with that because you know they do that good stuff. They all militant. That was the ones running around and they had all type of machine guns walking through the street like they the new Panthers and stuff. And I forgot his name, brother something. Excuse me. They locked him up and that whole thing just. Right, but he's supposed to be coming on. I don't trust all of them. I don't trust these organizations. I don't trust them. Go ahead, Akema. What's next?
The next one is from Samuel. Sammy says, but why is music only for blacks, though?
Why is music? Ain't nobody say music was only for blacks. Music is for everybody. So go ahead. What you say, Akema?
Yeah, you could keep
going. Oh, okay. Music ain't just for, no, I think you misunderstood. I said we create a lot of the music that the world follows. Music is a spirit, it's a gift. If you have the gift of musical creation, then create you some good music. That's all, just try to make it righteous. Music is a spirit. So as long as you tie righteousness to your gift of music, whatever your gift is, then it's of the Most High. It's when you take the wrong spirit, whatever gift, art, artistry, music, whatever it is, you could serve the opposite, the devil, with your gift. Then it's wicked. No, music ain't just the so-called black people. We are some of the strongest and greatest musicians. It's just a thing. It's just some of our gifts and talents, right? We are very creative people, very artistically creative. And but no, it's not music ain't just a black thing. Music is a spirit. It's a gift from the Most High. All the heavens sing, and they sing in praises to the Father. Even the trees, the earth, even the plants, they all sing in praises. Music is all around us, right? They did those tests where they showed the plants and stuff, and they hear music. They speak, right? Music is a spirit. That's why the fallen angel take over music to possess people with. All right? I've been drinking some. I need some more. I've been drinking. It's just once I talk so long, my voice. Daughter of Yah, could you bring me some more water? This is empty. I've been drinking it this whole time. Go ahead. What's the next one, Hakim? Yeah, it's just my voice is getting tired, Saudi. I've been speaking nonstop for about 5-6 hours. I don't know how long.
The next one is from Angela Caraway. She says, Elder, have you ever heard of autodidact? From my understanding, it was a gift from the Most High. We are self-taught beings. That's how we became inventors and gifted in music.
Yeah, we are self-taught. But what did she call it? Autodidact. Autodidact. I probably would have to look up what she's talking about. But I understand. I can think just from what she's saying, I can understand the philosophy. Yes, I agree. Because it's innate. It's an innate ability. It's a gifting from the Most High put into our DNA, our makeup. So yes, yeah. Go ahead. Shout out to Faria. Shout out to United Kingdom in the building. Go ahead, Akema. What's the next one?
Leslie earlier said CERN's going to be active in 2030, question mark.
Yeah, that's when they said they're going to turn it back on. They never turned it off. That just means when 2030 thing hit, they're going to open something up crazy. That's crazy work that they said they turn it off until 2030, which I know that off don't means it's off, but they're just letting us know when 2030 hits, something else is coming.
The next one is from Henry
I agree,
Manuel.
Loki. Go ahead, I can. And then I'm gonna play this video after this last one. And then I'm gonna before we close, I'll get back to some more. Go ahead.
Okay. Next one is from Henry Manuel. He says, why did they not do the autopsy with the government, state, and lawyers?
Because they had already, so before we knew anything, the sheriff and the medical examiner, they took his body. So by the time the parents even knew he was gone, when they found him on July 6th, they took his body and did whatever it is they want to do. So you got to remember, at the beginning, his parents don't realize his foul play until the way the children were acting, the so-called friends. That's what made Miss Wansley, that's what made her feel, we could feel energy like, yo, something is off with this. They're not acting like friends. They covering themselves. They doing it, right? So then by the time, remember, they didn't get crump in them till weeks later, right? So that's because they was like, yo, they're doing some shady stuff. But by then, they been had the body. So it's, they done did whatever. So yeah, so by the time they wanted to get an independent autopsy, they got to fight. They been had the body. They already did the destruction they was going to do. But it's because, once it happened, it's not like she didn't know nothing. So once it happened, they don't know what happened. They just said, your son is found alive, and they said he drowned. That's what the sheriff and stuff said. But, once the mom start calling, they going to get the kid. They sensing like this, something ain't right. These people talking about they as friends, but they are acting real shady. And, you could sense when something ain't right in the spirit, unless you're just numb. Praise the Most High. All right, so let me do this coon. Yeah, it's still 138 people. Let's do this, right? Because the case, I was going to do the boys, but that's long. That's 40 minutes, right? And let me see, what he's saying.
And he was like, yeah, well, my dad decided not to go. And I called Bart that morning. I was like, hey, man, can you take your boat out? And he was like, yeah, well, my dad.
Damn it, Bart. Bart, the smart one. Bart, the one ain't nobody see. Bart then lawyered up, and he's silent. His lawyer is smart, right?
But he also said he actually rode to Horn Island on a third boat called the Tide Line, which belonged to his buddy Bart.
I went with my buddy Bart because we had a lot of friends from college coming down, and I called Bart that morning. I was like, hey, man, can you take your boat out? And he was like, yeah, well, my dad decided not to go, and I'll take the boat, and I'll take you and your friends. Of course. I mean, he's a buddy of mine. And so Bart pulled up at the dock, and I rode out there with Bart.
And that's supposedly the person who told him. But 8 minutes and 20 seconds in a part two, he said, when I left the Palm Beach to get on the boat with Wyatt.
I rode out here on a different boat, like I told you, and I grabbed my boat. I grabbed my phone when I left the Palm Beach to get on the boat with to get on the boat with Wyatt, because we were having, boat issues. And
well, he stumbled through it probably because he was trying to keep up with his lies, and they get worse in parts 3 and 4.
Now, see, so what the brothers point out, Warren been lying the whole time. Warren, the first thing, said he was on the boat with Bart, and then right there, when he was on the island, he was talking about to get on the boat with Wyatt. So which is it? Okay, right? So that's the whole point, where none of their stories are aligning. So for us content creators, like me, that's grabbing the clips, the thing about creating content is it sticks in your memory, right? Because we're doing work, right? This is actually work, right? So when I do these things, I don't forget. So when he comes back out and changes the story, because I spent so much time grabbing clips and working and ingesting information, I didn't forget what you said. So I'm like, bro, that ain't what you said from this. Let me go grab this over here because you said something different right here.
Because 10 minutes into part 3, when he said his buddy was telling Nolan to get on the boat, he said
because the Palm Beach had already left.
That you see now.
Damn! Because no reasonable person would think that he was still out on the island, in my opinion. Because in your own words, Warren, you said you didn't talk to Katie till the next day. And then speaking of the island, the lawyer tries to say that by them going to the island and looking around, that it absolutely exonerates them.
And it's wide open. And on July 4th, there were thousands of people there. There is no possible.
This lawyer dude is an idiot. Honestly, he's so cocky. He want to be a fake mafia dude, right? This dude is a clown show, right? He wants everybody to be scared. Ain't nobody scared of you, little Uncle Fester dude. Try to put on a hat and all that, try to look like a thug. Oh, boy, you supposed to be representing got your doggone clients up there incriminating themselves. You have the right to remain silent. What happened to that? You got them on the stage just lying and making faces and smiling, and we just deciphering and tearing it all up. But you so cocky and think you so proud. Ain't nobody scared of you, clown. That part.
Way that anybody could have committed a murder in broad daylight.
Murder? Who's saying anything about a murder? Most of us are under the assumption that an accident happened and they covered it up. All of this stuff that they keep trying to point to as evidence that they didn't do anything to him are not actually evidence. You know what is evidence? The security cam footage. Explain to us why the grandfather was the one who canceled the CETO. How about that? And what I see is just a complete lack of responsibility with these boys. Because listen to this phrasing.
I wish we would have never, I think about this every day. I wish we would have never went out on the 4th of July because I know this wouldn't have happened.
You see, instead of saying, I should have made sure my friend got home safely, they said, I wish we had never gone out. And I have to admit, my little antennas buzzed a little when it sounded like he was going to say, I knew this was going to happen, right? That seems like what he was going to say. It wasn't, maybe we shouldn't have been underage drinking. They literally say, we did everything right.
I mean, there's not much I would change from my point of view and my friend's point of view. I think we did everything right, and I know we did nothing wrong.
Those are not the words of somebody who lost their brother, their best friend a month ago. And I lost one of my closest friends in a non-suspicious way. I blamed myself, even though I hadn't even physically seen her in a couple of years. And for those of you guys saying that Jax is the one that people should press, I fully disagree. He is the one that I think is the scariest out of these interviews. Watch the way he looks at Warren during this moment.
We live in a...
Right. And that's why Morgan and Warren was looking at each other over him, smiling. That's why when somebody said something earlier and they said something about Jax, and I said, it's going to come out later. So when the thing that the Most High allowed me to point out, when they were smiling, Jax wasn't included in the joke, in the smile. It's them two. That's why everybody's pointing out Jax is the one that's going to snitch, right? I think everybody at university is pointing out Jax is the weakest link, right? But she's trying to say she thinks Jax is the strongest, but nah. I think Jax is the one that's going to give out. He'll give out because he's the most uncomfortable. Morgan and Warren, they smiling, looking at each other. They could care less, right? But Jax, that's the one. If I was a defense attorney, that's the one I would hone in on.
Very tight-knit community, and for people to, push back and say these things when they know what Ocean Springs is like, it's really hard. And I mean, I don't think I haven't had many personal encounters, but I know being around the...
Oh, he felt like he was saying something to Warren. Because let's not forget, it was his grandparents' house that they all got together at. It was his grandparents' house that they went back to and thus should have security cam footage from. And out of all of them, Jax is the one that is holding his body in a different way, who is more controlled, more level-headed. If these kids were truly looking to exonerate themselves, they would actually start addressing some of these questions. Like, who was the fourth boat? Why were all of you huddled up out there together? Who drove the fucking Palm Beach?
But what I want to know is, when did they tell Nolan to get on the boat? Because it seemed to me, from what you said, that this happened around the time that the boat was having trouble.
Shout out to ROI Livery.
They claim they last saw Nolan alive at 3. And,
That's what Warren said.
And the call that was made about the boat sinking and needing to be towed was at 4. Now, you said they told Nolan to get on the freaking boat. Almost as if it was a rush or an emergency, or Nolan was around at that time. So what time did that
He did say it, like he said, need to get on the. So Jax said that Wyatt yelled at him, said, get on the effing boat because we sinking now. That was 4:30. So again, all their timelines, none of it adds up.
Conversation happened. And then you said that there was a report of Nolan being seen around 6 or 6:30. Now, where did that come from? Because you the first person I heard say that. But look, that's just what I want to know, along with whatever text messages you was talking about. I don't even want to get into the edits that was made in the video and what was cut out when Warren was talking. I mean, I want to know. So 18 minutes and 30 seconds into part 3, Warren said he woke up the morning of the 5th and his dad texted him.
I wake up the next day at about 7:30, and my dad had texted me because obviously Nolan's photo was all over Facebook.
But 20 seconds later, he said his stepdad walked in the room.
Next day, I woke up and my stepdad walked to my room. And he said, "Hey, like, have they heard anything about Nolan? Like, what's going on?"
So how did he really wake up? Because 8 minutes and 20 seconds into part 4, he said he woke up that morning to a text from Nolan's mom.
I woke up to a text the next morning that Miss Christina texted me, and she said, "Hey, Nolan's dad's there is there at my buddy's house to pick up the keys."
So he clearly can't keep up with his lies. But then this will really set me off about the interview.
But he could say, "I woke up and the text was in his phone," just to bring that out, right? Because that doesn't mean he said, "I woke up to the text woke me up." You woke up to a text in your phone, right? So your dad could have woke you up and you woke up to the text was in your phone.
6 minutes and 20 seconds into part 4, he basically called Nolan's mom a liar. Nolan's mom said she had to track his phone using Life 360. But Warren said he told her on the phone that they had Nolan's phone.
I mean, I told Miss Christine that we had his phone and he had left it in our possession on the boat.
When did you? Miss Christine is Nolan's mom.
Correct.
When did you talk to her about that?
When I was on, no, I didn't talk to her once. Like it was like 12:30. I mean, I might have texted her a couple times and talked briefly about a couple things, but I never.
That right there, he just lied about. Hold up, you only called her one time. That's what you said about 11 something when you felt that he was missing, right? Now you say you text her a couple of times, talked to her briefly a couple. No, that boy. Anyway, I want to do this. Let's do this because this part is exciting. Let's get to the raccoon, right? And then we're gonna close out Hakiyama. How many hours? 4, 5 hours? Let's get to the raccoon. Everybody, we got a King Coon. And this King Coon is Judge Joe Brown. Judge Joe Brown that went out like Willie Lump Lump. I used to like Judge Joe Brown a little bit, right? Because he used to drop some things. Oh, they done got the Judge Joe Brown. Judge Joe Brown then sold the Blackity Blacks. He done sold us out like a bad hooker. He done sold us out, the Blackity Blacks. Judge Joe Brown don't like nothing about us black. They done got the Joe Brown, right? Joe Brown said, "You niggas, y'all ain't got the right to nothing," right? So look at his face. He even got the coon. He got the old coon face and everything. Judge Brown, he don't like blacks no more. Oh, my Judge Brown, I used to like you a little bit. Oh, now he like, no, nigga. Oh, y'all going. He like, I'll lock all y'all up. Watch this. This is the greatest crash out I ever. This is insane. Watch Joe Brown. Listen to what he says. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We react to the video. This is crazy work right here.
Now, today, well, actually yesterday, the Congressional Black Caucus formally requested that DOJ and the FBI conduct an independent federal review of Nolan Wells' disappearance and death, provide federal investigative assistance, and assess whether a federal civil rights investigation is warranted. The Congressional Black Caucus requested a written response within 7 days. This is a request, not a confirmation that DOJ or the FBI has opened a review. But today, on the 13th, Reverend Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, and Representative Lucy McBath, along with Nolan Wells' parents, hosted a press conference in Mississippi at the National Association of Black Journalists.
Can you update us and tell us whether or not the family has had any contact with the DA's office? Are they talking with you? Have the investigators put their arms around you at all?
Attorney Eric Hertz and Attorney Parker.
I'm Eric Hertz, law firm Eric J. Hertz, PC, and I am heading the independent investigation in this case. I think the first thing, before I get to the exact question, is what's worse than losing a child? Probably nothing.
Hagyama, you and your Don are crazy. That boy's selling some barbecue sauce. Yeah, Don said, I bet your barbecue sauce is nasty. Don't y'all drink that? He did. That's that sellout sauce. Hagyama said his face looked like he belonged on a can of baked beans. It do look like he belonged on a can of no frill baked beans too. The ones with the white label, right? No Merc. You know, no frill baked beans.
What makes it horrible is not knowing, and transparency is the key.
Can we
going into this case?
Now listen, Judge.
Can we stop? I'm about to get nauseated. You know what is absolutely absurd? The Congressional Black Caucus, some Negro congressmen and women, calling for a federal investigation of a death involving some friends, one of whom happened to be Black, one of whom happened to be someone.
So he said the Congressional Black Caucus getting himself involved in some friends. Okay, there you go. He calling Jax and Warren and them his friends. All right, here we go. Here go Uncle we got Uncle Fester #2. All right, it's super coon. This is a granddaddy coon, right? Listen what granddaddy coon. Now listen clearly. Yeah, he said he nauseated. He said some friends and one of them happened to be Black. He's talking about Nolan. Let's continue.
Who suffered an unfortunate demise, who happened to be Black. They've been hanging around together for 12 years as close friends. And somehow or another, that's supposed to translate into some horrible racist incident that involves the U.S. government.
Now listen, Super Coon, Super Old Daddy Coon, Granddaddy Coon. Listen, Raccoon. He said they've been hanging together for 12 years. I'm sorry, Judge Joe, that you don't know. I guess you really losing it now. Them boys ain't been together for no 12 years. Okay, yeah, Uncle Ruckus right here. He said they done been together hanging with each other for 12 years. First of all, they only 18, right? And 19. But let's pay attention. That right there lets you know he don't know the case. All right? So you're speaking on something that you don't know, and you really opinionated with it.
As a necessary party to incident that involves the U.S. government, as a necessary party to deliver 12 years as close suffered an unfortunate demise, who happened to be Black. They've been hanging around together for 12 years as close friends. And somehow or another, that's supposed to translate into some horrible racist incident that involves the U.S. government as a necessary party to deliver justice. That is the most absurd thing I've ever heard, just to picture when you back off and look at it. On that very same day, there were other deaths by drowning. There are other more suspicious circumstances, other more obvious instances where accusations of racially motivated wrongdoing could be brought into focus. And these clowns want to play vulture because it's good PR for their little con games. This is absurd. This is a local homicide, if it is in fact that. The mechanism that would deal with the investigation is in place. It's been evoked. From what I can see, the investigation is being more rigorous than is typical.
So Judge Joe Raccoon, he said, listen guys, he said, Uncle Ruckus, I'm gonna call my Uncle Ruckus. He said, there's other things that happened on July the 4th. Other people weren't alive. So we shouldn't be even worried about Nolan Wells. Listen clearly, right? There was other instances that could have been maybe deemed a racist instance, but this ain't racist, and the state is handling it. Listen what he said. And the local sheriff and them, he basically said they've done a great job. Boy, this is Uncle Ruckus that sold us out at the end. How you gonna go out at the end of your life? That's a bad thing. How you just gonna crash out at the end of your life, bro?
I can see the investigation is being more rigorous than is typical.
He said the Mississippi investigation has been more vigorous in pursuing and bringing out the information of the Nolan Wells case than regular. Again, he don't even know. He talking about they didn't knew each other for 12 years.
Mechanism that would deal with the investigation is in place.
The mechanism of the Mississippi state, he's talking about the medical examiner, the DA, the judges, the sheriff, the lawyers, a mechanism that's going to deal with Nolan's case is in place. So Black America and anybody, we don't have no authority. What he's bringing out, we have no right to try to bring the government in to look over the case when the Mississippi got the case. And he says they're doing a darn good job.
It's been evoked. From what I can see, the investigation is being more rigorous than is typical. And considering that I live in this swath of the country and all of the homicides that are obvious homicides that occur in and out every day of the week at all hours of the day and night in this area, which includes where I am right now, which is the murder capital of the United States of America. And these same vultures screech and holler when some task force comes into play to cut down the homicide rate, but yet they want to sit there and evoke the feds coming in right now because one young Black guy tragically seems to have perished somewhere around about or in about.
So he got a problem with Nolan's parents asking the federal government to step in. Listen to Ruckus. Listen. Why do I feel like I'm about to hear black on black crime? I'm just sitting here like he is literally about to say black on black crime. He's just working to it because he keeps saying there's other crimes and I'm here in the murder capital. And no, I can just hear it. It's coming. I swear, I know it's coming. But anyway, so he's got a gripe because he's saying that the federal government should not be brought into the case. Mississippi should handle the case. They're the best to handle the case. Wow.
Somewhere around about or in to have perished somewhere.
So Nolan Wells is just some Black guy who just happened to perish.
Somewhere around about or in a body of water when last in the company of friends who were white that he has been hanging around with on a regular basis since kindergarten.
Hold on. Now he just said he been hanging around his friends, all right? He called them friends since kindergarten. Watch this. Watch this cause now. Watch this work. So Judge Brown said he'd been around them since kindergarten.
Around with on a regular basis since kindergarten. That guy tragically seems to have perished somewhere around about or in a body of water when last in the company of friends who were white that he has been hanging around with on a regular basis since kindergarten.
Our relationship really started around, would you say, like freshman year high school?
Friends who were white that he has been hanging around with on a regular basis since kindergarten. That just sounds absurd.
And you sound stupid, Uncle Ruckus. You see how easy it is to debunk these devils, right? Everybody, welcome to your new black devil. You see? You see him out his mouth. They've been around each other for 12 years. He just happened to drown around his friends who he been around since kindergarten. And what did Jack say?
With on a regular basis since kindergarten.
Our relationship really started around, would you say, like freshman year high school?
Bingo. Freshman year. You're right. It is the same old black devil. I agree, Rocky. I agree. He said, right? So Jack said they just became friends with Nolan in 9th grade in high school, everybody. That is late. Okay? So see, this is when you got an agenda. He's trying to push an agenda. They've been together since kindergarten, 5th grade, and 5 years old and all their life. No, they weren't.
It really started around, would you say, like freshman year high school?
Friends who were white that he has been hanging around with on a regular basis since kindergarten. That just sounds absurd when you back off and say it without all of this hoopla.
What she did say, what they indicated was Horn Island, Nolan's body was found on federal property, on federal territory. Horn Island is federal property, which is one of the main reasons why they want the federal government to...
Look at his face, guys. You don't want to go out like this. You want to go out as Scrooge McDuck. He done went out as the Grinch. Yo, it's crazy work. So look at his face on his baked beans, right? Because it definitely look like a face that belongs with some baked beans, right? And look at his face now. Just as Scrooge, he like, right? You don't want to go out like this. That's a sad look at the end. They'll make this the climax of your life. Go out in righteousness. Go out with your head up high. You understand? This is nasty work.
Come in and help is one of the main reasons.
He is just pissed. He's just disgusted that he's going to say, how dare they ask the federal government to step in. That young man was with his friends that he's been with since kindergarten, right?
Horn Island is federal property, which is one of the main reasons why they want the federal government to come in and help investigate. So
I got that. What the hell is the federal government doing involved in this?
But that's their property.
State. I know, but this is state. They would leave it to the state because there's a concurrent jurisdiction here. And it is absolutely absurd. All of the murders that are going on in and around and about this part of Mississippi that have nothing to do with racism that need to be stopped. Nobody is doing anything about it because these fakes that we have on the Black Caucus are not doing their jobs to deal with real issues. They're grandstanding to ramp up this race issue. And
that I do agree this part. Let me explain. Number one, he got real angry and invested. Why are you so invested in this? the part I do agree, the Black Caucus, sorry, miss me. NAACP, sorry, miss me. All these black boule organizations who only in the story because they got national attention, they could care less about Nolan Wells. They there to get money and get their numbers up. I agree. So the Black Caucus miss us with all that crap. You understand? But again, he's a Black Caucus. I was about to say he's a Black Caucasian. No disrespect to y'all, most white people, y'all not Caucasian. I know y'all done got hoodwinked. Unless you're from the Caucasus Mountains, and really it's not real people. Y'all gotta understand the Khazars and stuff. A lot of y'all don't even descend from them, but that's a whole nother lesson for another day, right? So I'll let y'all have that, but y'all really ain't even, but let's go back, right? Because these masters done played people. So anyway, this because I was calling what's his name, Officer Tater Tot. What's the Dave Chappelle skit? Bigsby? What's his name? What's the Black Bigsby? I forgot his name. I'm gonna do a lesson on the Caucasian thing so my white brothers and sisters can real have a breakdown and understand. They picked that Caucasian title. That dude who picked it, because he liked the way the Caucasian looked and stuff, from the Caucasus Mountains. They're a little melanated too. It's crazy work. You understand? The Caucasian people are still there. They're looking at y'all like, boy, y'all are not Caucasian. But anyway, yeah, Clayton Bigsby, right? This Clayton, what's his name? Officer Tater Tot is Clayton Bigsby. This Bigsby daddy. This Clayton Bigsby daddy. All right, Papa Clayton. All right, this Papa Bigsby, this is the biggest coon sellout. That's why I said, let's get this, because I know, I'm doing enough for Nolan. I'm like, let's get some laughs in. This clown right here. Now watch this.
And the idea that...
Look, he's pissed now. He said, what in the... What? You know those angry old man. Y'all know that movie? He done turned to angry old Scrooge McDuck.
And the idea that race issue, and the idea that, not idea, but the fact that I'm listening right now, man, you can't go out with no white people, man. You got to hang, man, by yourself, man. Don't go out with white people. They'll kill you, man. Like, what kind of cowardly, worm-eating, disgusting lack of manhood does that imply? And it makes everybody that matches a description such as the...
He is an angry Clayton Bigsby. He said, now he got a problem with Black Americans, warning other Black Americans, don't be the only one. Oh, he got a problem with that. He said that make us a coward. So listen, boy, I think he got Officer Tater Tot beat. I swear, he got Officer Tater Tot beat. That's why I call him Officer Tater Tot. He a small thing. He ain't nothing but a tampon. Officer Tampon, this is the king. This is a pad. What they call the tampon? What they call it? This is a maxi pad. Officer Tampon, we got King Maxi Pad here. You understand? Now listen clearly. Now he mad at us, right? For warning other Black people that you might not be safe being the only one on a hunting trip with a bunch of white people because we ending up not coming back. Now, my righteous white brothers and sisters will agree. They'd be like, yeah, you better. I don't think y'all need to be going on no many boats, right? Being the only blackity black on the boat. Because some spirits take over, going out there with 30 people on the boat. That never went well for us, period. So you got a problem with us trying to tell each other, be very careful. Oh, yeah, he didn't got his coon card. I ain't never seen him act like this.
Everybody, the worm-eaten, disgusting lack of manhood does that imply? And it makes everybody that matches a description such as the deceased suspect in his manhood. I mean, it's ridiculous. You want to sit there and claim with a straight face that you think this is racially motivated when these kids have been hanging around since they've been 5 years old with each other? This specific set of kids from 5 to 7.
This boy is this is actually horrible. He said, first of all, the case ain't finished. How do you know it's not racially motivated? The case haven't been investigated or concluded. But he keeps saying because they hung with each other since they was 5 years old. I don't know who told. Somebody tell this Grandpa Bigsby that they ain't been together since they was 5 years old.
These kids have been hanging a race that you think this is racially motivated when these kids have been hanging around since they've been 5 years old with each other. This specific set of kids from 5 to 17, 18, 19 years old.
Our relationship really started around, would you say, like freshman year, high school?
I mean, it's ridiculous. You want to sit?
Yo, L'Oreal, you said he looked the way he sound. That's what I was laughing at. He definitely look how he sound. Bullet Frog. If that makes you feel better, Bullet Frog, you can die on that sword, right? You can say, because I know Bullet Frog, y'all gonna say there is no racism. Mississippi, everybody in Mississippi, there's no racism. It was a systemic. The sheriff, he just said he drowned with no evidence. They got the throat. They ain't given no evidence. They ain't got no phone records. They didn't release no camera records. The ring cameras don't exist. All the hundreds of footage, no racism is proven. Goodbye. I'm sorry. We don't believe you either. What's his name? Bullfrog. Jeremiah was a bullfrog. Bam, bam, bam. Wasn't good friend of mine. Right? I'm not racist. We are the righteous children. You're in the ministry, Bullfrog. Unfortunately for you, it's my righteous white brothers and sisters here. My righteous Hispanic brothers and sisters here, my righteous Asian brothers and sisters here, my righteous black brothers and sisters here, and we gather together in spirit and in truth against you, Bullfrog. You're a racist clown. That part. You're a devil, and the devil is within you, because if you wasn't, then you can see the systemic racism of a Mississippi in the whole case. Because if it happened to your children, you would disagree with all of this. You would want an outside autopsy investigation. If a bunch of blacks, if you went into Atlanta, or if you went into Rwanda, because there's no black place. If you're whatever it is, I don't know what you is. I don't care if you're black, because this is a black devil, and you are whatever you is. You are the devil. You understand? You and Michael Murray. What's the name? What's that dude, Michael? What's the dude? The Jason dude, Michael Myers. You and Michael Myers. You understand? All you racists, come on. Come on in the building. Here get your granddaddy coon. Y'all got him. Y'all can Epstein him. all you haters. You understand? Because the righteous white brothers and sisters agree with you devils. You heard? I don't rock with this devil on the screen, and I don't rock with neither one of you devils. You heard? Michael Myers and the bullfrog. Jeremiah was the bullfrog. You bullfrog, fly your frog away. You understand? We ain't drinking your Kool-Aid. I know you ain't no racism. It's Mississippi. Mississippi, you can't spell Mississippi without racism. Somebody told you wrong. Welcome to the house of the righteous. We white brothers and sisters, we black brothers and sisters, we every nation. Does that tickle your feathers? Don't that get under your skin? I bet you hate that part, Jeremiah the bullfrog. I bet you don't like that. That part. You heard? So no, your race card don't play here. You understand? Because you got my righteous white brothers and sisters right here that'll just rip you to shreds. Okay? All right. There you go. Yeah, Mississippi. I like that, bad vegan. Mississippi. I like that a lot. Mississippi. That's what I'm gonna start calling it. We just made something up, bad vegan. That's how the Most High's children work. You can't spell Mississippi without racism. Mississippi, it's within the word. It's like prego, it's in there. So you're going to miss us. They just hung that girl from behind the house of the tree, and he talking about, ain't no racism. And the whole system is racism. You're out of order. You're out of order. The whole system is out of order. This Clayton Bigsby devil on the screen is out of order. Wyatt said he looked just like he sound. Constipated. He sound angry because they done gave him an ultimatum at the end of his days. I don't know what they done stuck up his booty. Old man. Judge Joe Brown used to be bowdy. He used to be standing for something. Now he sit up here, don't even know what he's talking about the boys been together since they was 5 years old. Come on, let's continue.
I mean, it's ridiculous. You want to sit there and claim with a straight face that you think this is racially motivated when these kids have been hanging around since they've been 5 years old with each other. This specific set of kids from 5 to 17, 18, 19 years old, from kindergarten through the first part of college. And all of a sudden, somebody turns up dead after what seems to be a typical drowning. And you want to claim that there is a racial incident here that needs to evoke the authority of the United States government.
Oh, he's pissed. Do not bring the government into this. Mississippi, it was nothing to see here in Mississippi. They got the throat and they said it was no, but this is just a drowning. And these boys been together since 5 years old, since kindergarten. He done made up his own story in his head. It's crazy work.
And these clowns are running around spewing racial hate about black folk can't be around white guys. And and the other one, oh my God, the white guy was bigger, so that justified stabbing him when all that was going on is a shoving match.
He talking about Carmelo. Now, Carmelo, they only shove Carmelo. 6 dudes around him, grabbing on the push, right? So listen, boy, this boy, he's on it. He didn't brought Carmelo in. I swear, I know black on black crime got to be coming. I just feel it, right? It's like they got the coon narrative. This is the Clayton Bigsby handbook right here. You gotta throw some black on black crime, bro. Don't let me down. Don't let me down, Uncle Fester.
Stabbing him when all that was going on is a shoving match. How the hell, with a straight face, can they be on that stage with the surrounding bunch of that composition and not be the worst damn hypocrites you can imagine? Look at this big white guy who looks ferocious, right? Look at this little Asian girl lady who probably knows martial arts and karate. Why aren't these black folk trembling in fear?
Oh, I cannot believe he just did that. Yo, Judge Crash Out. Did you? Yo, he just said, look at the big white guy. Look at it. He said the white woman no karate. Dude, just... Yo, I can't believe he just said that. Hold on, we gotta go back.
Here because
they
are around.
He just said none of this is about racism. I mean, he just said the most racist remark that you can say. He said the lady no karate. I would be like, Uncle Ting Ting, you can't say that. You sit up here talking about
on this big.
Sorry, I'm trying. Yo, the funny thing is, I'm trying to push this little red thing to bring the bar back, but this is my video, and this is it's hilarious. So anyway, this boy just said the most. He talking about ain't no racism. He just said the most racist thing in the world. Let's play it again. We gotta play that again.
The worst damn hypocrites you can imagine. Look at this big white guy who looks ferocious, right? Look at this little Asian lady who probably knows martial arts and karate. Why aren't these black folk trembling in fear because they are around this big white guy and this martial arts knowing Asian woman after they specifically, this bunch, have been on.
He said we should be shaking in our boots because of yo, he just literally racially profiled this Asian lady and said she know karate. I can't. I really can't. That is really horrible, right? And forget that he called this dude mean, right? He did look kind of mean with his mouth closed, but he literally said this woman know karate. All right.
After they martial arts knowing Asian lady who probably knows martial arts and karate. Why aren't these black folk trembling in fear because they are around this big white guy and this martial arts knowing Asian woman after they specifically, this bunch, have been on media for the last few months talking about how fearful these white devils, as they call them, are, and how dangerous they are, and how nobody
Well, the white devils are dangerous, and the black devils is too. You, black devil, you are dangerous too.
should be around them because you risk death. Look at this.
If a death occurs on federal property, the extra caveat would be, of course, that state investigation, and you have the option of pulling federal.
Well, yeah, except there's one thing. Here's the way it goes. It's a federal water way or body of water. It's the Atlantic Ocean, but that island is part of the state of Mississippi. All right? So it's Mississippi jurisdiction. Now, if the death happens to have occurred in the water and it's federal jurisdiction, there's an interesting thing about it. It totally defeats the claim of a homicide, because if it occurs in the waterway, then it's a drowning that's most likely.
Bradley, this boy ain't no coffee in that cup. This boy done drunk, he on that hard stuff. He on that barbecue sauce. That boy drinking his own barbecue sauce. Did y'all hear what he just said? This boy, he going out like a bad bag of dope. I swear, this boy going out like a cloud. He literally just said, guys, if ain't no homicide, because if it happened in the water, then it can't be. What? Hold on. Let me put it back, because I can't even. What did he say?
Then it's a drowning, because if it occurs in the waterway, then it's a drowning.
If it occurs in the waterway, then it can't be a homicide, a murder. It's a drowning. Huh? So if if somebody drowns you, Uncle Fester, in the water, that's not, if they unalive you in the water, that's not a unaliving. That don't make no sense. I'm like, what is he even talking about?
Way or body of water. It's the Atlantic Ocean, but that island is part of the state of Mississippi. All right? So it's Mississippi jurisdiction. Now, if the death happens to have occurred in the water and it's federal jurisdiction, there's an interesting thing about it. It totally defeats the claim of a homicide, because if it occurs in the waterway, then it's a drowning that's most likely, highly probably accidental.
So if you take somebody in the water, everybody, and you get them in the water and you just stab them in the neck and stab them in the heart. Shoot, you take a gun out and shoot them in the head. Boom. And then you walk off. And the body floats onto the shore. According to Judge Ruckus, this is crazy. Because the body was in the water, it's a likely drowning. It's not a homicide. You got to be kidding. I can't believe he's saying this. He's going out bad. Definitely something's in that cup, right? He definitely drinking barbecue sauce in that cup.
Because if it occurs in...
Look what James said. James said, Black people have been the new KKK for 60 years. I'm so sorry that you're so scared, Brother James. I know. You're shaking in your boots. Whoa, the scary Black man. Scary Black man. They kill and nobody else kills. The white man doesn't kill anybody. The white man is just the most nicest, safest people on the planet. And the Black people, they just the KKK. It's the black. We are the BBBs. Yo, James, we are the BBBs. There is no KKK. There is no hangings. Yeah, the girl who hung herself, yeah, it's because Black on Black crime. There's no other crime. It's only the Blacks. Blacks don't want to live with Blacks. Blacks don't even like Blacks. But everybody is trying to be Black. Yo, James, everybody is trying to mimic Black. I bet you saying that with your hat tilt to the back right now. Somebody told you wrong. I bet you, Brother James, nobody wants to be around Blacks, but everybody want to copy Blacks. Everybody, you sitting up there singing "Ain't Too Proud to Beg" in your car right now. You know, ain't too proud to beg. That's the Temptation. They are different Blacks, right? You over there singing "Billie Jean is not my lover." Billie Jean is not my lover. Right? But Michael Jackson, he's a different Black. He said, would they kill 3,000 people in Chicago? Oh, Chicago. Oh, woe is Chicago. Let me know that you're an idiot without saying it, Brother James. Let me let you in on something. Let's let a little white brother with some intelligence break it down for you. Tink, tink.
If you seriously believe the 13% of the population and 50% of the crime, you need to get fact-checked, and I'm about to do it to you. In 2016, white people committed 70% of the convicted crime, and Black people only committed 27%. Then in 2017, white people committed 68% of the reported crime, and Black people only committed 26% of it. And in 2024, white people committed 53% of the reported crime, while Black people only committed 25%. So this narrative on 13% of the population, 50% of the crime is wrong. You know who actually commits 50% of the crime? White people. But guess what stat Black people are 13% of the population and 50% in? Exonerations. You know, when they're wrong.
How, Brother James? You ain't got the intelligence of our young white brother. That's what's wrong with you little clash out tink-tinks. This little white brother right here is going to be a righteous, strong man, and his wife is going to grow up to respect him. Because you know why? Black people ain't going to take up space in his mind. He's not going to be envious and jealous. He's not going to wish he was Black. I know you want to be Black. I know you run around doing the moonwalk with your pajamas on at night while you secretly envying and hating Black people. But no, some of our righteous white brothers and sisters, they rebuke you, Brother James. Sorry, we're not taking your little fake stats. Sorry, Tink Tink, it don't work here with the children of the Most High.
Convicted? All you're doing by spreading this fake fact is allowing more people to profile and be racist towards Black people. You know what's the highest percentage of people who are victims of white people? Black people. And if you look at all the shootings, guess who are the shooters? White dudes. So let's all think long and hard on who actually commits 50% of the crime.
Sorry, Tink Tink. Welcome to the house of the Most High. where you ain't just gonna come drop off your little pseudo knowledge here and think we ain't ready for you. Nah, you and Judge Ruckus right here, all you devils, kick rocks. Welcome to the righteous children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, and tongue. We rebuke you and the spirit over you. Repent, for the kingdom of the Most High Yah is at hand. Get right with righteousness and take Uncle Fester right here with you if you're going to serve this devil. You heard? Grab him up with you. That part.
Waterway. Then it's
see his facts. That boy told us of Chicago. That's what he about to say. I know this Uncle Clown about to say some black on black stuff in a minute. He said he just made up a whole stat talking about if you get unalived in the water, then it's just a drowning. like somebody can't shoot you in the head in the water. That wasn't a homicide. He drowned. Foolishness.
drowning that's most likely, highly probably accidental. If it occurs on land, as would be the requirement were it an intentional criminal homicide, then it is exclusively within the jurisdiction of Mississippi. Just think about it. The whole contention is that somebody supposedly, for racist reasons, killed this boy with no motive. Or
how do you know they don't have a motive? That don't make this dude is anybody who's claiming what most of us are claiming is we don't know how Nolan was unalive. We don't know if he drowned. We don't know if his fake, because they ain't real friends, if these pseudo friends has something to do with his demise, his leaving, his unaliving. We don't know. What we do know is that they're what's the name? Withholding evidence. We do know they lawyered up. We do know they're lying. We do know that they are not his friends. We do know that everything seems shady and fishy. We do know, right? That's the things we know for sure. None of us, anybody who tell you that they know exactly what happened unless they was there and eyewitness seen it is just speculating. But what we are going on is we can see the systemic cover-up. We see the whole okie doke, and we see all these boys up there lying. We see them, their stories changed 10 different times. They lawyered up. This one is there. The mom was on the island. They wasn't on the island. The phones didn't work. This one didn't do it. This thing is a mess. You understand?
at least not one that hasn't arisen many times in the past. Or at least not one that hasn't arisen many times in the past.
What's Ruckus talking about?
With no contention is that somebody supposedly, for racist reasons, killed this boy with no motive. Or at least not one that hasn't arisen many times in the past. They killed him on dry land, an island maybe, but it's still an island that belongs to Mississippi. The feds.
How is he said they unalived him on dry land when his body washed up to shore? See, this boy get your blood pressure all up. this raccoon here, I like he worse than Uncle Tater Tot. Officer Tater Tot. This Uncle Ruckus is the worst of the worst. That's why they say ain't nothing worse than an old fool. The Bible speaks of that. Ain't nothing worse than an old fool. That's who do you really dirty. That's why it's messing with my spirit so much. I'm wondering, I'm like, why is he messing with my spirit? Right? He's sitting up here, right? He's saying all these statements out his face, just bold-faced lies out his face. And he's a judge, a former judge.
Island that belongs to Mississippi.
He just said he was unalived on the island, but his body washed up the shore. How do you know when he was unalive, Joe Raccoon?
Him on dry land hasn't arisen many times in the past. They killed him on dry land, an island maybe, but it's still an island that belongs to Mississippi. The feds.
He just said they unalived him. Did y'all hear that? I swear, I be needing. Thank you, A. Sandoval. I be needing to interview these people. I swear, I would be telling these people a new frame. I'm like, did you just say they KIL'd him on dry land? Yeah, yo, his old time is kicking in hard. He drinking that, he drinking that barbecue sauce in his cup. Right? He literally just said they KIL'd him on dry land. Well, thank you very much, Uncle Ruckus.
But it's still an island that belongs to Mississippi. Risen many times in the past. They killed him on dry land, an island maybe, but it's still an island that belongs to Mississippi. The feds have no jurisdiction. If he got off that island and he drowned in the water, what winds up happening is, boom, that defeats the claim of homicide. And I assure you, there are many homicides on the 4th of July. I've even helped pull bodies out of the water who drowned on the 4th of July in a lake, on a beach, in the water, in an ocean, and in various places. I'm a certified rescue diver.
Here you go. I love it when he go into his I walk with Jesus. I was the one that laced his sandals. Right? When he get into, he killed me when he go into, I was the one at the Last Supper. I baked the bread, right? He going into his Last Supper speech. He killed me when he go into that. Let's listen to it. What he got for us? What you got for us tonight, Uncle Ruckus?
An ocean and in various places. I'm a certified rescue diver. I'm a certified PADI master diver. So what in the world are we talking about here? None of these people ever got the FBI involved in this because some pimps are running around trying to fan racial hatred. There are enough real problems without them going around trying to pimp the situation. Just think about it. What motive does anyone have for this crime? Oh, racial hate. But yet the problem is you've got a group of young males who have grown up together from 5 years old, so to speak, in kindergarten, all the way up through the 12th grade.
Our relationship really started around, would you say, like freshman year, high school?
Well, I was a little closer with him.
You know I'm going to rip him to shreds, Hiroki. I'll be playing with these clowns, man. I'll be playing with these clowns. I put this work in. I hope y'all enjoying. Please give a like to the live so others can know we live, please. That's all I ask, right? I put hours of work in here, right? I edit this to put this up here, right? Because it's like, he keep making these emphatical statements, right? What would be the motive here? These they grew up since 5 years old, and it's like, click, click, click. When do we meet him? 9th grade in high school. Judge Joe Coon.
All the way up through the 12th, from 5 years, you've got a group of young males who have grown up together from 5 years old, so to speak, in kindergarten, all the way up through the 12th grade.
Our relationship really started around, would you say, like freshman year, high school?
Well, I was a little closer with him before y'all because, obviously, like I told Brandon last time, 8th grade COVID year is when Nolan and I really started hanging out, and then we all started hanging out.
So Warren was the first one to hang out with Nolan of these so-called friends, and he started hanging out with him in 8th grade when the COVID stuff. And the rest of them met him in 9th grade, high school. Okay? So all this, they was 5 years old. They knew each other since kindergarten. Now everybody pay attention. They only 18. So that's only 4 years. They just graduated. You can't make this up. Okay? So these are new friends. Okay?
Going into high school, but I really started hanging out, and then we all started hanging out going into high school. But
you've got a group of young males who have grown up together from 5 years old, so to
This coon here, shout out to Breezo.
speak, in kindergarten, all the way up through the 12th grade.
He's just making up his own narrative. Now this is, where's that police officer? What's his name? Because he looked like Uncle Fester too. Pinky in the Brain. Officer Pinky in the Brain. Judge Joe Brown is lying. You said you're going to sue anybody that's lying. I ain't scared. We ain't scared of you. So you want to go out to Pinky in the Brain, a lawyer dude that swear you want to be tough. You know what I mean? Judge Joe Brown is lying, right? Y'all want to see another lie? Come on. I got you. A lie from the lake of fire. Watch this part. They've been lying to us this whole time with this case. You understand? Watch this. You want to see another lie why we don't believe nothing Mississippi? We don't believe these boys. We ain't believing nothing none of them say. Watch this. I got you. Well, here we go. Stop share. Watch this. Stop share. Let me click it. Let me come back. I almost forgot. I'm going to show y'all something. Let me show y'all something. Like Farmer Shabelle. Let me show y'all something. Here we go. I'm going to grab this one right here, right? Because I got a bunch of stuff. I got so many receipts, right? So watch this one right here. Bang. Shh. There we go. All right. Now I'm going to share that. Here we go. That's why we ain't believing nothing these boys saying, nothing Mississippi got to say, nothing Ocean Springs got to say, nothing. No Merc, no jelly, nothing. We ain't believing nothing. Miss us. Share screen. Watch this. Oh, dag, my hair all sticking up. It's been sticking up the whole time. Dag, look at my new growth. my new growth been sticking out the side of my head, looking all crazy. Somebody be like, what is that sticking out the side of his head? All right, hold on now. Share screen. Watch this. I got you. This is why we don't believe nothing they saying. Let's go. Y'all see this picture? Remember the picture they keep showing us? They on the boat. I need y'all to look at something. They took a picture. And when you take a picture with glasses on, you know what happens? You get a reflection in the glasses. But let's see. Look what's happening in the reflection of the glasses. In Nolan's glasses, the sun is in two different positions. The reflection, one is up here and the other is down there. And in Jack's glasses, see, the sun is equal. The reflection. But in Nolan's glasses, why is the sun up here and then there's a sun down there? See, this is where we believe in nothing what they're saying, right? And user said he's so dumb he can't even see this, right? User said he's a dummy. He don't even see this, okay? Now watch this. We got another one, okay? Because there should be an equal reflection. Everybody, how is it? Where that happen at? Okay, all right. Now watch this. Look at this image. Could somebody tell me this is Nolan, right? See his smile? Now this is another image they sent us of Nolan. Whose smile is this? Whose teeth is this? Whose teeth is this? Whose teeth is this? Look at this, guys. Look at this mouth. And look at this mouth. Yo, these are the images that the boys have been releasing. So all you little clown devils that come here and you think we just sitting up here believing anything that these little lying boys, these stuff they putting out, right? Look at the mouth. Whose mouth is this? You can't make this up. I swear. This thing just be getting worse and worse. This case is ridiculous. Now here go another one. This another image they put out of him, Nolan, and look at his eye. Why does his eye look swollen? And look at the size of his neck. His neck is as big as his head. That's when Nolan had a big. Look at the size. His neck looked like a tree trunk. You're crazy. This is crazy work, bro. This is like amateur night. This is amateur night at the Apollo. I'm sorry. For anybody who I mean, we can do this all day long, okay? It's just amateur night at the Apollo at this point. You understand? And I had another clip where the sister broke down. I'll do that another time, right? So all these things, it's just so many. Let me see. What is this one? Do I want to show this one? I got another one. Which one is it? It's the one. Do I want to do that now? Let me see if I can find it. It's the one with the shadows, right? I was supposed to have the sister break it down, but I took a screenshot of it. But anyway, I'll do that another time. But again, y'all see, whose mouth is that? And these are the pictures they've been releasing, all right? And no, it's just, this one kills me though. Look at the reflection in the glasses. All right. And then they do a lot of hugging. Every picture, they just hug it and all in each other's space. And it's just too much, bro. I don't know, bro. It's just too much. Too much touchy, huggy, I've never in my life, listen, look where he's all in his crease. Let me explain. So this was another one they said. They said, how in this picture, now remember, this is the one with the the sons, but they said his shoulders is going down. Do y'all see that? Everybody, if your shoulder is going down, how is his arm up here? Pay attention. If my shoulder is down like this, then how can I be hugging someone up where my hand is higher than you see? He's like, but anyway, whatever. But it's just too much. Like you all in, and then this is another thing. When he's hugging him, they hug around the waist. I mean, guys, we don't do that. Men don't do that. I'm sorry, we don't. We really don't. Let me make sure y'all can see what I'm seeing. They can see what I'm looking at, because we really don't. We also don't do this, right? Oh, I'm not sharing. They don't see. What am I looking?
We're still looking at Nolan with Pink Panther.
Oh my goodness! Hold on, that's horrible. She's like, I don't know, huh? Hold on, I've been switched 4 or 5 screens already, and y'all didn't even switch with me. Hold on, let me close this. Oh, there go another one. Hold on. Yo, I got some stuff I didn't bring out. Hold on. Let's expose some other stuff, right? So here, let's do this one. Let me do this one. So I got to stop share each time. How can you remind me to stop share and share, right? So I got to close some of these tabs, right? Because I got a lot of stuff I ain't show y'all yet. Right? Let me close that one. Let's do some of these. Let's do some of these inconsistencies. Because these inconsistencies is big deal. This is a big deal. All right? So I'm going to grab, which one I'm going to do? Let me grab this one first. Right? We're going to do this one. Let me grab this one. Right? There we go. And I'm going to come back to y'all. I'm going to stop share screen, window. Let's do some inconsistencies. Now everybody know the famous picture, right? So this is the famous picture. But what some people are pointing out is that why is these two so overexposed? Meaning, you see the glare, the light on them, and these two are just normal. You see how they overexposed? See how bright his chest is and his is? And look how just regular these two is. See, what I was pointing out by all this hugging around the waist and stuff, and, you know, his arm is just way up in his crotch and stuff, just, you know, all the flesh on flesh. We brought that out before, right? But there's another instance where people are pointing out and they're saying that the shadows don't line. So right here, you see how dark this shoulder is and how light this shoulder is? Hold on, let me make it bigger. You see how dark? See his shadow? And you see how light this is? Because this denotes that the sun is coming from this direction. So the shadow is on this side of their bodies. Y'all see it, right? See how light that trap is and shoulder? And see how dark that is? That's his shadow. Same thing with Eric, right? See how dark that is? Because the sun is coming from this direction. So the shadow will be over here. But look where Morgan's shadow is. How is Morgan's shadow on this side? If the sun, so how are they in the same picture and Morgan's shadow is coming on this side as if the sun is over here, but their shadow is on this side? And they're way overexposed, the exposure. And this is the same picture. Look at these inconsistent what's-the-names. And his is consistent. And he has none. Oh, he got one there. All right, let me see. Watch this one. Watch this part. Do I want to save it? Do I want to save it? Because I can do that on another one. Because I want to call out. Let me just do it. Let me show you these fake lawyers, right? Because I had the lawyer clip. And this dude, hold up, let me stop share. Let me show y'all. Share screen. Stop share. Share screen. Right? And then I'm going to go share screen. There we go. Window. Bang. Let me show y'all another one. Let's expose these devils. This wickedness. So this lawyer and the other dude, Pinky in the Brain, who want everybody scared, they informed them boys, because they got them boys going all over Officer Tater Tot's show, incriminating themselves. So when I show you the video, he keep lowering his eyes every time he said they didn't commit anything. They like his signals are way off. I'm like, bro, you look like you lying out your face. But what I want to point out, the clear staging of his office. So you got the Carl Cox, the famous Carl Cox hat that he had, the Pinky in the Brain lawyer, the other dude that want to be the fake mafia dude, right? Yous won't be able to get away, right? The Carl Cox. But I want to point you to your attention to something very paramount. There's another staging in this picture, and it's over his right shoulder. And it's this. Verdict Liquors. Everybody, this is called product placement. All right? So this is a sponsorship. Let me explain. Verdict Liquors. He purposely placed that there as sponsorship. I know you're like, how you know that? How you just gonna say that? You can't lie on nobody. Yeah, he put a liquor bottle. Watch this. Copyright disclaimer. Well, I ain't got a copyright disclaimers. They tell on themselves. You want to see? Want to see some proof? 2 or more witnesses? Officer Tater Tot is sponsored by, Verdict. Verdict.
Do you want the chat on the screen?
Oh, crap. I'm glad you caught me early. Share screen, window. Hold on. Let me come back. Oh, man. Bang. Because I got to remember, I got to close it out and come back. Here we go. Share screen. Where you at? Bang. Share. Bang. Everybody. Officer Tater Tot. Hold on. I was there. I don't know what you do to me. I was there.
I said the chat is on the screen.
What chat? Oh, the chat
It's
thing that was
covering
covering
the
it.
bottom.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I apologize. Like, I didn't yell or nothing. I don't be yelling or nothing. Praise the Most High that I'm a calm man, right? Thank you for assisting me, daughter of the Most High. All right, let me show y'all. Let me get back. Here we go. Watch this. So, he's sponsored by Verdict Liquors. And guess who else is sponsored? So they sitting up here, they talking about aisle shopping, and these ambulance chasers is doing it for money, and they all sponsored Verdict Liquor. And watch this. Officer Tater Tot is sponsored by who, everybody? Verdict Liquors. Don't that sound like, hold on. So if Officer Tater Tot is sponsored by Verdict Liquors, and the boy's lawyer is sponsored by Verdict Liquors, and they using Officer Tater Tot, oh, this sound like a cahoots. This sound like this why we ain't falling for it, A. Sandoval. Child Brother Henry, we not falling for the mess, okay? We catching everything. Watch this. I got a little more. How do you know? It could be just a coincidence that they both got Verdict Liquor strategically placed in the background? Well, what about this? On Officer Tater Tot's show, it says Verdict Bourbon. Sponsorship. Officer Tater Tot, his logo, and Verdict Bourbon. That's on his video. Sponsored. These boys sponsored by a liquor company. They call it Wines and Spirits. So this lawyer is sponsored by the Wines and Spirits. Come on, somebody talk to me. We ain't playing. So y'all gonna miss us. I mean, y'all can go to somebody else's channel. Y'all can come and put all that. Ain't no racism. Ain't no this and that. Ain't no conspiracy. Ain't no this and this. No. Oh, he owns Verdict Liquors? Wow. So he's sponsoring his liquor. Okay, well, thank y'all for thank you, Rodney, for the info. Okay, so that boy then made his own liquor, and that's why the lawyer is sponsored with this liquor. It's showing it, and he got it strategically placed right there. So sponsorship. So they together again. So I'm glad you brought that out, Rodney. He owns it. So that's right there, letting you know that they all in cahoots together. That's why he didn't just get picked out of thin air, of course. Uncle Ruckus, right? They knew better than to get Judge Roe Brown, Grandpa Bigsby, because he be slipping. Judge Roe Brown just be saying anything. He called that Asian lady a kung fu. He said she know kung fu. They can't have that. So anyway, wow. That is, oh yeah, we call him Officer Tater Tot, Rodney. We know that boy Crooked is all out. That boy sell out. That Officer Coon. But thank you, Brother Rodney, for pointing that out. So that's what I'm saying, boy. I be peeping. We be seeing stuff. That's what we be doing. We be seeing stuff. You know what I mean? It's like it's too many inconsistencies going on. Way too many. All right? So there's some other stuff. Do I want to show that? There's another photo. It's because they keep putting out so many of these photos. The kids, right? The teenage, they ain't kids. These teenagers, they keep putting out so many photos, and it be some foolishness going on. Let me do one more, and then we're gonna get back to Uncle Ruckus, because we're gonna end out with him saying some stuff, right? So let me stop share, right? Let me close that. Let me stop share. I'm glad I'm showing some of my images. And then I'm gonna come back to y'all and share screen, bang, window, bang. This is another one that make you go, So here we go. We got another picture of him and Eric, right? And he still got his hand. That's way too, I don't know. Yeah, we don't do all that. So his arm is around his waist. And so what people were pointing out was in this picture, his shoulder is cut. What is this line? Right? So they're circling. It's a cut in the shoulder. You see, this is lighter. It's like a blending going on with the pictures. So they're pointing out that they are manufacturing these pictures. And someone said, look at the hands. Look at it looked like it gobbled up the fingers on the side, right? So it's just a lot of craziness going on. A lot of AI stuff going on. And people want to talk about wasn't nothing to see here. Now there's plenty stuff to see. And all these images that they keep releasing. They keep releasing some crazy stuff. Right? This whole case is crazy. Stop share. Bang. I'm glad I got to show some of that. Right? We're a receipts channel. We try to, we don't just try to lead off nobody's own understanding. We try to give you some of the receipts and let you discern for yourself. Right? Now we're going to close out with Granddaddy Ruckus.
Or 18, and one of them's was playing team football up through the 12th from 5 years old. So the group of young males who have grown up together from 5 years old, so to speak, in kindergarten, all the way up through the 12th grade at 17 or 18, and one of them's was playing football in college, so that's 18 or 19. So you've got this gap of these long years where they closely associated with each other. And on a 4th of July holiday.
How is he making all these fake facts when they said they met each other in 9th grade? Warren met him in 8th grade. They got these long years from 5 years old in kindergarten that they were together, and y'all trying to say that these long-lived friends did this
holiday on an island, a small island off on an island, closely associated with each other. And on a 4th of July holiday on an island, a small island shortly off of the coast of a state, somebody winds up, where did he go? Oh, I guess we need to look for him. And when you look for him, his body turns up within hours in the water. And it appears from at least the initial autopsy results that he drowned.
He said, we go to look for him. And when we look for him, his body turns up in hours. Excuse me, Uncle Ruckus. They found him July 6th, brother. So, see, everybody, he's just making up. It's crazy how he's just making up story after story. Where's the little mafia lawyer dude who want to sue everybody? Somebody give him Joe Brown. He on your side. He lying on everybody. He lying on the island. He done lied on the boys, Mississippi, the island. He done lied on everybody. He done lied on himself. He just said they found him within hours of looking for him. They found him on July 6th, brother. He went missing on July 4th.
So anyway, appears from at least the initial to look for him, and when you look for him, his body turns up within hours in the water, and it appears from at least the initial autopsy results that he drowned. So anyway, now all of a sudden,
How did it appear from initial autopsy that he drowned when they never gave out the initial autopsy report? Uncle Cone Ruckus, this boy, he working on my nerves. He work. All right. Great is he that's within you. The Most High is in the stillness. The old coons, what's it say? The Bible says nothing worse than an old fool. So I ain't gonna let it not gonna affect my spirit. Stress kills, everybody. A way to longevity and a way to healing yourself is to keep yourself to remain calm. Always remain leveled and calm, and never let the pressure in your blood and stuff boil and all that. All of that fluctuation, it ages you, and it causes your body mileage and damage. All right? Praise the Lord. That's a spiritual, that's a physical gift to you. So I try to always remain. I don't let things bother me. And for my roommates and stuff know that. They like, I stay cool as a fan, right? Because I'm like, why am I going to get all worked up, right? Even though it's bad, I handle really bad news just calm. It is what it is. I still got to deal with it. I still got to work my way through it. But I had to learn, because I used to be highly charged, right? Aggressive. So I used to go from 0 to 1,000. You know what I mean? And that caused a lot of damage on your temple.
then we have a federal question.
So this old raccoon not about to get my blood pressure all up. All right? Let me stay calm.
All of a sudden, we have a federal question where the Black Caucus that has done absolutely nothing to represent the people that they look like.
I agree. The Black Caucus and the NAA coons and the Boule and you too. All y'all ain't did nothing but do more damage to the people that you look like. I agree with that one.
Is now trying to evoke the power of the federal government, the United States of America, because this tragedy occurred. And then when they cite the reasons, these are the exact same things that every single victim of a homicide puts their family through. Every single one of them. And not a damn one of these charlatans has done anything over the years to reduce that black on black, black on white, white on black murder rate that's been going on in the United States.
I knew he was going to bring up the black on black crime. I just was waiting. I'm like, it had to get there. He literally said black on black. He didn't say white on white. Did y'all hear that, right? Hold on, let me go back again. This is what he said.
It's been going on in the United States of America. On white, white on black murder.
Black on black, white on black murder. He didn't say nothing about black on black, white on white, white on black, black on white, whatever. All right, but anyway, there you go. I knew that black on black was coming.
Anything over the years to reduce that black on black, black on white, white on black murder rate that's been going on in the United States of America, until we get an isolated incident like this that has a very low probability of any criminal wrongdoing. And even if it did, what about the rest of the time they have totally ignored the business that they are supposed to be tending to while occupying the House of Representatives, or one or two isolated incidents, the chamber of the U.S. Senate? What is their business? And this is what they waste their time on. This is small time stuff.
So let me just end.
So Nolan Wells losing his life is small time stuff to you. This is super cool. That's horrible. Can you imagine what his parents would say hearing that? He's saying this is small time stuff. They should not get the government involved. You hear? He said, this is small time stuff. How dare they get the government to look in on the case. Wow. You're going to answer to that, Super Coon, like you're going to answer the other stuff at the judgment. Yeah, the Most High sees, everything is recorded in the Shamayam in heaven. You're going to answer for that.
And this is what they Senate. Two isolated incidents, the chamber of the U.S. Senate. What is their business? And this is what they waste their time on. This is small time stuff.
So let me just put this bit of information because Al Sharpton said this in the press conference. I'm just not going to look forward to play it. But he indicated that Michael Brown, this was the young black man from St. Louis who was shot and killed by police. And that made national news. And that was during
Look at his face. This man hates black people. He hates his own. I'm like, what did they do to him? I didn't remember him hating his own unless it was under the cover. You see, she brought up Mike Brown that was shot by the police, and he, like he, roll his eyes and make faces. That's crazy, bro. He get the Super Coon of the year. I don't know who. Let's continue.
Police. And that made national.
It just disgusts him just to mention these young black men losing their lives.
The young black man from Michael Brown. This was the young black man from St. Louis who was shot and killed by police. And that made national news. And that was during the Obama presidency. He said that they asked the federal government to come in and help do an independent investigation. And Attorney General Eric Holder was like, no, they didn't.
I'm glad she finally brought up something to this Super Coon. He's trying to make it seem Nolan Wells is small time stuff. Like black people haven't been trying to ask the government to get in and do an independent governmental investigation. They did that in Mississippi burning, bro. Come on, Medgar Evers case. They asked the government to step in because the city is racist. And he's acting like this is something unheard of. How dare you bring in the United States government? This is a small thing. It's so small. He got a mouthful of rocks. You understand? He sound like he look. I swear, Larry, y'all said that boy sound like he look. If he don't sound like he look, I'm like, this boy got rocks. That's exactly where you going. You're going to be chained down there with Sinjaza and Azazel. Yadasa. He on this zesty Busta Rhymes like a dungeon dragon. This an angry old fool. I'm like, boy, this boy is the devil himself. That boy going out in his old age bad. This is a bad crash out. This is a crazy crash out. How you gonna crash out at the end of your life? This is how you gonna crash out?
And
look, he drinking whatever that is. He took a big shot of barbecue sauce. That boy got that Virtus bourbon. He got Officer Tampon's bourbon in his cup. They passing that Veritas bourbon, whatever it's called. They done gave Judge, we got Officer Tampon, we got Judge Bigsby, we got, boy, these people, verdict. The verdict is in, that's what's in his cup. Verdict bourbon. He took a big swig of that one. He really didn't like that. She bought a Michael Brown. He's like, how dare you, Michael Brown, how dare you? These niggers is killing each other and black crime and let me stop. Y'all know I get this folio. I get stupid. He on that verdict, Bradley. He on it hard. He done poured all type of verdict. He got all type of verdicts in his cup.
that made national news, and that was during the Obama presidency.
He got mad at that.
He said
Look at his
that they
face.
asked the federal government to come in and help do an independent investigation, and Attorney General Eric Holder was like, no, they didn't. So it's not new that the federal government will decline to not step in and investigate.
Thank you. Black Americans been asking the government to step in since the freedom since the 60s and the 50s. Are you kidding me? We've been doing that since slavery, since 1865. Boy, let's continue.
Leave it to the state to do it. So it's not a Trump thing.
I agree. He got a lot of regrets in his life, and it's written all over his face. You see what he just did with his eyes? He just worked his eyes. Did he have a stroke or something? Because he looks really bad. He literally, thank you, Hakyama. I agree with that. He become a disgruntled old man who seemed to have a lot of regrets about his life. I agree. And he's projecting it on his own people to hate. It's really bad when they get you to hate your own people. It's one thing to have shamefacedness against the atrocities and sins of your people. But to hate your people, innocence of your people is just that's a special place in hell. Yeah, it's definitely a Sandoval a drunk. You definitely is a drunk. But watch what he do with his eyes. Watch this part, Yadasa. I know you, Julio. Shout out to Kentucky. Yadasa, are you there? Watch what he do with his eyes, Yadasa.
Will decline to not step in and investigate. They'll leave it to the state to do it. So it's not a Trump thing when people want to say, oh, Trump didn't want the deal.
What was that? I gotta put that back again. You see that, Yadasa? Watch this. Watch him again, guys. When he just start fixing his eyes, he working on his eyes. Oh, here you go. Y'all know nothing miss me. I don't miss nothing.
So it's not new that the federal government will decline to not step in and investigate. They'll leave it to the state to do
took
it.
one down.
So it's not a Trump thing when people want to say, oh, Trump didn't want the DOJ because they're black. No, Obama did it too. Obama did not do an independent investigation with Mike Brown when he was shot by cops. They gave it to the state to deal with it. So I just want to indicate that. Also, the young men, Nolan Wells' friends who he came in on the boat with, but did not leave.
That's who he looked like. He looked like the Muppets, the Muppets judge. That's exactly what he looked like, Larry. He looked like the Muppets judge.
With, they have new representation or additional representation. According to TMZ, attorney J. Teller Cox, who represents 3 of Wells' friends, also brought in a prominent defamation lawyer, Edward Andrew Paulzik, to help address what the legal team describes as false and damaging claims circulating online. I think it's Paltzik. Pelstick has previously represented President Donald Trump and
Pelzik, that's the lawyer. That's the other Pinky in the Brain lawyer. So she reading him all this stuff. He looked like girl, I don't want you to know about that. Girl, give me some verdict in the cup. The verdict is bourbon. He's like, the verdict is my cup is empty. My cup should floweth over with bourbon. Sorry, guys. I'm closing out. I'm a little foolish right now, but we gotta have fun with this stuff. If we don't have fun, man, this stuff will stress you out, right? We can't be letting these devils stress us out. I don't care if they black devils. I don't care if they white devils. I don't care. These devils are not going to stress the righteous children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, tongue. That's why we discern it, but we also get us some joy and laughter in.
Several high-profile media-related legal disputes involving organizations including CBS/Paramount, the New York Times, and BBC. The expanded legal team represents Warren Hudson, Jax.
Yo, Bradley said it's the Niagara's fault. If they just get with the program and stop trying to put in and let the Mississippi do the state, and that's the Niagara's fault. You're Niagara's.
Pitalo and Morgan Seymour, 3 young men who have faced widespread scrutiny on social media following Wells' death. None of the three has been charged with any crime in connection with the case. So I want to play this clip.
May I make a very, very brief observation? Hey, man, if I were you, man, I'd never go out with a black guy, man, because if something happened, maybe the dude slipped and fell, man, they'd be bringing in the FBI, man, and Al Sharpton, and what's that dude's name, man, that chased the ambulance, man, Crump, man, they'd be bringing them in to look at you, man, if something happened to the dude, man. We can't go out with nobody black, man.
Yeah, well, I want to play this clip of Brandon Tatum.
Everybody, I'm sorry. That was his impersonation of a white person speaking that we can't go out with the blacks, man, because I guess he's trying to prove that we're ridiculous for thinking that anything can happen to a black person in a group of white people like that. There's no thing that happens like that. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters who not with all that stuff, but we understand history, right? So that's crazy work. His impersonation was crazy.
Man, we can't go out with.
Hold on, let's end it right here. Let's hit him one more game. Let's let him go out. He thought he cooked. He thinking he cooking with this right here. He think this is cooking.
Crump, man, they'd be bringing them Tuesday, man, to chase that, man. It'd be very, very brief observation. Hey, man, if I were you, man, I'd never go out with a black guy, man, because if something happened, maybe the dude slipped and fell, man, they'd be bringing in the FBI, man, and Al Sharpton, and what's that dude's name, man, that chased the ambulance, man, Crump, man, they'd be bringing them in to look at you, man, if something happened to the dude, man. We can't go out with nobody black, man.
Yeah, well, I want to play this clip of Brandon Tatum. He sat down with all of the friends that were on the boat that day.
You did not cook. So that was the super coon, right? I think I don't know, they fighting for coon of the year. I don't know, bro. These raccoons, bro, they going at it. They fighting who gonna be the top coon of the bunch. All right. So anyway, Akiyama, let's close with a couple of questions, then we're gonna close out. All right, I don't think she here. Did she hear me? Oh, she not here. They kicked her out. All right. Sorry if she can't hear me. All right, so let me close out. I thought she was here. All right, so let me close out with, do I want to do that? Y'all want to close out with a little laugh? Yeah, let's close out with a laugh. We just heard enough bull crap. All right, we're going to close out with this laugh. Y'all know I like to laugh, so share this tab instead. Let's clean up all this mess we done heard tonight. R.I.P. to young Nolan. May justice be served. Okay, you back? May justice be served.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. You had yeah, we're just gonna
couple
close.
Questions. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna give me one, and then we're gonna close.
This one is from someone new that just joined us tonight. Ooh, I can't pronounce this.
Good. Do the new ones too. If anybody new, do
Aretha Arnold, I believe. I'm sorry. Arifana Arnold says, brother, anyone, what makes the CETO call fake? Because that CETO call is so damning. All I see...
Sorry, go ahead.
All I am seeing is that they are trying to muddy the waters. I hope and pray no one gets justice.
I do, I as well. And what makes the CETO call that the audio experts and novice audio people cleaned up and enhanced the background so we can hear what was happening, what's making that false is these crooked lawyers, right? Drinking that verdict, right? Talking about it's fake. Everyone heard, and anyone can take the audio and do it. I can do it. I have audio equipment. I'm an editor. That's how I put all these lessons together for y'all, right? I'm a professional editor. I've been doing it for years now, right? And made movies and everything, right? So because of the years of practice. So I can take that audio with my editing equipment and I can enhance. I do that for all the lives. That's why all of our live streams, you ever notice how everything stays level? I put in a lot of work, right? There's other places where it go up and down, sometimes it go low. Now YouTube got some where they compress it. But before you'll hear something, then this go low and this, not mine. Everything stays level because I do audio work on every clip, every video, right? A level of professionalism. At the most, I said, do it unto him, right? So that you guys can get the best audio experience. I'll try to give y'all a beautiful, no, I'm gonna answer your question now, Henry. Do Henry's next, Akiyama. I'll try to give y'all a good visual experience as well. You know what I mean? So anyway, go ahead, Akiyama. Do Henry's question. So yeah, to finish that one, no, they don't want us to receive the audio. Damn it, Bart, and everything else, because it's so damning, that audio evidence. But if they ever make it to a court of law, this thing gonna be crazy. That's why I don't think, you don't want to know my personal opinion? I don't think it's gonna make it to a court of law. Honestly, I don't see the government and I don't see Mississippi allowing this to go into a court of law, because the people involved, those boys and their parents, they got a lot of old money, old KKK, old racist spirit money, and political connections and ties, all the way through the governments, the mayor, all of this. So I really don't see it. If it does, I would be shocked. I would be happy, but I would be shocked. Happy meaning because it can make it into the courts and we can get some, some understanding and evidence and already cross-examines and right. But I don't see how they're going to do it. I don't know how this is going to play out, honestly, because this is crazy. It got way too many eyes. And if they try to just throw it all away, I don't know how that's going to play out. This one's an interesting case. But yeah, Fly Eagle, I don't see it. Honestly, I do not see them burying it. And that's it. And telling us to stick it with a sundown shot. Honestly, that's all I see. All right. What's Brother Henry's question, Hakim?
This is from Henry. Henry says, dig this. These guys had the phone, right? They said no one went through the phone. How did Wyatt know or come up with Nolan's mother's phone number to call her?
Yeah, that's interesting. Well, maybe, I don't know. Maybe one of them had the number. I don't know. That's interesting. I never thought of that. Great, great Ion, great thinking. I didn't think of that. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe somebody had the mother's number or something. But yeah, they say they didn't go through the phone or whatever. But Miss Christina, Miss Wansley, she said, which is the most stalking thing, is there was zero video, pictures, or anything that from Nolan from July 3rd all the way through the 4th. So he spent the night at Jack's house. He did everything they did on July 3rd. He didn't take no Snapchats, and Nolan was known as the Snapchat king. Again, when things go outside of your norm, those are red flags. People have normalcies, right? The government, FBI, CIA, they track people's behavior, behavioral patterns, right? People's usually repeat repetitive patterns, right? So if Nolan, one of his behavioral patterns is he's not and take pictures of everything. You mean to tell me on the biggest holiday of the year, he's not going to take no video Snapchats, no pictures, no nothing on July 3rd and July 4th while out, while traveling to the boat, while getting on the boat, while everything. But magically, when they got on the boat, I was supposed to play that tonight. I'll do it another time on Monday or another one. when they got, because I had a lot of clips to show, sorry guys. When they got on the boat, there was a camera sitting there. And everybody, Jax wasn't on the boat. Jax was on another boat, and Jax walked from that boat he was on through the water with his camera in his hand. Everybody, listen. And got on the boat, the famous picture they took where they hugging each other. All right? Let me show you. Let's do this correctly. Jax got on this boat. Watch this. I was supposed to show it tonight, and I got it, but I don't know. It's somewhere in one of these clips I got, so I'll just tell you what it is, right? I'll show y'all another time, all right? Stop share. Watch this. Share screen. Window. Let's do it correctly. This famous picture, everybody. Jax wasn't on this boat. He was on another boat. He walked to this boat carrying his phone. He said, this in the interview, I got it. I'll play it another time, the last interview. He said when he got to this boat, he put his phone on the thing where Nolan's phone, where everybody's phone was. So he walked through the water with his phone. You know how they keep saying nobody goes in the water with their phone. Well, apparently he did. Then he said, once he put his phone down, there was a camera sitting there. And Nolan noticed the camera, and Nolan said, oh, we gotta take a picture. So Nolan's phone was there the whole time, and he never took a picture. Listen, guys, this is what they want us to believe. But he saw a camera sitting there, which was a girl's camera, and he said, this is what Jax said. I got the video evidence. He said it on the Officer Tater Tot show. Jax said, Nolan said, we gotta take a picture. And so the girl with the camera took their picture. When his phone was there the whole time. You don't need cell phone service to take a picture on the phone. So, see, it makes no sense again for him to have no pictures in his phone for the whole day. No Snapchats from July 3rd and the 4th. So again, Jack's statement of him getting to the boat and Nolan saying, we got to take a picture, that again is casting a false light on their whole narrative again, as he always takes pictures. Go ahead, Akiama.
There's something that's...
Go ahead. That was still Henry's question? Ask Henry's question again. Let me make sure I answered the whole thing.
Yes, he says, how did Wyatt know or come up with Nolan's mom's phone number to call her?
Yeah, so I don't know. That's a great question.
Someone in the comments said something regarding that.
Go ahead.
This is from Terry Lynn T. They
Shout out
say,
to Terry Lynn.
Warren said in the interview that he got his mom from Javon.
Oh, he got the mom's number from Javon. Thank you. Thank you, Terry Lynn. Terry Lynn Thomas. But yeah, so again, nobody is believing that Nolan wouldn't have had 1,000 pictures of this day and the day before, July 3rd. Sorry. People don't break patterns like that. You understand? Yes, from his real friend, exactly. Okay, they don't break patterns. So all of a sudden, these Suedo friends want us to believe that he didn't take no pictures in his phone from the 3rd or the 4th. Not buying it. And that's why Nolan Wells' parents is not giving the state of Mississippi the phone. Very wise. You wouldn't get the phone either. They want a federal, forensic, investigator, and their investigator, and Mississippi's investigator, and everybody go through it together. So everything that comes out is documented. That is how you do it. That part. I wouldn't give them nothing. What, you going to give the devil? You going to give the devil your phone number? No, you're going to have to find my phone number the hard way, devil man. You heard? You ain't giving them devils nothing. Mississippi is the devil. All right? Let's continue. Go ahead, Akiyama. Give me another question.
Okay, another question would be from, I think the last one is Saudis.
Okay. Oh, Saudis is the big one. And I don't even think he here no more. I don't even got the energy to do Saudis. But I did most of it anyway, because Ephesians, I kind of did it.
Yeah, you touched on it really decent.
Yeah, I touched on it. Because if I go into Saudis, we'll be here a whole nother hour. You already know how we open that Bible. And now you know.
I got one more then.
All right. So I did most of these Saudis question and just off my spirit, off my head. Because if I open that Ephesians, y'all already know, we might as well, everybody in the ministry know, you might as well take a seat, like, put the desk down. We're going to be here to 6 o'clock in the morning once we open that Bible. And the Most High, the Holy Spirit start kicking in, it's a wrap. All right, let's go. Go ahead. What's the other one?
Last one is from A. Sandoval. She says, you ever watch the CERN art video? They put it up. They opened the gates to let the big devils out of the depths of hell.
I didn't see it, but if you could send that one to me, I think I did. I'm not sure which one you're talking about because we broke down CERN. So if it's one I didn't see, I would like to see it. But yeah, I agree. That's what they did. They opened up the portals and they got shocked. Remember, they opened up portals, that was years ago, and it started unaliving the CERN people. They started dropping dead, and a lot of them, some of them died of fright. They were so scared of what they saw. And then over that college city where they released something that they opened, all the people in the college city started to fight one another and grate one another and cry. Like everybody became wicked. So whatever they was doing, they, CERN ain't nothing to play with, but the Most High ain't nothing to play with either. You heard? I ain't scared of those CERN devils either. You know what I mean? Worshiping, what's that, Mali God and Shekinah and all that stuff they doing, the devil's a lie. Them and they fallen angel. Ain't nobody scared of you devils. All right, now we're going to close out with a live. So thank you, Hakim. I think we got through the chat. So let's close out with a live. Because I see A. Sandoval say, yeah, let's get a little live. All right, so we did a bunch of stuff. So praise y'all for the lesson. They shadow banned us really decent tonight. We only got up to 300 on the live, but it is what it is. Thank you, Father, for letting us to get 300 of your children. You know, we got a couple of new people that I was able to find the ministry, so praise his holy name. Now, here we go. We're going to close out with this. Stop share. Y'all know I always got I got a little laugh for y'all. Share screen, window. Where is it? Not window. Tab. Where is it? There we go. We're going to close out with a little laugh. Right? Here we go. This is, let's just play it. Copyright disclaimers on effect.
We're boomers. 7 years ago, we bought our house for $100. Cash. We're Gen X. We're millennials. We survived 9/11, Y2K, and the Oregon Trail. Sure, we went to the club and business casual, but we lived. You're welcome for everything cool.
Now, let me explain to you what she's doing. She said, first of all, the baby boomers are 60-year-olds, 60, 70-year-olds, right? Then she said, we Gen X. That's my generation. And the Gen X part is hilarious. Now, watch this.
We're boomers. 7 years ago, we bought our house for $100. Cash. We're Gen X.
Now, I know some people like, what happened to the Gen X? They just cut it off. So when she did the Gen X, she gave a disclaimer and she said, I didn't mean no disrespect to nobody of Gen X, but to my understanding, Gen X is the generation that want to be left alone. Gen X is the generation, leave us alone. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. So she did, we're Gen X, and just said pause and flip to millennials. Because Gen X is the generation of we do for ourselves and less is more. with no pictures, no camp, like, and I was like, 'cause at first I was like, what was that with the Gen X? But then she put a disclaimer and she said, I wasn't disrespecting Gen X. I just know Gen X to be known not to want to be messed with. I said, I know that's right. Gen X is like, don't see nothing, don't be there. We that generation like we didn't exist. We ain't here. We that shadow. Facts. So anyway, now that I said that, now let's continue.
We're boomers. 7 years ago, we bought our house for $100. Cash. We're Gen X. We're millennials. We survived 9/11, Y2K, and the Oregon Trail. Sure, we went to the club in business casual, but we lived. You're welcome for everything cool. Millennials are so cringe. We are Gen Alpha. In 6-7 years, we're going to be the new adults, and people are pretty freaked out about that. But our cycle-breaking millennial parents are going to make sure we have elite taste in music. Skibbity, look what I can do. Can you do this? We're boomers.
Hold on. That Gen A was crazy classic. The first thing, did you see? Yeah, don't start none, won't be none with Gen X. We good. Just cut us out of this. That's the Gen X thing. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Brother Henry. The Gen X thing is just cut us out of this. Don't even put us in your movie. You know what I mean? Gen X is the generation that said, give me that phone. You know what I mean? Delete that. Delete me off that. Don't put me in your thing at all. Right? Now, this is, shout out to Brother Henry. He said he's disabled. Peace and blessings. We're glad to meet you, Brother Henry. Welcome to the ministry, brother. And we live every Monday and Friday, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. Every Monday and Friday. So Gen X is definitely, that's why she just chopped Gen X out. Because Gen X is like, cut me out of that thing. Right? Because the feds be watching, the police, people. Gen X is like, listen, we ain't putting ourselves right. That's why they used to call me Secret Squirrel. I'm like, bro, that's why I'm only on the internet because I do ministry. My other internet history is zero. It's like, I ain't been on social media 20 years. They're like, what? They was like, I remember on Facebook, they was like, you post on Facebook. I remember I went to Facebook when a ministry released in 2021, guys. So now I'm going to social media. Now the Most High gonna have me teaching the word to his children. So now I gotta be on social media. So I went to Facebook and my last post was 2014. And it was 2021. I'm like, Dad, my ex at the time, she's like, I'm like, that's that Gen X stuff. We ain't messing around. Now they all over social media now, but I'm talking about the old stuff. But anyway, we ain't no pictures, no nothing, right? Cut us out of this whole thing, what you doing. But we'll enjoy it. We'll watch it afterwards from the cut. We in the cut, Gen X, right? So anyway, the funniest one, well, Gen Z was funny too, right? All right, let me continue. But Gen Alpha, first of all, she had the biggest Crocs on. They had on Crocs, that just make me laugh, right? All right, so anyway, yeah, the MySpace generation. This one, so she said, look at the Crocs. And then she said, zippity. That part made me laugh too. All right, let's go. Let me play it from the beginning again.
We're boomers. 7 years ago, we bought our house for $100. Cash. We're Gen X. We're millennials. We survived 9/11, Y2K, and the Oregon Trail. Sure, we went to the club in business casual, but we lived. You're welcome for everything cool. Millennials are so cringe.
She nailed Gen Z. Gen Z saying millennials are so cringe while setting up a ring and then doing this cringiest dance. And then on her shirt, she got a sign that says it's giving anxiety. I mean, she just nailed Gen Z. Shout out to my Gen Z. Shout out to Gen X. Shout out to millennials. Shout out to Gen Alpha, whatever. Y'all know they name. It's giving anxiety. All right, let's continue.
Sure, we went to the club in business casual, but we lived. You're welcome for everything cool. Millennials are so cringe. We are Gen Alpha. In 6-7 years, we're going to be the new adults, and people are pretty freaked out about that. But our cycle-breaking millennial parents are going to make sure we have elite taste in music. Skibbity! Look what I can do.
She said skibbity. Oh my goodness.
Look what I can do. Skibbity! Look what our cycle-breaking millennial parents out about that. But our cycle-breaking out about that. We're going to be the new adults, and people are pretty freaked out about that. But our cycle-breaking millennial parents are going to make sure we have elite taste in music. Skibbity! Look what I can do. Can you do this?
Oh, that is too funny. Yo, I had that on repeat when I was watching, and I just kept laughing every time the Gen Alpha said, "Can you do this?" And then she looked at the camera like she really did something accomplished. Like, and it's because they're not outside. You know what I mean? To see, the joke is, for those who don't get it, is Gen Alpha stay in the house, right? And they so cultured, you know, they playing video games. They not really, and you know, we was outside. I'm talking about jump. We could climb trees. We climbing the tree, falling from the tree, right? We hitting each other with branches. We like really outside. But the ending is, she said, "Can you do this?" And then she looks at the camera. That is so classic. She looks at the camera like she really accomplished something. And it's really sad, but that's what they're doing to this generation. All right, I'm gonna close it. Let me close it right here with Gen Z.
Millennials are so cringe. We are Gen Alpha. In 6-7 years, we're going to be the new adults, and people are pretty freaked out about that. But our cycle-breaking millennial parents are going to make sure we have elite taste in music. Skibbity! Look what I can do. Can you do this?
Yo, that ending just gets me every time. She said, can you do this?" And then looks in the camera like, so it's like the generation of the Ting Tings. I swear, poor Ting Tings. Peace and blessings, everybody. Thank y'all for joining us on this live stream. Thank you, Hakiyama, for assisting me in this long night. We did almost 7 hours. All right, still 100 on the live stream at 4:30 in the morning. Thank the Most High for allowing us to get through, you know, hundreds of people to find us. Peace and blessings, Rohan. Peace and blessings, Bradley, A. Sandoval, and Brother Henry, and anybody, ROI Livery, and everybody else, any other new people as well. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Go forth and be the light. We live again on Monday, Eastern Standard Time, 9:30 p.m. Sorry, guys, I'm tired. It's all outdoors. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Thank you for the ministry for assisting me tonight, and welcoming anybody new, and handling the trolls and stuff, and showing love and respect and kindness to your brothers and sisters who join us on the live stream. I love the house of the Most High, and I thank my Father for having brothers and sisters in this struggle of the light versus the darkness, meaning the righteous versus the unrighteous in this dark second world. May the Most High cover and bless you all, right? Shabbayat Shalayam. This is the 7th day of the Most High for those who keep the Sabbath day. Sabbath day, call it Sabbat, Shabbayat, and Shalayam is peace and blessings of the Most High. So Shabbayat Shalayam is peace and blessings of the Most High on his set-apart holy day, on Yah's set-apart holy day. Happy Sabbath, everybody. Shabbayat Shalayam. Shabbat Shalom to those who speak Canaanite Hebrew. All right. Shalom, Mashaya, and family. Peace and blessings, everybody. Thank you so much, Bradley. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Go forth and be the light, God. Go forth and be the light. The house of the Most High, we love you all with the love of the Father. We all we got, children of the Most High. And one thing, you're going to have this ministry by your side until the end. We ride until the wheels fall off. We the children of the Most High, and we riding this out till the wheels fall off. Peace and blessings, everybody. We love you with the love of the Father. Shalom. Thank you, Akiyama. Great job tonight.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.